Do you really suppose, that I will let you go out to meet a murderer in the middle of the night?
I have it all planned. I replaced the sponge with a towel. You will be in hiding nearby.
No, I won't.
He took the towel from me and hastily finished drying himself.
I'm spending the night at the tomb, and you are going to lock yourself in this room and stay in it.
What are you talking about?
We are getting near the end of the passageway. Another day or two should see it cleared. A couple of determined thieves working in haste can dig a tunnel through in a few hours.
I did not ask how he knew the end of the corridor was near. In professional matters, Emerson is the greatest archaeologist of this and perhaps any age. It is only in the routine aspects of life that he displays a normal degree of masculine incompetence. But our men are on guard, are they not?
2 men who are, by this time, in such a state of nerves that a howling jackal could send them scampering for cover. And 2 men could not hold out against an assault in force. The Ganawis have attacked archaeologists before.
So you are proposing yourself as one of the victims?
They won't dare attack an Englishman.
Ha! I see your real motive for wishing to absent yourself. You are afraid of Madame Berengaria.
Ridiculous. Let us not argue, Peabody. Why don't you get out of that dusty costume? You must be hot and uncomfortable.
I skipped agilely back as he put out his hands. That device will not work, Emerson. And do put on some clothes. If you think the sight of your admittedly muscular and well-developed frame will seduce me from my plain duty. This time it was not Emerson who interrupted me, though he was advancing in a manner indicative of intentions along those lines.
Lost it.
He fumbled for his trousers.
Lady Baskerville requests your presence in the drawing room.
By the time I had washed and changed, the others had assembled in the drawing room. The atmosphere was not that of a social gathering, but a council of war. I was pleased to see that Madame Berengaria had relapsed into a state of semi-stupor, and the strong smell of brandy that surrounded her did not surprise me in the least. Relieved of his greatest fear by Madame's collapse, Emerson expressed his intentions and plans with his usual forcefulness.
No, Radcliffe. Indeed, you must not think of risking yourself. I would rather have the entire tomb vandalized than see one hair of your head injured.
This idiotic statement, which would have won me a blistering reproof, brought a look of fatuous pleasure to Emerson's face. He patted the white hand that clung to his sleeve.
There is not the slightest danger, I promise you.
You're probably right about that.
Vandergeld had not appreciated this display of concern by the lady.
Howsoever, I think I'll just mosey along with you, Professor. 2 6-shooters are better than 1, and a fellow is safer with a pal to watch his back.
Oh! Would you abandon me to the mercies of the apparition that has already killed 1 man and attempted a murderous assault on Radcliffe?
Vandergeld, to whom she was now clinging, showed himself just as susceptible to amateur theatrics as my husband.
She's right, I reckon. We can't leave the ladies unprotected.
At this, both Milverton and Carl expressed their willingness to be of service. It was finally decided that Carl would join Emerson in guarding the tomb. So impatient was Emerson to be gone that he would not even wait to dine. So a picnic basket was prepared, and he and Carl made ready to depart. Despite Emerson's efforts to avoid me, I managed to draw him aside for a moment. Emerson, it is absolutely necessary that I speak with Mr. Milverton while his mood is chastened. By tomorrow, he may have decided to brazen it out.
Amelia, there is not the slightest possibility that Milverton intends to confess. Either the meeting is meant as a trap, in which case it would be infinitely stupid of you to fall into it, or, as I suspect, it is solely the product of your rampageous imagination. In either case, I forbid you to leave the house tonight.
His grave, quiet tone made a deep impression on me. Nevertheless, I should have replied to his arguments had he not suddenly caught me in his arms and pressed me close, oblivious of Mary, who was passing through the courtyard toward her room.
For once in your life, Peabody, do as I ask. If anything happens to you, I will murder you.
With an emphatic squeeze that completely robbed me of breath, he was gone.
Come along, Carl. We are past our time.
I leaned against the wall, holding my bruised ribs and struggling to control the emotion induced by this tender parting. A gentle hand touched my shoulder, and I beheld Mary beside me.
Don't worry about him, Mrs. Emerson. Carl will watch over him. He is devoted to the Professor.
I am not at all worried, thank you. Unobtrusively, I applied my handkerchief to my face. Heavens, how I am perspiring. It is very hot here. The girl put her arm around me.
It is very warm. Come, let us go back to the drawing room.
The evening was one of the most uncomfortable I had ever passed. Lady Baskerville concentrated her undeniable charms on Mr. Vandergelt. Milverton was silent and moody, avoiding my attempts to catch his eye. Madame Berengaria had been removed to her room, but her presence seemed to hover over us like a squat, threatening shadow. Above all else, coloring every word that was spoken and spoiling the taste of every bite that went into my mouth, was the thought of Emerson on guard at the tomb, vulnerable to that malice which had already displayed itself as intent on his life. If there had been no other enemy, and I felt sure there was, the malevolent Habib had a double motive to inspire an attack: greed and revenge. The party broke up early. It was only 10 o'clock when I got into bed and tucked the netting in place. So softened was I by the thought of my husband's peril that I had almost decided to obey his last command. However, I was unable to sleep. I watched the mystic path of moonlight glide across the floor, and after a time its lure was as irresistible as the charm of a road leading into strange, unknown lands. I had to follow. I rose. Cautiously, I opened my door. The dreaming silence of the night was broken only by the buzzing of nocturnal insects and the mournful howls of jackals far back in the hills. The household had succumbed to slumber. I continued to wait and watch, and after a while I saw the dark form of a man pass silently through the courtyard. After Hassan's death, Emerson had assigned one of our own people to the watchman's post. Not a whit discouraged, for I had never intended to go that way, I softly closed my door and put on my clothing. Another peep out the door assured me that the house was quiet, and that the watchman was still in the courtyard. I then went to the window. I had one knee up on the sill and was preparing to draw the other foot up when a dark bulk loomed up.
Anna, the Cid desires something. Her servant will bring it.
Oh, if I had not had a firm grip on the sill, I would have tumbled over backward. Recovering myself, I climbed up into the embrasure. The Cid desires to climb out the window, Abdullah. Give me a hand or get out of my way. The tall form of the Rais did not move.
Afrits and evildoers haunt the darkness. The Cid will be better in her bed.
Seeing that discussion could not be avoided, I sat down with my feet dangling. Why did you not go with Emerson to protect him?
Emerson left me here to guard the treasure dearer to him than the gold of the Pharaoh.
I doubted that Emerson had put it quite that way, though he was florid enough when he spoke Arabic. My compunctions at ignoring his request quite vanished. He had not trusted me. I held out my hands. Help me down.
Cid Hakim, please do not do this. Emerson will have my head on a pole if harm comes to you.
How can harm come to me if you are guarding me? I am not going far, Abdullah. I want you to follow, making sure you are not seen, and conceal yourself behind a bush or a tree when I have reached the loggia. I lowered myself to the ground. Abdullah shook his head despairingly, but he knew better than to try and prevent me. As I stole through the shrubbery, trying to avoid the bright patches of moonlight, I knew he was following, though I did not hear a sound. For all his size, Abdullah could move like a bodiless spirit when he had to. Turning the corner of the house, I saw the loggia before me, the bright paint of its pillars strangely altered by the eerie light. Its interior was deep in shadow. I made out the shapes of the white wicker chairs and tables, but saw no sign of a human form. "Wait here, Abdullah. Do not make a sound or intervene unless I call for help." I crept on. Emerson may accuse me of lack of caution, but I knew better than to approach the place openly. I meant to survey the scene from the shelter of a pillar before venturing in. Emerson's suggestion that the midnight rendezvous was solely the product of my imagination was, of course, ridiculous. However, cool reflection had reminded me that I could not be absolutely sure Milverton intended to confess to Lord Baskerville's murder. He might have other less interesting information, or, disconcerting thought, he might only wish to avail himself of my sympathy while he talks about Mary. Young men commonly suffer from the delusion that the rest of the world is absorbed in their love affairs. I felt a thrill pass through me when I saw the round red tip of a cigar at the far end of the loggia. Abandoning my place of concealment, I glided toward it.
Mrs. Emerson.
Milverton rose and crushed out his cigar.
You did come. God bless you.
You must have eyes like a cat's. I was chagrined because I had not been able to reach him unobserved.
My hearing is preternaturally sharp. I heard you approach.
I groped for a chair and sat down. Milverton followed my example, selecting a chair next to mine. The cool breeze rustled the vines that wound green arms around the pillars. For a few moments, neither of us spoke. Realizing that the situation was delicate, fearing I would say the wrong thing, I said nothing. Milverton was wrestling with his fears and his awareness of guilt. At least, I hoped that was what he was doing, rather than planning the quickest method of dispatching me. If he grasped me by the throat, I would not be able to call Abdullah. I wished I had brought my parasol. Milverton's first remark did nothing to calm my apprehension.
You are a courageous woman, Mrs. Emerson. To come here alone, in the middle of the night, after a mysterious death and a series of strange accidents.
It is rather stupid of me. I fear that overconfidence is one of my failings. Emerson often accuses me of that.
I had no intention of suggesting anything so insulting. I would rather believe that your decision was based on a profound knowledge of human nature, and on that womanly compassion for the unfortunate, which is so conspicuous in your conduct.
Well, since you put it that way.
And you were right. Your appraisal of my character was correct. I am weak and foolish, but not vicious, Mrs. Emerson. You are in no danger from me. I am incapable of harming a woman, or indeed of harming anyone. And your confidence in me has raised you to a lofty place in my esteem. I would die to defend you.
Let us hope the necessity for that does not arise. Though reassured, I felt a certain flatness. This speech did not sound like the prelude to a confession of murder. But I appreciate the offer, Mr. Milverton. The hour is late. May I request that you tell me whatever it was you wanted to tell me? The man beside me was no more than a dim outline in the darkness.
You have hit on the essence of my confession, Mrs. Emerson. You've addressed me by a name that is not my own.
Who are you, then?
I am Lord Baskerville.
Milverton had gone out of his mind. That was my first thought. Guilt and remorse take strange forms. Wishing to deny the vile deed, his conscience had persuaded the young man that Lord Baskerville yet lived, and that he was he. Lord Baskerville, to be precise. I am glad to make your acquaintance. Obviously, the reports of your death were greatly exaggerated.
Please don't joke. I was not joking.
But, oh, I see.
I cannot blame you for thinking me mad, Mrs. Emerson. I am not yet, though I am not far from it at times. Let me make myself plain.
Please do.
I call myself Lord Baskerville because that is now my title. I am the nephew of his late lordship, and his heir.
The explanation was as unexpected as my original idea. Even my agile brain required several seconds to assimilate the fact and its sinister connotations. Then what on earth are you doing here under an assumed name? Did Lord Baskerville, the late Lord Baskerville, know your true identity? Good gad, young man. Don't you realize what a suspicious position you have placed yourself in?
Of course I do. I've been in such distress since my uncle died that I verily believed it added to the severity of the fever I caught. Indeed, but for that I would have taken to my heels long ago.
But, Mr. Milverton, what am I to call you then?
My name is Arthur. I would be honored to have you use it.
Then, Arthur, it is just as well you could not flee. That would have been tantamount to an admission of guilt. And you claim, if I understand you, that you had nothing to do with your uncle's death.
On my honor as a British nobleman.
It was hard to doubt that impressive oath, but my reservations lingered. Tell me.
My father was his late lordship's younger brother. When only a boy, he incurred the displeasure of his stern parent because of some youthful peccadillo. From what I have heard, the old gentleman was a Tartar, who would have been more at home in the Puritan Commonwealth than in the present century. Following the precepts of the Old Testament, he promptly cut off the right hand that had offended him and cast the prodigal son out in the cold. My poor father was dispatched to Africa with a small monthly stipend, to live or die as fate decreed.
Did not his brother intercede for him? Arthur hesitated for a moment.
I will hide nothing from you, Mrs. Emerson. The late Lord Baskerville was in complete agreement with his father's cruel behavior. He came to the title only a year after his brother had been sent into exile, and one of his first acts was to write Pater informing him that he need not waste time applying for assistance, for both personal conviction and filial respect compelled him to cast his brother off as he had been cast off by their parent.
How unfeeling.
I was brought up to consider him a veritable fiend.
A shudder passed through my body when I heard this damning admission. Did not the young man realize that every word deepened the pit he was digging for himself? Did he believe I would keep silent about his identity? Or did he count on other means of rendering himself safe from detection? Arthur went on with his story.
I heard my father curse him nightly when he was, well, not to put too fine a face upon it, when he had taken too much to drink. This happened, I regret to say, with increasing frequency as time went on. Yet when he was himself, my father was the most delightful of men. His engaging character won the heart of my mother, who was the daughter of a gentleman of Nairobi, and, despite her parents' objections, they were wed. My mother had a small income of her own, and on this we lived. She loved him devotedly, I know. Never did I hear a word of complaint or accusation from her lips. But 6 months ago, after he had succumbed to the inevitable consequences of his indulgence, it was my mother who persuaded me that my hatred of my uncle might be unjust. She did this, mark you, without the slightest criticism of my father.
Which must have been no small feat. I had formed a clear mental picture of Arthur's father, and I felt great sympathy for his wife. Ignoring my comment, Arthur continued.
She also pointed out that since Lord Baskerville was childless, I was his heir. He had made no attempt to communicate with me, even though she had, in duty bound, notified him of his brother's death. But as she said, omissions and unfairness on his part did not justify my behaving badly. I owed it to myself and to my family to present myself to the man whom, in the course of time, I must succeed. She convinced me, but I never admitted to her that she had, for I'd formed a foolish, thoughtless scheme of my own. When I left Kenya, I told her only that I meant to seek my fortune in the wide world by means of the photography which had been my youthful hobby. I'm sure she has read of the mystery surrounding my uncle's death, but she does not dream that the Charles Milverton of the newspapers is her miserable son.
But she must be beside herself with worry about you. She has no idea where you are?
She believes I am on my way to America. I told her I would send an address when I was settled.
Oh, I could only shake my head. There was no point in urging Arthur to communicate at once with his mother. The truth would be far more painful than any uncertainty she presently felt, and though I had only the most dismal forebodings as to his future, there was always a possibility, however remote, that I might be wrong.
My scheme was to present myself to my uncle as a stranger and win his regard and confidence before proclaiming my true identity. You needn't comment, Mrs. Emerson. It was a naive idea, worthy of a sensational novel. But it was harmless, I swear to you. I had no intention of doing anything except proving myself by hard work and devotion. Naturally, I knew of my uncle's plans to winter in Egypt. Most of the English-speaking population of the globe must have known. I journeyed to Cairo and applied to him as soon as he arrived. My credentials...
Forged?
I could hardly offer him genuine recommendations, now could I? The ones I produced were impressive, I assure you. He hired me on the spot. And that is how matters stood when he died. He did not know my identity, although...
Feeling sure I knew what he was about to say, I finished the sentence for him. You think he suspected? Well, that does not matter now. My dear Arthur, you must make a clean breast of this to the authorities. Admittedly, it places you under grave suspicion of murder.
But there is no evidence of murder. The police were satisfied that his lordship died a natural death.
He was correct, and his quickness to point out this minor flaw in my reasoning did not augur well for his innocence. However, unless I could prove how Lord Baskerville was murdered, there was no sense in asking who had murdered him. All the more reason for you to tell the truth. You must proclaim yourself in order to claim your inheritance. Shh! Arthur clapped his hand over my mouth. The fear for my own safety, which had been forgotten in the interest of his narrative, now came back to me. But he spoke before I had time to experience more than a momentary alarm.
There is someone out there in the shrubbery. I saw movement.
I pulled his hand from my mouth. It is only Abdallah. I was not so foolish as to come alone. But he did not overhear.
No.
Arthur rose to his feet, and I thought he was about to rush out into the shrubbery. After a moment, he relaxed.
It is gone now. But it was not Abdullah, Mrs. Emerson. It was slighter and shorter, dressed in gauzy robes of snowy pallor.
The woman in white. Before we parted, I asked Arthur's permission to tell his story to Emerson. He agreed, probably because he realized I meant to do so with or without his approval. My suggestion that he go next day to Luxor to confess his true identity was rejected, and after some argument I had to admit that his reasoning had validity. The proper persons to receive this intelligence were, of course, the British authorities, and there was no one in Luxor of sufficient rank to deal with the matter, the consular agent being an Italian whose primary occupation was to supply Budge of the British Museum with stolen antiquities. Arthur promised he would accept Emerson's judgment as to what action he ought to take, and I promised I would assist him in any way I could. They say confession is good for the soul. It had certainly improved Arthur's peace of mind. He went off with a springy step, but oh, my own heart was heavy as I went to reassure the faithful Abdullah of my safety. I liked the young man, not, as Emerson claims, because he was a handsome specimen of English manhood, but because he was kind and amiable. However, I was unfavorably impressed with certain aspects of his character, which reminded me of his description of the charming ne'er-do-well who had sired him. The levity he had displayed concerning his forged credentials, the immature folly of his romantic scheme of gaining his uncle's regard, and other things he had said, indicated that his good mother's influence had not overcome the shallowness he had inherited from the paternal side. I wished him well, but I was afraid his plausible story was only an attempt to win my goodwill before the truth came out, as it inevitably would when he claimed his title. I found Abdullah concealed, more or less, behind a palm tree. When I questioned him about the apparition in white, he denied having seen anything.
But I was watching you, or rather the dark place into which you went. Never did I take my eyes away. Sit Hakim. There is no need to tell Emerson of this.
Don't be such a coward, Abdullah. I will explain that you did your best to stop me.
Then will you strike me hard on the head, so I may have a bruise to show him?
I would have thought he was joking, but although Abdullah does have quite a sense of humor, this was not the sort of joke he would be likely to make. Don't be ridiculous.
أنا رجال ميت.
I could hardly wait to tell Emerson I had solved the murder of Lord Baskerville. Of course, there were a few small details to be worked out, but I felt sure that if I applied myself seriously to the matter, I would soon discover the answers. I meant to begin working on it that very night, but unfortunately, I fell asleep before I could arrive at any conclusions. My first thought on awakening was a renewal of concern over Emerson's safety. Reason assured me that the household would have been roused if there had been a disturbance, but affection, never susceptible to logic, hastened my preparations to proceed to the valley. Early as I was, Cyrus Vandergelt was already in the courtyard when I emerged from my room. For the first time, I saw him in his working costume, instead of one of the snowy linen suits he habitually wore. His tweed jacket was as beautifully tailored as his other clothes. It bore little resemblance to the shabby garments in which Emerson was wont to attire himself. On his head, the American wore a military-looking solar kepi with a band of red, white, and blue ribbon. He doffed this with a flourish when he saw me and offered his arm to escort me to the breakfast table. Lady Baskerville seldom joined us at this meal. I had heard the men speculating on her need for prolonged rest, but of course, I knew she spent the time on her toilette, for the artificial perfection of her appearance was obviously the result of hours of work. Imagine my surprise, therefore, when we found the lady already at her place. She had not taken the time that morning to make up her face, and consequently, she looked her age. Shadows circled her heavy-lidded eyes, and there were lines of strain around her mouth. Vandergelt was so struck by her appearance that he exclaimed with concern. She admitted that her night's sleep had been disturbed and would have elaborated had not Milverton, or rather Arthur Baskerville, rushed in full of apologies for having overslept. Of all the persons in the room, he, the guilty man, alone appeared to have had a refreshing, dreamless rest. The looks of smiling gratitude he kept shooting at me assured me he had quite cast off his melancholy. It was another demonstration of the immaturity that had already struck me. Having confessed to an older, wiser individual, he now feels completely relieved of responsibility.
Where is Miss Mary? We ought not linger. I'm sure Mrs. Emerson is anxious to see her husband.
Attending on her mother, I suppose. I cannot imagine what you were thinking of to allow that dreadful woman to come here. Since the damage is done, I must accept it. But I absolutely refuse to be left alone in the house with her.
Come with us. We'll fix you up a nice little place in the shade.
Thank you, my friend, but I am too tired. After what I saw last night.
Vandergelt rose to the bait, expressing concern and demanding details. I summarized the lady's reply, for it was replete with gasps and sighs and theatrical descriptions. Stripped of these meaningless appendages, it was simple enough. Unable to sleep, she had gone to the window and seen the now notorious white-clad apparition gliding through the trees. It had disappeared in the direction of the cliffs. I looked at Arthur and read his intentions in his ingenious countenance. The young idiot was on the verge of exclaiming that we had also seen the White Lady, which would have brought out the whole story of our midnight meeting. It was necessary to stop him before he could speak. I kicked out under the table. In my haste, I missed my object and administered a sharp blow on Mr. Vandergelt's calf. Ow! This served the purpose, however. His shout of pain and the ensuing apologies gave Arthur time to recollect himself. Vandergelt continued to beg Lady Baskerville to join us, and when she refused, offered to stay with her.
My dear Cyrus, you are burning to get to your nasty, dirty tomb. Not for the world would I deprive you of this opportunity.
A prolonged and foolish discussion ensued. It was finally decided that Arthur would stay with the ladies. So Vandergelt and I started out, and at the last minute, Mary joined us.
I'm so sorry. I tried to get away sooner, but Mother needed me.
Made even more anxious by the delay, I set a pace that even the long-legged American was hard-pressed to match.
Whoa there, Mrs. Amelia.
Or perhaps it was G, some American cattle term at any rate.
Poor little Miss Mary is going to be all tuckered out before she starts working. There's no cause for alarm, you know. We'd have heard by this time if some early bird had found the professor weltering in his gore.
Though the thought was meant to be comforting, I did not think it particularly well expressed. After a night spent apart, I expected that Emerson would greet me with some degree of enthusiasm. Instead, he stared at me blankly for a moment, as if he could not remember who I was.
You are late. You had better get to work at once. We are far ahead of you, and the men have already turned up a considerable number of small objects in the rubble.
Have they?
Vandergelt began stroking his goatee.
Doesn't look too salubrious, does it, Professor?
I said before that I suspected the tomb had been entered by robbers in antiquity. That does not necessarily mean...
I get you. How about letting me have a gander at what has been done? Then I promise I'll get to work. I'll even tote baskets if you want.
Oh, very well. But be quick.
No one but the most fanatical enthusiast would have found the effort of inspection worthwhile, for the interior of the passage, now cleared to a length of about 15 meters, had reached an unbelievable degree of discomfort. It sloped sharply down into abysmal and stifling darkness, lighted only by the wan glow of lanterns. The air was foul with the staleness of millennia, and so hot that the men had stripped off all their garments except those required by decency. Every movement, however slight, stirred up the fine white dust left by the limestone chips with which the corridor had been filled. This crystalline powder, clinging to the men's perspiring bodies, gave them a singularly uncanny appearance. The pallid, leprous forms moving through the foggy gloom resembled nothing so much as reanimated mummies, preparing to menace the invaders of their sleep. Partially concealed by the rough scaffolding, the procession of painted gods marched solemnly down into the darkness. Ibis-headed Thoth, patron of learning, Maat, goddess of truth, Isis and her falcon-headed son Horus. But what caught my attention, and made me forget the extreme discomfort of heat and stifling air, was the pile of rubble. In the beginning, this had entirely closed the passageway. Now it had shrunk to a height barely shoulder-high, leaving a gap between its top and the ceiling. After a quick glance at the paintings, Vandergelt caught up a lantern and went straight to the pile of rubble. Standing on tiptoe, I peered over his arm as he moved the light forward over the top of the pile. The debris sloped sharply downward from that point on. In the shadows beyond the lantern rays loomed a solid mass, the end of the passageway blocked, as the entrance had been, by a barrier of stone. Before either of us could comment, Emerson made a commanding gesture, and we followed him out into the vestibule at the foot of the stairs. Wiping dust from my streaming brow, I gazed reproachfully at my husband. So this is the true explanation for your decision to remain on guard last night. How could you, Emerson? Have we not always shared the thrill of discovery? I am cut to the quick by your duplicity. Emerson's fingers nervously stroked his chin.
Peabody, I owe you an apology. But honestly, I had no intention of stealing a march on you. What I said was true. From now on, the tomb is in imminent peril of being robbed.
And when have I shrunk from the prospect of peril? When have you sunk to the contemptible practice of attempting to shield me?
Well, quite often, actually. Not that I often succeed. But really, Peabody, your inclination to rush headlong where angels fear to tread.
Hold on.
He had removed his hat and was methodically wiping the sticky dust from his face. He seemed unaware of the fact that this substance, which, when mixed with perspiration, took on the consistency of liquid cement, was running down into his goatee and dripping off the end.
Don't get into one of your arguments. I don't have the patience to wait till you finish fighting. What the Hades is down there, Professor?
The end of the passageway. And a well, or shaft. I couldn't cross it. There were a few scraps of rotten wood, the remains of a bridge or covering.
Brought by thieves?
Possibly. They would have come prepared for such pitfalls, which were common in tombs of the period. However, if they did find a door at the far end, there is no sign of it now. Only a blank wall surface painted with the figure of Anubis.
Vandergelt stroked his goatee. This action produced a stream of mud that ran down the front of his once neat coat.
Either the door is hidden behind the plaster and paint, or the wall is a blind alley and the burial chamber lies elsewhere. Perhaps at the bottom of the shaft.
Correct. As you see, we have quite a few more hours' work ahead of us. We must test every foot of the floor and ceiling carefully. The closer we get to the burial chamber, the greater the chance of encountering a trap.
Then let us get to work.
Precisely what I have been suggesting.
His tone was decidedly sarcastic, but I decided to overlook it, for there was some excuse for his behavior. My brain teemed with golden visions. For the moment, archaeological fever supplanted detective fever. I was actually at work, sifting the first portion of rubble, before I remembered I had not told Emerson of Arthur's confession. I assured myself that there was no need for haste. Emerson would undoubtedly insist on finishing the day's work before returning to the house, and Arthur had agreed to take no action until we had had a chance to confer. I decided to wait until the noon break before confiding in Emerson. Jealous persons might claim, in the light of later events, that this was an error in judgment on my part. I cannot see it this way. Only another Cassandra, gifted or cursed with the ability to foresee the future, could have predicted what transpired. And if I had had a premonition, I could not possibly have convinced Emerson to act on it. Proof positive of this assertion is given by his reaction when I did tell him about my conversation with Arthur. We had gone to eat our frugal meal and rest for a while under the canvas canopy that had been erected to shelter me from the sun's rays while I worked. Mary was below, attempting to trace the most recently uncovered paintings. The only time she could work was while the men were resting, for the clouds of dust their feet stirred up made vision, much less breathing, virtually impossible. Needless to say, Carl was in attendance upon her. Vandergelt had wolfed down his food and returned at once to the tomb, which exerted a powerful fascination over him. Emerson would have followed had I not restrained him.
Peabody, it's too hot to eat.
Emerson was trying to free his sleeve from my grasp. I must tell you of my conversation with Arthur last night. This statement had the effect of catching his attention.
Curse it, Amelia. I ordered you not to leave our room. I ought to have known Abdullah wasn't man enough to stop you. Just wait till I get my hands on him.
It was not his fault.
I am well aware of that.
Then stop fussing and listen to me. I assure you, you will find the story interesting. Arthur confessed...
Arthur? How friendly you've become with a murderer. Wait a moment, I thought his name was Charles.
I call him Arthur because if I were to use his last name and title, it would be confusing. His name is not Milverton. Emerson flung himself down on the ground with a look of bored patience. But when I reached the climax of my story, he abandoned his efforts to appear disinterested.
Good God! If he is telling the truth...
I am sure he is. There would be no reason for him to lie.
No, not when the facts can be checked. Doesn't he realize what an extremely awkward position this places him in?
He certainly does, but I have persuaded him to make a clean breast of it. The question is, to whom should he tell his story? Emerson drew his feet up and rested his forearms on his knees while he considered the question.
He must show proof of his identity if he wants to establish his claim to the title and estate. We had better communicate directly with Cairo. They will certainly be surprised.
To find him here, yes, though I feel sure his existence, as the next heir, is known to whatever government persons concern themselves with such matters. I wonder I did not think of that myself. For, of course, Lord Baskerville's heir would be the most logical suspect. Emerson's heavy brows drew together.
He would be, if Lord Baskerville's death was murder. I thought you had concluded that Armadale was the criminal.
That was before I knew Arthur's, real identity. Naturally, he denies having killed his uncle.
Oh, he does?
You would hardly expect him to admit it.
I would not. You did, if you recall. Ah, well. I will talk with the young fool tonight or tomorrow, and we will see what steps ought to be taken. Now, we have wasted enough time. Back to work.
I feel we ought to act on this matter without delay.
I don't. The tomb is the matter that will not brook delay.
Her copy of the paintings completed, Mary returned to the house, and the rest of us resumed work. As the afternoon wore on, I found increasing numbers of objects in the rubble, potsherds and bits of blue faience and many beads moulded of the same glass-like substance. The beads were a nuisance, for they were very small, and I had to sift every cubic centimetre to make sure I had not missed any. The sun declined westward, and its rays crept under my canvas canopy. I was still looking for beads when a shadow fell across my basket. Looking up, I saw Mr. O'Connell. He doffed his hat with a flourish and squatted down beside me.
Sure, and it's a pity to see a lovely lady spoiling her hands and her complexion with such work.
Don't waste your Hibernian charm on me. I am beginning to think of you as a bird of ill omen, Mr. O'Connell. Whenever you appear, some disaster follows.
Don't be hard on a poor fella. I'm not my usual cheery self today, Mrs. Emerson. And that's the truth.
I remembered my scheme to enlist this presumptuous young person in our cause, and moderated my sharp voice. You have not managed to regain your place in Miss Mary's affections, then?
You're a canny lady, Mrs. E. Indeed, she's still vexed with me. God bless her for a darling little tyrant.
She has other admirers, you know. They leave her little time to miss an impertinent red-haired journalist.
That's what I'm afraid of. I've just come from the house. Mary refused to even see me. She sent a message telling me to take myself off, or she would have the servants throw me out. I'm beaten, Mrs. E. That's the truth. I want a truce. I'll accept any reasonable terms if you will help me make me peace with Mary.
I bowed my head, pretending to concentrate on my work in order to hide my smile of satisfaction. Having been about to propose a compromise, I was now in the happy position of being able to dictate terms. What are you suggesting? O'Connell appeared to hesitate, but when he spoke, the words poured forth so glibly that it was obvious he had already formulated his plan.
It's the most charming of fellows I am. But if I never see the girl, my charm is not of much use. If I were to be invited to stay at the house now...
Oh, dear me, I don't see how I could possibly arrange that.
There would be no difficulty with Lady Baskerville. She thinks the world of me.
Oh, I've no doubt you can get round Lady Baskerville. Unfortunately, Emerson is not so susceptible.
I can win him over.
How?
If, for instance, I promise to submit all my stories to him for approval before sending them to me editor.
Would you really agree to that?
I hate like the very devil. Excuse me, ma'am? Me feelings got the better of me. I hate the idea. But I would do it to gain me ends.
Ah, love, how true it is that the tender emotion can reform a wicked man.
See rather that it can soften the brain of a clever man.
He caught my eye, and after a moment the corners of his mouth curved in a rueful smile, devoid of the mockery that so often marred his expression.
You've got a bit of charm yourself, Mrs. E. I think you have a great deal of sentiment in your nature, though you try to hide it.
Absurd. Take yourself off now, before Emerson discovers you. I will discuss your proposal with him this evening.
Why not now? I'm on fire to begin me wooing.
Don't press your luck, Mr. O'Connell. If you come by the Dead tomorrow at about this time, I may have good news for you.
I knew it. I knew a lady with a face and figure like yours could not be cruel to a lover.
Seizing me around the waist, he planted a kiss on my cheek. I immediately seized my parasol and aimed a blow at him, but he skipped back out of reach. Grinning broadly and blowing me a kiss, the impertinent young man sauntered off. He did not go far away, however. Whenever I looked up from my work, I saw him among the staring tourists. When his eyes met mine, he would either sigh and press his hand to his heart, or wink and smile and tip his hat. Though I did not show it, I could not help being amused. After an hour or so, he evidently felt that his point had been made. He vanished from the scene, and I saw him no more. The molten orb of the sun was low in the west, and the blue-grey shadows of evening were cool on the ground, when a cessation in the monotonous flow of loaded baskets made me sense that something had occurred. I looked up to see the crew file out of the tomb. Surely, I thought, Emerson cannot have dismissed them for the day. There is still an hour of daylight left. I went at once to see what had happened. The heap of rubble had been considerably reduced. No longer did it consist solely of moderate-sized stones and pebbles. One end of a massive stone block was now visible. Emerson and Vandergelt stood by it, looking down at something on the floor.
Come here, Peabody. What do you think of this?
His pointing finger indicated a brown, brittle object covered with limestone dust, which Vandergelt began to remove with a small brush. Experienced in such matters, I realized immediately that the strange object was a mummified human arm, or rather the tattered remains of one, for a great deal of the skin was missing. The bared bones were brown and brittle with age. The patches of skin had been tanned to a hard leathery shell. By some strange quirk of chance, the delicate finger bones had been undisturbed. They seemed to reach out as if in a desperate appeal for air, for safety, for life. I was peculiarly moved by the gesture, though realized it was only a fortuitous arrangement of skeletal material. However, sang-froid is necessary to an archaeologist, so I did not voice my sentiments aloud. Where is the rest of him?
Under the slab. We seem to have here a case of poetic justice, Mrs. Amelia. A thief who was caught in the act in the most literal sense.
I looked up at the ceiling. The rectangular gap in the surface formed a pocket of deeper darkness. Could it have been an accident?
Hardly. As we have learned to our sorrow, the rock here is dangerously brittle. However, the symmetrical shape of this block shows that it was deliberately freed from the matrix and balanced so that it would fall if a thief inadvertently disturbed the triggering mechanism. Fascinating. We have seen other such devices, Peabody, but never one so effective.
Looks as if the slab is a couple of feet thick. I opine there won't be much left of the poor rascal.
Quite enough, however, to rattle our workmen.
But why? They have excavated hundreds of mummies and skeletons.
Well, not under these particular circumstances. Could there possibly be a more convincing demonstration of the effectiveness of the Pharaohs' curse?
The final sibilant faded into silence.
Hey, cut it out, Professor. You'll have me gibbering about demons in a minute. What do you say we quit for the night? It's getting late, and this appears to be a sizable job.
Quit? Stop, you mean? No. I must see what's under this slab. Peabody, fetch Khan and Abdallah.
I found Carl sitting with his back against the fence, making a fair copy of an inscription. Urgent as Emerson's summons had been, I could not help pausing for a moment to admire the rapidity with which his hand traced the complex shapes of the hieroglyphic signs, tiny birds and animals and figures of men and women, and the more abstruse symbols derived from flowers, architectural shapes, and so on. With the aid of Carl and the Reyes, we managed to lift the slab. Though it was a delicate and dangerous procedure. By means of levers and wedges, it was gradually raised and at last tipped back onto its side, exposing the remains of the long-dead thief. It was hard to think of those brittle scraps as having once been human. Even the skull had been crushed to fragments.
Curse it, this is when we need our photographer. Peabody, go back to the house and...
Be reasonable, Professor. This can wait till morning. You don't want the missus wandering around the plateau at night.
Is it night?
Permit that I make a sketch, Herr Professor. I do not draw with the grace and facility of Miss Mary, but...
Oh, yes, that's a good idea.
Emerson squatted. Taking out a little brush, he began to clean the muffling dust from the bones. Vandergeld wiped his perspiring brow.
I don't know what you expect to find. This poor fellow was a peasant. There won't be any precious objects on his body.
But even as he spoke, a brilliant spark sprang to life in the dust Emerson's brush had shifted.
Wax! Hurry, Peabody, I need wax!
I moved at once to obey, not the imperious dictates of a tyrannical husband, but the imperative need of a fellow professional. Paraffin wax was among the supplies we commonly kept on hand. It was used to hold broken objects together until a more permanent adhesive could be applied. I melted a considerable quantity over my small spirit lamp and hastened back to the tomb to find that Emerson had finished clearing the object whose first glitter had told us of the presence of gold. He snatched the pan from me, careless of the heat, and poured the liquid in a slow stream onto the ground. I saw only flashes of color, blue and reddish-orange and cobalt, before the hardening wax hid the object. Emerson transferred the mass to a box and, with his prize in his hand, was persuaded to stop work for the night. Abdallah and Carl were to remain on guard. As we neared the house, Emerson broke a long silence.
Not a word of this, Vandergeld, even to Lady Baskerville.
But...
I will inform her in due course and with proper precautions. Curse it, Vandergeld, most of the servants have relatives in the villages. If they hear that we have found gold...
I get you, Professor. Hey, where are you going?
For Emerson, instead of following the path to the front gate, had started toward the back of the house.
To our room, of course. Tell Lady Baskerville we will be with her as soon as we have bathed and changed.
We left the American scratching his disheveled head. As we climbed in through our window, I reflected complacently on the convenience of this entrance, and less complacently on its vulnerability to unauthorized persons. Emerson lighted the lamps.
Bolt the door, Peabody.
I did so, and drew the curtains across the window. Meanwhile, Emerson cleared the table and placed a clean white handkerchief on its surface. Opening the box, he carefully slid the contents out onto the kerchief. His wisdom in using wax to fasten the broken pieces together was immediately manifest. Crushed and dispersed as they were, they yet retained traces of the original pattern. Had he plucked them out of the dust one by one, any hope of restoring the object would have been lost. It was a pectoral or pendant in the shape of a winged scarab. The central element was cut from lapis, and this hard stone had survived almost intact. The delicate wings, formed of thin gold set with small pieces of turquoise and carnelian, were so badly battered that their shape could only be surmised by an expert, which, of course, I am. Enclosing the scarab was a framework of gold which had held, among other elements, a pair of cartouches containing the names of a pharaoh. The tiny hieroglyphic signs were not incised in the gold, but inlaid, each small shape being cut out of a chip of precious stone. These were now scattered at random, but my trained eye immediately fell on an Ankh sign, shaped from lapis, and a tiny turquoise chick, which represented the sound U or W. Good gad! I am surprised it was not crushed to powder.
It was under the thief's body. His flesh cushioned and protected the jewel. When the flesh decayed, the stone settled, and the gold was flattened, but not smashed to bits as it would have been had the slab fallen directly onto it.
It was not difficult for my trained imagination to reconstruct the ancient drama and its setting. The burial chamber, lighted only by the smoky flame of a cheap clay lamp, the lid of the great stone sarcophagus flung aside, and the carved face of the dead man staring enigmatically at the furtive figures that darted hither and thither, scooping up handfuls of jewelry, stuffing golden statues and bowls into the sacks they had brought for that purpose. Hardened men, these thieves of ancient Gurney, but they could not have been entirely immune to terror, for one of them had flung the dead king's amulet over his head so that the scarab rested on his wildly beating heart. Fleeing with his loot, he had been caught by the trap, whose thunderous fall must surely have roused the cemetery guards. The priests, coming to restore the damage, had left the fallen monolith as a warning to future thieves. And indeed, as Emerson had said, no better proof of the disfavor of the gods could have been found. I returned to the present, and to Emerson, who was carefully restoring the object to the box. If we could only read the cartouche, the ornament must belong to the owner of our tomb.
Ah, you missed that, did you?
Do you mean...
Of course I do. You are letting your feminine weakness for gold cloud your wits, Peabody. Use your brain, unless you would like me to enlighten you.
That will not be necessary. From the fact that the name and the figure of the tomb owner have been hacked out, we may suppose that he was one of the heretic pharaohs, possibly even Akhenaten himself, if the tomb was begun in the early days of his reign before he left Thebes and forbade the worship of the old gods. However, the fragments of the remaining hieroglyphs do not fit his name. There is only one name that does fit. I hesitated, hastily searching my memory. The name of Tutankhamun. We know that the royal personages of...
Enough! I know more about the subject than you do, so don't lecture me. Please hurry and change. I have a great deal to do, and I want to get at it.
Ordinarily, Emerson is as free of professional jealousy as any man can be. But occasionally he reacts badly when my wits prove to be sharper than his. So I let him sulk, and as I dressed, I tried to remember what I knew of the pharaoh Tutankhamun. Not much was known of him. He had married one of Akhenaten's daughters, but had not followed the heretical religious view of his father-in-law after he returned to Thebes. Though it would be an unparalleled thrill to discover any royal tomb, I could not help but wish we had found someone other than this ephemeral and short-reigned king. One of the great Amenhoteps or Tutmoses would have been much more exciting. We found the others awaiting us in the drawing room. I really believe Emerson had forgotten about Madame Berengaria in the delight of his discovery. A stricken expression crossed his face when he beheld the lady's ample form, decked in its usual bizarre costume. But the others paid us little heed. Even Madame was listening open-mouthed to Vandergelt's dramatic description of the thief's remains. He did not mention the gold.
Poor fellow. To think of him lying there all these thousands of years, mourned by wife and mother and children, forgotten by the world.
He was a thief and criminal who deserved his fate.
His accursed soul writhes in the fiery pits of Amenti, eternal punishment, doom and destruction. Since you insist, Mr. Vandergelt, I believe I will take another drop of sherry.
Vandergelt rose obediently. Mary's lips tightened, but she said nothing. No doubt she had long since learned that any attempt to control her mother only resulted in a strident argument. So far as I was concerned, the sooner the lady drank herself into a stupor, the better. Lady Baskerville's black eyes flashed contemptuously as she gazed at the other woman. Rising, as if she were too restless to sit still, she strolled to the window. It was her favorite position. The whitewashed walls set off the grace of her black-clad figure.
So you believe we are nearing our goal, Professor?
Possibly. I want to get back to the valley at first light tomorrow. From now on, our photographer's aid will be essential. Milverton, I want... But where the devil is he?
How well I remember the premonitory chill that froze the blood in my veins at that moment. Emerson may scoff, but I knew instantly that something dreadful had happened. I ought to have observed at once that the young man was not with the others. My only excuse is that my archaeological fever was still in the ascendancy.
He is in his room, I suppose. I thought this afternoon that he looked feverish and suggested that he rest.
Across the width of the room, Emerson's eyes sought mine. In his grave countenance, I read a concern that matched my own. Some wave of mental vibration must have touched Lady Baskerville. She paled visibly.
Radcliffe? Why do you look so strange? What is wrong?
Nothing. I will just look in on the young man and remind him that we are waiting. The rest of you stay here.
I knew the order did not apply to me. However, Emerson's longer legs gave him an advantage. He was the first to reach the door of Milverton's room. Without pausing to knock, he flung it wide. The room was in darkness, but I knew at once, by means of that sixth sense that warns us of another human presence, or its absence, that no one was there. He has fled. I knew he was weak. I ought to have anticipated this.
Wait a moment, Amelia, before you jump to conclusions.
Emerson struck a match and lit the lamp just inside the doorway.
He may have gone for a walk, or...
But as the lamp flared up, the sight of the room put an end to this and every other innocent explanation. Though not equipped with the degree of luxury that marked the quarters of Lord Baskerville and his lady, the staff rooms were comfortable enough. Lord Baskerville held, quite correctly in my opinion, that people could work more effectively when they were not distracted by physical discomfort. This chamber contained an iron bedstead, a table and chair, a wardrobe and chest of drawers, and the usual portable offices, chastely concealed behind a screen. It was in a state of shocking disarray. The wardrobe doors stood open, the drawers of the dresser spilled garments out in utter confusion. In contrast, the bed was made with almost military precision, the corners of the spread tucked in and the folds falling neatly to the floor. Oh, I knew it. I had a feeling of...
Don't say it, Peabody.
Of impending doom.
I asked you not to say that.
But perhaps he has not fled. Perhaps the disorder is the result of a frantic search.
For what, in God's name? No, I'm afraid your original idea is correct. Curse the young rascal. He has a ridiculously large wardrobe, doesn't he? We shall never be able to determine whether anything is missing. I wonder...
He had been rummaging through the strewn garments. Now he kicked the screen away and examined the wash basin.
His shaving tackle is still here. Of course, he may have had an extra set or planned to purchase replacements. I confess it begins to look bad for the new Lord Baskerville.
Lady Baskerville stood in the doorway, leaning on the arm of Mr. Vandergelt, her eyes wide with alarm.
Where is Mr. Milverton? And what did you mean, Radcliffe, by your reference to...
As you see, Milverton is not here. But he is not... that is to say... His real name is Arthur Baskerville. He is your late husband's nephew. He promised to go to the authorities today, but it looks as if he... yeah, look out, Vandergelt.
He jumped to assist the American, for on hearing the news, Lady Baskerville had promptly fainted in the most graceful manner imaginable. I watched in aloof silence as the two men tugged at the lady's limp form. Finally, Vandergelt won out and lifted her into his arms.
By Jiminy, Professor, tact is not your strong point. Was that the truth, though? About Milverton? Baskerville? Whoever he is?
Certainly.
Well, this sure has been a day of surprises all around. I'll just take the poor lady to her room. Then maybe we'd better have a little council of war to decide what to do next.
Vandergelt vanished with his burden.
I know what we ought to do next, and I mean to do it.
Scowling in magisterial fashion, he strode out the door. I lingered, scanning the room in hopes of seeing a hitherto unnoticed clue. Though Arthur's cowardly flight had confirmed my suspicions of his guilt, I felt no triumph, only chagrin and distress. Yet, why should he flee? That very morning he had seemed cheerful, relieved of his anxiety. What had happened in the intervening hours to make him a fugitive? I do not claim, nor have I ever claimed, any powers of spiritual awareness. Yet I will assert to this day that a cold wind seemed to touch my shrinking flesh. Something was amiss. I sensed it, even though none of the conventional senses confirmed my feeling of disaster. Again my eyes scanned the room. The wardrobe doors were open, the screen had been flung aside, but there was one place we had not searched. I wondered that I had not thought of it, since it was usually the first place I looked. Dropping to my knees beside the bed, I lifted the edge of the coverlet. Emerson claims that I shrieked out his name. I have no recollection of doing so, but I must admit he was instantly at my side.
Peabody, my dear girl, what is it? Are you injured?
He assumed, as he afterward told me, that I had collapsed or been struck to the floor. No, not I. It is he. He is here, under the bed. I raised the coverlet, which in my shock I had let fall.
Good God!
He grasped the limp hand that had been my first intimation of young Arthur's presence. Don't! He is still alive, but in dire straits. We dare not move him until we can ascertain the nature of his injury. Can we lift the bed, do you think? In a crisis, Emerson and I act as one. He went to the head of the bed, I to the foot. Carefully, we lifted the bed and set it to one side. Arthur Baskerville lay on his back. His lower limbs were stiffly extended, his arms pressed close to his sides. The position was unnatural and horribly reminiscent of the pose in which the Egyptians were wont to arrange their mummified dead. I wondered if my appraisal had been too optimistic, for if he was breathing, there was no sign of it, nor was there any sign of a wound. Emerson slipped his hand under the young man's head.
No mystery about this. He has been struck a vicious blow on the head. I fear his skull is fractured. Thank God you stopped me when I was about to drag him out from under the bed.
I will send for a doctor.
Sit down for a moment, my love. You are white as paper.
Don't worry about me. Send at once, Emerson. Time may be of the essence.
You will stay with him?
I will not leave his side. Emerson nodded. Briefly, his strong brown hand rested on my shoulder, the touch of a comrade and a friend. He had no need to say more. Again, our minds were as one. The person who had struck Arthur Baskerville down had intended to commit murder. He, or she, had failed on this occasion. We must make sure he had no chance to try again. It was past midnight before Emerson and I were able to retire to our room, and my first act was to collapse across the bed. Ugh, what a night!
An eventful night indeed. I believe it is the first time I ever heard you admit you had encountered a case that was beyond your skill.
But as he spoke, he sat down beside me and began loosening my tight gown with hands as gentle as his voice had been sarcastic. Stretching luxuriously, I allowed my husband to remove my shoes and stockings. When he brought a damp cloth and began to wipe my face, I sat up and took it from his hand. Poor man, you deserve consideration too. After a sleepless night on a rocky bed, you worked all day in that inferno. Lie down and let me take care of you. I am better, indeed I am. There was no reason for you to treat me like a child.
But you enjoyed it.
I did, but now it is your turn. Get into bed and try to snatch a few hours' sleep. I know that in spite of everything, you will be up at daybreak. Emerson kissed the hand with which I was wiping his brow. As I have occasion to remark, he is amazingly sentimental in private, but slipped away from me and began pacing up and down the room.
I am too keyed up to sleep, Peabody. Don't fuss over me. You know I can go for days without rest if need be.
In his rumpled white shirt, open down the front to display his muscular chest, he was again the man I had first adored in the desert wilds, and I watched him for a time in tender silence. I sometimes compare Emerson's physique to that of a bull, for his massive head and disproportionately wide shoulders do resemble that animal in form, as his fits of temper resemble it in disposition. But he has a surprisingly light and agile walk, and when in motion, as on this occasion, one is rather reminded of a great cat, a stalking panther or tiger. I was in no mood for sleep either. I arranged a pillow behind me as I sat. You have done all you could for Arthur. The doctor has agreed to spend the night, and I fancy Mary will not leave him either. Her concern was very touching. It would be quite a romantic situation if it were not so sad. I am more sanguine than Dr. Dubois, though. The young fellow has a strong constitution. I believe he has a chance of recovery.
But he will not be able to speak for days, if ever. This is getting out of hand, Peabody. How can I concentrate on my tomb with all this nonsense going on? I see I must settle the matter or I will have no peace.
Ah, so you agree with the suggestion I made some time ago that we must find Armadale and force him to confess?
We must certainly do something. And I admit that with Milverton Baskerville out of the picture, Mr. Armadale is the leading suspect. Curse the fellow. I was prepared to let him escape justice if he would leave me alone. But if he persists in interfering with my work, he will force me to take action.
What do you propose? Of course, I knew quite well what ought to be done, but I had decided it would be more tactful to let Emerson work it out for himself, assisted by occasional questions and comments from me.
We will have to look for the rascal, I suppose. It will be necessary to enlist some of the Gurner men for that job. Our people are not familiar with the terrain. I know some of these sly devils quite well. In fact, there are a few old debts owed to me which I now intend to call in. I had been saving them for an emergency. Now I believe the emergency has come.
Splendid. Emerson is always surprising me. I had no idea he was so unscrupulous, or that his acquaintance with the criminal element of Luxor was so extensive. For his references to old debts, I felt sure, must refer to the trade in forgeries and stolen antiquities, which is always going on in this region. What he was proposing, in short, was a form of blackmail. I approved heartily. Emerson continued to pace.
It will take me all morning to arrange it. These people are so cursed leisurely. You will have to take charge of the dig, Amelia.
Of course.
Don't sound so blasé. You will have to proceed with extreme caution for fear of rock falls and traps. And if you do find the burial chamber and enter it without me, I will divorce you.
Naturally. Emerson caught my eye. His frown turned to a sheepish smile.
We don't make such a bad team, do we, Peabody? By the way, that costume you are wearing is singularly becoming. I am surprised that ladies haven't adopted it for daytime wear.
A pair of drawers and a camisole, lace-trimmed though they are, would hardly constitute fitting daytime wear. Now don't try to change the subject, Emerson. We still have a great deal to talk about.
True.
Emerson sat down on the foot of the bed. Taking my bare feet in his hands, he pressed his lips to them in turn. My attempts to free myself were in vain, and to be honest, I did not try very hard. The following morning, Arthur's condition was unchanged. He lay in a deep coma, barely breathing. But the mere fact that he had lived through the night was a hopeful sign. I finally forced the physician to admit this. He was a fussy little Frenchman with a ridiculous waxed moustache and a large stomach, but he had quite a reputation among the European colony of Luxor, and after I had questioned him, I was forced to admit that he seemed to know the rudiments of his trade. We agreed, he and I, that a surgical operation was not called for at that time. The bone of the skull, though cracked, did not appear to be pressing on the brain. I was, of course, relieved at this, but it would have been most interesting to assist at such an operation, which was successfully performed by several ancient cultures, including the Egyptian. In short, there was nothing we could do for Arthur but wait until nature performed her task. And since there was no good hospital closer than Cairo, it would have been folly to move him. Lady Baskerville offered to do the nursing. She would have been the logical person to assume the responsibility, but Mary was equally determined to tend the young man, and the argument became rather heated. Lady Baskerville's eyes began to flash, and her voice took on the rasping quality indicative of rising temper. When summoned to settle the dispute, Emerson aggravated both ladies by announcing that he had already asked for professional assistance. The professional, a nun from the nursing order in Luxor, duly arrived, and although I have no sympathy with the idolatrous practices of popery, the sight of the calm, smiling figure in its severe black robes had an amazingly comforting effect. Emerson and I then set out for the valley, for he could not bear to carry out his business with the Gurnawis without at least looking in on his beloved tomb. I had a hard time keeping up with him. He went loping along the path as if a few seconds' delay could be disastrous. I finally persuaded him to slow down because there were several questions I wanted to ask him.
We are so cussedly short-handed. Mary won't be worth much today. She will be mooning over that worthless young man.
This seemed an auspicious time to introduce the proposal I had formed concerning Mr. O'Connell.
If that young comes within 6 feet of me, I will kick him in the rear.
You will have to abandon that attitude. We need him.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. In the first place, giving him the exclusive rights to report on our activities means that we can exercise control over what he writes. Moreover, we are increasingly short of able-bodied men. I include myself in that category, of course.
Of course.
Even so, we are short-handed. Someone ought to be at the house with the women. The rest of us are needed at the dig. O'Connell knows nothing about excavation, but he is a sharp young fellow, and it would relieve my mind to know that a capable person was watching over the household. Mary is not incapable, I don't mean to imply that. But between her work at the tomb and her duties to her mother, she will have more than enough to do.
True.
I'm glad you agree. After all, Armadale may strike again. You may think me fanciful, Emerson.
I do, Amelia, I do.
But I am worried about Mary. Armadale once proposed to her. He may yet cherish an illicit passion. Suppose he decides to carry her off.
Across the desert on his fleet white camel.
Your levity is disgusting.
Amelia, you must overcome your ridiculous weakness for young lovers. If Armadale is skulking in the mountains, he has a great deal more on his mind than making love to some chit of a girl. But I agree with your earlier remark. Why do you suppose I called in a professional nurse? The blow aimed at Milverton Baskerville, curse these people who travel under assumed names, was meant to silence him forever. The attacker may try again.
So that occurred to you, did it?
Naturally. I am not senile yet.
It is not kind of you to expose the poor nun to the attentions of a murderer.
I don't believe there is any danger until Milverton shows signs of returning consciousness, if he ever does. All the same, your proposal about O'Connell has some merit, and I am willing to consider it. However, I refuse to speak to that fiend of a journalist myself. You will have to make the arrangements.
I will gladly do so, but I think you are a little hard on him.
Bah! The Egyptians knew what they were about when they made Set, the ancient equivalent of Old Nick, a red-headed man.
Our workmen had already arrived at the tomb. All of them, as well as Abdullah and Carl, were gathered around Faisal, the second in command, who was telling them about the attack on Arthur. Faisal was the best raconteur in the group, and he was going at it in great style, with furious gestures and grimaces. Our two guards, who of course had known nothing of the event until now, had forgotten their dignity and were listening as avidly as the men. Arabs greatly enjoy a well-told story and will listen over and over to a tale they know by heart, especially if it is narrated by a skilled storyteller. I suspected that Faisal had added a few embellishments of his own. Emerson erupted onto the scene, and the group hastily dispersed, except for Abdullah and Carl. The former turned to Emerson, stroking his beard in obvious agitation, with a contemptuous gesture at Faisal, who was pretending not to listen.
Is this true, Emerson? That liar will say anything to get attention.
Emerson responded with an accurate description of what had happened. The widening of Abdullah's eyes and his increasingly rapid manipulation of his beard indicated that the bare facts were distressing enough.
But this is terrible. I must to the house go. Miss Mary is alone.
I tried to reassure him. The mention of Mr. O'Connell as the prospective protector of the ladies did not soothe the young German at all, and he would have continued to expostulate if Emerson had not cut the discussion short.
Mrs. Emerson will be in charge today. I will return as soon as I can. In the meantime, you will, of course, obey her as you would me.
And, with a forlorn glance into the depths of the tomb, the sort of a look a lover might have cast on his beloved as he took leave of her before a battle, he strode away, followed, I was distressed to observe, by a little tail of curiosity seekers and journalists, all shouting questions. My beleaguered husband finally snatched the bridle of a donkey from a surprised Egyptian, leaped onto the beast, and urged it into a trot. The cavalcade disappeared in a cloud of dust, with the infuriated owner of the beast leading the pursuit. I looked in vain for the fiery red head of Mr. O'Connell. I was surprised at his absence, for I felt sure that with his sources of information, he had already heard of the latest catastrophe and would be eager to rush to Mary's side. The mystery was explained shortly thereafter, when a ragged child handed me a note. I gave the messenger some bakshish and opened the note.
I hope you have been able to convince the professor. If you haven't, you will have to evict me personally and by force. I have gone to the house to be with Mary.
Much as I deplored the young man's impetuosity, I could not but respect the depth of his devotion to the girl he loved. And it was certainly a relief to know that the able-bodied man we needed was on duty. With my mind at ease on this point, if on few others, I could turn my attention to the tomb. The first order of business was to photograph the area we had uncovered the previous evening. I had caused Arthur's camera to be fetched to the tomb, since I felt perfectly confident that with a little study I could operate it. With the help of Carl, I set up the apparatus. Mr. Vandergeld, who arrived at about that time, was also useful. We took several exposures. Then the men were set to removing the remains, which included a number of beads and bits of stone that had been overlooked. It was then necessary to remove the massive stone from the passageway. Its appearance outside caused a great buzzing and shoving among the sightseers. 2 of them actually fell over the edge of the excavation into the stairwell and had to be removed, bruised and threatening legal action. Now the way was clear for the removal of the remaining fill, but when I was about to direct the men to carry out this task, Abdullah pointed out that it was time for the noon rest. I was not averse to stopping, for I was becoming increasingly anxious about Emerson. Do not suppose, listener, that because I have not expressed my fears, they did not exist. To say that my husband was unpopular with the Thieves' Guild of Gurney is to express a laughable understatement. Certain other archaeologists tacitly cooperate with these gentry in order to have a first chance at the illicit antiquities they dig up. But to Emerson, an object ripped from its location lost much of its historical value, and it was often damaged by ignorant handling. Emerson insisted that if people would not buy illicit antiquities, the thieves would have no reason to dig. He was therefore anathema to the entrepreneurs of the trade on economic grounds and personally. I think I have made it clear that tact is not his strong point. I was fully cognizant of the risk he ran in approaching the Gurnawis. They might decide not to pay blackmail, but to remove the blackmailer. It was therefore with profound relief that I beheld the familiar form striding vigorously toward me, brushing away tourists as one might swat at gnats. The journalists followed at a respectful distance. I observed that the man from the Times was limping, and hoped devoutly that Emerson had not been responsible for his injury. "Where's the donkey?" I had to answer his question first, or he never would have answered mine, so I gave him a summary of the morning's activities while he seated himself beside me and accepted a cup of tea. When his speech was temporarily impeded by the medium of a sandwich, I repeated my question. Emerson stared blankly around him.
"What donkey?" "Oh, that donkey. I suppose the owner retrieved it."
"What happened at Gurney? Did you succeed in your mission?"
"We ought to be able to remove the rest of the fill today." Cast it, I knew I had forgotten something. All that hullabaloo last night distracted me. Planks! We need more.
Emerson!
There is no need to shout, Amelia. I am sitting next to you. In case you failed to observe that.
What happened?
What happened where?
I reached for my parasol.
Oh, you mean at Gurney? Aye. Just what I had planned, of course. Ali Hassan Abdurrasul. He is a cousin of Muhammad. Was quite cooperative. He and his friends have already begun searching for Armadale.
As simple as that? Come now, Emerson, don't assume that air of lofty competence. You know how it enrages me. I have been sick with worry.
Well, then you weren't thinking clearly.
Emerson held out his cup to be refilled.
Ali Hassan and the rest have every incentive to do what I asked. Quite aside from the, private matters we discussed to our mutual satisfaction. I offered a sizable reward for Armadale. Also, this search gives them a legitimate reason to do what they habitually do on the sly. Prowl around the mountains looking for hidden tombs.
Naturally, I had thought of that.
Naturally.
Emerson smiled at me. He finished his tea and dropped the cup. He is almost as hard on crockery as he is on shirts.
Back to work. Where is everyone?
Carl is sleeping. His brows drew together in a scowl. Now, Emerson, you can hardly expect the young man to watch all night and work all day. Vandergelt returned to the house for luncheon. He wanted to make sure everyone was all right and get the latest news about Arthur.
He wanted to lunch in comfort and bask in Lady Baskerville's smiles. The man is a dilettante. I suspect him of desiring to steal my tomb.
You suspect everyone of that. I picked up the pieces of the broken cup and packed away the remainder of the food. Emerson bounded away.
Come along, Amelia. You've wasted enough time. Abdullah! Wake up!
I was about to resume my labors when I saw Vandergelt approaching. He had taken advantage of the opportunity to change his clothes and was wearing another immaculately tailored set of tweeds, of which he seemed to have an endless number. Leaning on my parasol, I watched him stride toward me and wondered what his real age might be. In spite of his graying hair and lined leathery face, he walked like a young man, and the strength of his hands and arms was remarkable. Seeing me, he raised his hat with his usual courtesy.
I'm glad to report that all is well.
You mean that Lady Baskerville has not yet murdered Madame Berengaria? The American looked at me quizzically and then smiled.
That British sense of humor. To tell you the truth, Mrs. Amelia, when I got there, the two ladies were squaring off like prize fighters. I had to play peacemaker, and I flatter myself I did it neatly. I suggested that Madame intercede with the gods of Egypt and beg them to spare young Arthur's life. She jumped on that like a duck on a June bug. When I left, she was squatting in the middle of the parlor, crooning to herself and making mystical gestures. It was sure a horrible sight.
There is no change in Arthur's condition?
No, but he is holding his own. Say, Mrs. Amelia, I have to ask you, did you really tell that young rapscallion O'Connell he could move in? He was buttering up to Lady Baskerville for all he was worth, and when I asked him why he was there, he told me you had given him permission.
That will not please Lady Baskerville. I assure you, Mr. Vandergelt, I had no intention of impinging on her prerogatives. Emerson and I felt that under the circumstances...
I get you. And I've got to admit I felt easier leaving the ladies there with him. He's a scoundrel, but I think he would be a good man in a fight.
Let us hope it does not come to that.
Sure. All right, ma'am. Let's get to work before the professor comes out and accuses me of making eyes at you. I have to confess that I'm torn between my duty to Lady Baskerville and my interest in the tomb. I'd sure hate to miss the opening of the burial chamber.
In this latter hope, he was doomed to disappointment, for that day at least. By late afternoon, the men had carried out the last of the limestone fill, and the corridor lay clear before us. They then withdrew to enable the dust to settle. The four of us gathered at the edge of the well. Emerson held a lantern whose dust-fogged light cast eerie shadows across the faces of the men. Vandergelt, considerably more disheveled but no less excited than he had been 4 hours earlier. Carl, showing the signs of sleeplessness in his sunken eyes and weary face. Emerson, alert and energetic as ever. I was conscious of not looking my best. Vandergelt appraised the width of the shaft.
It's not so wide. I reckon I could jump it.
I reckon you won't. You might clear the gap, but where would you land? The space is less than a foot wide, and it is backed by a sheer wall.
Advancing to the rim of the pit, he lay flat, with his head and shoulders protruding over emptiness, and lowered the lantern as far as his arm would reach. The dim flame burned bluer. The air in those deep recesses was still bad, for there was no circulation, and in the depths of the shaft it was even worse. Though I had immediately followed Emerson's example, I could make out very few details. Far below, at the utmost extremity of the light, was a pale, amorphous glimmer. More of the omnipresent limestone chips, so many tons of which he had already removed from the tomb. I voiced this observation.
Yes. The shaft is partially filled. The upper part was left open in the hope that a thief would tumble into it and break his bones.
Rising, he directed the light toward the far wall. There, in ominous dignity, the jackal-headed guide of the dead raised his hands in greeting.
You see, Amelia and gentlemen, the option's open to us. The continuance of the passageway is concealed. Either it lies behind that figure of Anubis on the far wall, or it is on a lower level, opening out from the depths of the shaft. Obviously, we must investigate both possibilities. We could do neither tonight. I must have a clear copy of the figure of Anubis before we bring in planks to bridge the gap and begin chopping away at the wall. To investigate the shaft, we will need ropes, and it would be advisable for us to wait for the air to clear a little more. You saw how blue the lamp burned.
Shucks. Listen here, Professor. I'll take my chances down there. You've got some ropes here. Just you lower me down and I'll...
Aber nein. It is the younger and stronger who will descend, Herr Professor. Let me...
The first person to descend will be myself. And that will be tomorrow morning.
He looked hard at me. I smiled, but did not speak. It was obvious that the lightest person in the group should be the one to make the descent, but there would be time to discuss that later.
Very well. We are agreed. I propose that we stop for the day and make an early start tomorrow. I am anxious to learn how matters are going at the house.
And who will be on guard tonight?
Peabody and I.
Peabody? Who is... Oh, I see. Now look here, Professor. You wouldn't cheat on me, would you? No fair you and Mrs. Amelia going ahead with the work tonight.
May I remind you that I am the director of this expedition?
Vandergelt, a man of strong personality, recognized a stronger and fell silent. However, he dogged our footsteps all the way back, and it was impossible for me to speak privately to my husband, as I had hoped to do. My heart had leaped with exultation at hearing him name me the partner of his watch, and the decision had confirmed my hunch that he meant to do more than watch. Whom else can he trust as he trusts me, his life and professional partner? His decision to stop work early made excellent sense. So long as there was light, of sun or moon, the tomb was safe. The ghouls of Gurney, like other evil creatures of the night, worked only in darkness. When the moon sets behind the hills, the danger begins, and by then, perhaps, we will have penetrated the secret of the Pharaoh. Although this thought roused me to the highest pitch of archaeological excitement, never believe I neglected my duties. I went first to the chamber where Arthur lay. The silent, black-garbed figure of the nun might not have moved since morning. Only the faint clack of the beads that slipped through her fingers showed she was a living woman and not a statue. She did not speak when I asked about the patient, only shook her head to indicate there had been no change. Madame Berengaria was next on my agenda. I decided it would be more convenient for everyone if she were safely tucked away for the night before I left. I assumed she was still in the parlor, communing with the gods, and as I walked in that direction, I pondered how my aim might best be achieved. A wholly contemptible and unworthy idea occurred to me. Dare I confess it? I have vowed to be completely honest, so, at the risk of incurring the censure of my listeners, let me admit that I contemplated making use of Madame's weakness for drink to render her inebriated and unconscious. If those who would condemn me had faced the situation that confronted me and had seen the dreadful woman in action, they would, I dare say, be more tolerant of this admittedly reprehensible plan. I was spared the necessity of acting, however. When I reached the room in question, I found that Berengaria had anticipated me. Even before I saw her sprawled in an ungainly and indecent heap on the carpet, I knew what had happened. An empty brandy bottle lay by her right hand. Lady Baskerville was standing over her, and I trust I may not be accused of malice if I remark that one of the lady's dainty slippers was lifted as if in preparation for a kick. Seeing me, she hastily lowered her foot.
Abominable. Mrs. Emerson, I insist that you remove this dreadful woman from my house. It was an act of extreme cruelty to bring her here when I am in such a state of nerves. Worn by grief.
Let me point out, Lady Baskerville, that the decision was not mine. I fully sympathize with your viewpoint, but we can hardly send her back to Luxor in this condition. How did she get at the brandy? I thought you kept the liquor cabinet locked.
I do. I suppose she managed to get at the keys. Drunkards are amazingly cunning when it comes to feeding their weakness. But good heavens, what does it matter?
She raised her white hands to her breast and wrung them vigorously.
I am going mad, I tell you.
Her theatrics assured me that she had a new audience, for she knew I was impervious to that approach. I was therefore not surprised to see Vandergelt enter. He took a horrified look at the snoring mound on the floor.
Holy Jehoshaphat! How long has she been like that? My poor girl.
Here he clasped the hand Lady Baskerville had extended and pressed it tenderly in his. We must take her to her room and lock her in. Do you take her head, Mr. Vandergelt? Lady Baskerville and I will take...
You jest, Mrs. Emerson. Surely you jest.
Mrs. Emerson never jokes about such things. If you and I refuse to help, she will do it alone, dragging the woman by her feet. Mrs. Emerson, I suggest we call 1 or 2 or 3 of the servants. There is no hope of concealing the poor creature's condition or preserving her reputation.
This procedure was duly carried out, and I went next to the kitchen to tell Ahmed that Emerson and I would be dining out. As I strode along, deep in thought, out of the corner of my eyes I caught a glimpse of something moving among the trees. A corner of pale fabric, like the blue zaboots worn by Egyptian men, fluttered and disappeared. It might have been one of our own people, but there had been something hasty and surreptitious about the darting movement. I therefore took a firm grip of my parasol and went in pursuit. Since the night on the loggia with poor Arthur, I had determined never to go abroad without this useful instrument. To be sure, I had not needed it then, but one never knew when an emergency might arise. I had therefore attached the parasol to my belt by means of one of the hooks with which this article of clothing was supplied. This was occasionally inconvenient, for the shaft had a tendency to slip between my legs and trip me up. But better to bruise one's knees than to be left defenseless in case of attack. I moved quietly over the soft grass, taking cover when I could. Peeping out from behind a thorny bush, I beheld the form of a man in native garb behind another bush. After glancing around in a furtive manner that assured me he was up to no good, he glided serpent-like across the turf and passed through the doorway of a small building, one of the mud-brick auxiliary structures used for storage of tools. I caught a glimpse of his face as he glanced slyly over his shoulder, and a villainous countenance it was. A livid scar twisted his cheek and ran down into his heavy, grizzled beard. Normally, the door of the storage shed was padlocked. Theft, or worse, was obviously the man's aim. I was about to raise the alarm when I realized that an outcry would warn the felon and enable him to escape. I decided I would capture him myself. Dropping flat, in Red Indian style, I slid forward. When I had reached the shelter of the wall, I rose to my feet and pressed myself flat. I heard voices within and marveled at the effrontery of the thieves. There were at least 2 of them, unless the original miscreant was talking to himself. They were speaking Arabic, but I could only make out an occasional word. I rushed into the hut, striking out with my parasol. The iron shaft thudded against a soft surface. Hands seized me. Struggling, I struck again. The parasol was wrenched from my grasp. Undaunted, I kicked my attacker heavily on the shin.
Stop it, Peabody!
What are you doing here?
How I might echo that question. But why ask? I know you are ubiquitous. I don't mind that. It is your impetuosity that distresses me. I believe you've broken my leg.
Nonsense. I retrieved my parasol. If you would condescend to inform me of your plans, these tiring encounters might be avoided to our mutual benefit. Who is with you?
Allow me to present Ali Hassan Abderrasoul.
He finished the introduction in Arabic, referring to me as his learned and high-born chief wife, which would have been very flattering if his tone had not been so sarcastic. Ali Hassan, whom I now saw huddled in the corner, rolled his eyes till the whites showed, and made an extremely insulting remark. "Son of a one-eyed camel and offspring of a deceased goat!" I spoke words to that effect. The original Arabic is far too emphatic for decent English. "Keep your infected tongue from comments about your betters." Emerson amplified this statement at some length, and Ali Hassan cowered.
I had forgotten that the honored sit at our language. Give me my reward and I will go.
Reward? Emerson, do you mean...
Yes. Yes, my honored chief wife, I do. Ali Hassan sent a message by one of the servants to meet him here. Why he won't come to the house, I do not know, and frankly, I do not care. But he claims he has found Armadale. Of course, I have no intention of paying him until I am sure.
Where is Armadale?
In a cave in the hills.
I waited for him to go on, but he said no more. And as the silence lengthened, a shiver of comprehension ran through me. He is dead.
Yes. And according to Ali Hassan, he has been dead for quite some time.
The declining sun thrust a long red-gold arm through the open doorway, lighting the shadowy corner where Ali Hassan crouched. I saw that Emerson was watching me quizzically.
Throws your theories off a bit, doesn't it?
I can hardly say at present. Quite a long time is a rather indefinite term. But if it should prove that, after all, Armadale was already dead when the latest attack took place, no, that would really not surprise me. The alternative theory I had formulated...
Oh, curse it, Amelia! Have you the infernal gall to pretend...
After a few moments, he bared his teeth at me. The expression was evidently meant to be a smile, for when he continued, his voice was sickeningly sweet.
I will say no more. I don't want Ali Hassan to think we are at odds with one another.
These Arabs do not understand Western means of expressing affection. We must act at once. We face a dilemma of considerable proportions.
True, Armadale's body must be brought back here, and someone must go to the tomb. It has never been more vulnerable than at this moment.
Obviously, we must divide forces. Shall I go after Armadale or guard the tomb?
Armadale. Though I don't like to ask you, Peabody.
You are giving me the less dangerous task. I was much moved by the expression on Emerson's face as he looked at me. But there was no time for sentiment. With every passing moment, the sun sank lower in the west. Ali Hassan got to his feet.
I go now. You give me...
Not until you have taken us to the body of Armadale. The Sith will go with you.
An avaricious gleam brightened Ali Hassan's eyes. He began to whine about his advanced age and state of exhaustion. After some bargaining, he accepted Emerson's offer of an additional 50 piastres to lead me to the cave.
And you answer for the Sith's safety with your life, Ali Hassan. Should she suffer so much as a scratch, should a single hair be missing from her head, I will tear out your liver. You know I speak truly.
Oh, I know.
You had better go at once, Peabody. Take Abdullah and one or two other men, and perhaps Carl.
Won't I do instead?
The sun set O'Connell's hair ablaze. Only his head was visible around the door jamb, and that gave the impression of being ready to disappear at the slightest sign of hostility. His smile was as broad and cocky as ever, though.
I looked for you earlier, Mr. O'Connell.
I thought I'd better keep out of your way at first.
Emerson's mild tone had reassured him. He stepped out from behind the shelter of the wall, his hands tucked in his pockets.
I couldn't help overhearing. Honestly, and it's as well I did now, isn't it, Professor? You don't want Mrs. E wandering off into the hills without a man to protect her.
I don't need a man to protect me. And if I did, Abdullah would be more than adequate.
To be sure. You'd be a match for Cormac himself, ma'am, and that's the truth. Just let me come along for now, for me own sake, like the sweet lady you are. And I swear by the gods of old Ireland that after I've written my story, I'll bring it straight to you.
Emerson and I exchanged glances. What about Mary? Will you leave her here with Carl? He admires her very much, you know.
She's still not speaking to me. But don't you see, this is the story of the year. No victim of the Pharaohs' curse. Our correspondent on the scene, the courage of Mrs. Emerson, parasol in hand.
I confess I found it rather amusing.
Very well. O'Connell, fetch Abdullah. Ask him to bring the necessary equipment. Ropes, lanterns, and meet us here in 10 minutes with 2 of his best men.
Grinning from ear to ear like an Irish brownie, O'Connell rushed off. Heedless of the staring Ali Hassan, Emerson caught me in a fond embrace.
Oh, I hope I shan't regret this. Peabody, take care.
I returned his embrace. And you. Go now, Emerson, before darkness falls to endanger us even more. It was, of course, impossible to organize an expedition of that nature in 10 minutes. But scarcely half an hour had passed before Abdullah arrived with the required supplies. His grave face was its usual copper mask, but I knew him well enough to sense a deep perturbation, and the behavior of the 2 men he had selected to accompany us was even more revealing. They looked like prisoners being led to execution. Do they know what we seek? Abdullah shot a hostile glance at O'Connell.
I could not keep the red-headed man silent. Sit Hakim, I fear...
So do I. Let us go quickly before they have time to think and become more afraid. We set out, with Ali Hassan slouching along ahead. O'Connell also seemed subdued. His eyes constantly darted from side to side, as if he were taking note of the surroundings for the story he would later write. Ali Hassan led us directly to the cliffs behind Deir el-Bahri. Instead of taking the path that led to the Valley of the Kings, he went south and soon began to climb, scrambling over the jagged rocks with the agility of a goat. I rejected O'Connell's attempts to assist me. Thanks to my parasol and my training, I was in far better shape than he. He was soon forced to use both hands in the climb. Abdullah came close behind me. I could hear him muttering, and although I could not make out the words, I fancied I knew what was bothering him. Ali Hassan seemed to choose deliberately the most difficult path. At least twice I saw easier ways of ascent than the ones he selected. At last, however, we reached the top of the plateau, and the going became easier. If we had had leisure to enjoy it, the view was spectacular. The broad reach of the river was stained crimson by the setting sun. The eastern cliffs were washed in soft shades of pink and lavender. Above them, the sky had darkened to cobalt, with a few diamond points of starlight showing. But this view lay behind us. Ali Hassan headed toward the west, where the sun hung suspended, a swollen orb of fiery copper. Before long it would set, and darkness would rush in like a black-winged bat, for there is little twilight in these climbs. I tried to remember when the moon was due to rise. This part of the plateau was unfamiliar to me, an uninhabited wilderness of barren rock, cut by innumerable cracks and fissures. It would make for dangerous walking after dark, even with the aid of the lanterns we had brought. O'Connell was in some distress, having cut his hand rather badly during the climb. Since time was of the essence, I had not paused to attend him, except to wrap a handkerchief around the injured member. Abdullah was now close behind me.
هذه ليست خداعة إن شاء الله.
He had ample cause for concern. The natural dangers of the terrain, the possibility of ambush, and the uneasiness of our own men, fearful of night demons and afrits. Trotting along several feet ahead of me, Ali Hassan was singing or keening to himself. He showed no signs of fearing the supernatural terrors of the night, and indeed, a man who practiced the sinister trade of robbing the dead might not be expected to be susceptible to superstition. His good spirits had precisely the opposite effect on me. Whatever pleased Ali Hassan was likely to prove unpleasant for me. I suspected he was deliberately leading us astray, but without proof I could hardly accuse him. My eyes were fixed on the tattered robe of Ali Hassan, alert for the first sign of treachery. I did not see the creature until it brushed against my ankle. One's first thought in that region is of snakes. Automatically, I took a quick sideward step, catching Mr. O'Connell off balance so that he went sprawling. Reaching for my parasol, I turned to confront the new danger. The cat, Bastet, perched atop a nearby boulder. It had leaped out of my way, as I had leaped away from it, and its outraged expression showed how little it approved of my rude greeting. I beg your pardon, but it is your own fault. You ought to give notice of your approach. I trust I have not hurt you. The cat only stared, but Ali Hassan, who had come back to see why we had stopped, invoked the name of Allah in a voice fraught with emotion.
She speaks to the cat. It is a demon, a spirit, and she is its mistress.
He turned so quickly that his robe ballooned out. But before he could flee, I hooked him around the neck with the crook of my parasol. We have played this game long enough, Ali Hassan. You have been leading us in circles. The cat, who is indeed the spirit of the goddess Sekhmet, came to tell me of your treachery.
I thought as much.
He tried to seize hold of Ali Hassan. I waved him away. Ali Hassan knows what Emerson will do to him if I report this. Now, Ali, take us directly to the place, or I will send the cat goddess to tear you in your sleep. I released the miscreant, and Abdullah moved forward ready to seize him if he tried to run. But there was no need. Ali Hassan stared wild-eyed at the cat, who had leaped down from the rock and was standing by my side, its tail lashing ominously.
She was there when I found the dead man. I should have known then. I should not have tried to strike her with a stone. Oh, Sekhmet, Lady of Terror, forgive this evildoer.
She will, if I ask her. Lead on, Ali Hassan.
Lillah.
Ali shrugged fatalistically.
She knows the way. If I do not lead, she will show you.
When we went on, Abdullah accompanied Ali Hassan, his big hand firmly clamped over the Gurney man's arm. Ali Hassan sang no more.
How did you know? I had no suspicion at all.
I simply acted on my suspicions, knowing the man's character, and he was stupid enough to confess.
You are a wonder man, and that's the truth.
I smiled in acknowledgement of the compliment, well-deserved though it was. Hurry, Ali Hassan, if darkness falls before we reach the cave. The cat had disappeared, almost as if, having completed her mission, she had no need to stay. Ali Hassan's pace increased. I was not at all surprised to see that our path now led eastward, in the direction from which we had come. The lower rim of the sun dipped below the horizon. Ali Hassan broke into an undignified trot, his blue robe flapping. Our shadows rushed along before us, elongated blue-gray shapes. Though the lengthening shadows made it easier to see obstructions in the path, it was necessary to keep a sharp lookout to avoid falling. I was aware that our general direction was eastward, but because I had to watch my footing, I did not realize where we were heading until Ali Hassan came to a stop.
We are here, Wasit Hakim. We have come to the place, and the sun is not down. I have done what you asked. Tell this man to take his hands from me and assure the divine Sekhmet that I have obeyed her command.
He had spoken the literal truth. A last thin crescent of fiery red marked the place where the sun had sunk. Dusk was gathering fast. Not until I raised my eyes from the immediate surroundings did I realize that we were near the edge of the cliff, only a few hundred yards north of where we had ascended.
Ibn al-Kalb!
Abdullah shook Ali Hassan till his teeth rattled.
You have led us in a circle. There is no cave here. أي خدعة عم تلعبها?
It is here. I lost my way at first. Anyone might lose his way, but we have come to the place. Give me my money and let me go.
Naturally, we paid no attention to this ridiculous demand. I ordered the men to light the lanterns. By the time they had done so, only a faint, lingering afterglow relieved the black of the star-sprinkled heavens. In the lamplight, Ali Hassan's malevolent countenance might have belonged to one of the night demons whose baleful influence he flouted so contemptuously. His open mouth was a cavern of darkness ringed by rotting fangs of teeth. Abdullah took a lantern and led the way, pushing our reluctant robber ahead of him. The path led down the cliff. It proved less hazardous than I had feared, but the descent was breathtaking enough in almost total darkness and with an inexperienced companion.
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Poor Mr. O'Connell had lost his Gaelic joie de vivre. He followed me down, and when the light shone on the blood-stained bandage that covered his hand, I had to admire his courage, for I knew the injury must pain him considerably. We were close to the bottom of the cliff when Ali Hassan turned to one side and pointed.
There! Now let me go!
Trained as I am, I would never have seen the opening without the aid of his pointing finger. The cliffs are so seamed by cracks and fissures, each one of which casts its own shadow, that only prolonged investigation can tell which leads to an opening. While Abdullah held the lantern, and Ali Hassan, I investigated the indicated crevice. It was low and very narrow. My height is not much over 5 feet, and I had to stoop in order to enter. Once under the rock lintel, the space opened up. I could tell by the feel of the air that the cave lay before me, but it was as black as ink, and I am not ashamed to admit that I had no intention of proceeding without light. Abdullah, please hand me the lantern. Advancing, I held it high. Imagine a hollow sphere some 20 feet in diameter. Bisect the sphere and close off the open section, leaving only a narrow slit for entrance. Such was the extent and the shape of the space I now beheld, though the interior was as jagged and rocky as a hollowed sphere would be smooth. These observations were made at a later moment. Just then I had no eyes for anything but the object that lay crumpled on the floor at my feet. It lay on its side, with its knees drawn up and its head back. The tendons in the bared throat looked like dried rope. One hand was so close to my shoe that I was almost treading on it. My hand was not as steady as it might have been. The tremor of the lantern I held made the shadows shift so that the bent fingers seemed to clutch at my ankle. I had seen photographs of Armadale, but if I had not known the body must be his, I would not have recognized this ghastly face. In life, the young man had been boyishly attractive rather than handsome, with a long, narrow face and delicate features that explained the Arab's nickname for him. He had attempted to conceal the almost feminine structure of his face with a cavalry-style moustache. This facial adornment was now missing. A heavy lock of brown hair concealed the eyes, and I cannot say I was sorry for that. As I stood, attempting to control the uncharacteristic tremors that passed through my frame, an eerie event occurred. From the shadows at the back of the cave, pacing with slow dignity, came the cat Bastet. She walked to the head of the corpse and sat down, ears pricked, whiskers bristling.
Sid Hakim, are you unhurt? Can you hear me?
Abdullah's increasingly agitated cries finally roused me from the paralysis that had taken hold of me. Yes, Abdullah, I'm fine. Give me a moment. Before summoning my faithful Reyes or the inquisitive young reporter, I knelt by the pitiful remains and made a brief examination. The skull was intact, and the visible parts of the corpse were without a wound. There was no blood. Finally, I forced myself to brush the dry, lifeless hair from the forehead. No wound marred its tanned surface, but traced in flaking red paint was the rough sketch of a snake, the royal Uraeus serpent of the Pharaoh. I cast a veil over the hour that followed, not, I assure you, because the memory is intolerable. I have had worse hours, many of them, but because so much happened in such a short time that a detailed description would be interminably long. Removing Armadale's body was not difficult, since we were only 15 minutes' walk from the house, and our efficient Reyes had brought along materials with which to construct a makeshift litter. The difficulty arose from the reluctance of the men to touch the body. I knew both these persons well. In fact, I considered them friends of mine. Never before had I seen them daunted. Yet on this occasion, it required all my eloquence to persuade them to do what was necessary. And as soon as the remains had been deposited in an empty storeroom, the litter-bearers fled as if pursued by fiends. Ali Hassan watched them go with a cynical smile.
They will work no more in the accursed tomb. Fools they may be, but they are wise enough to fear the dead.
A pity you don't feel the same. Here is your money, Ali Hassan. You do not deserve it after playing us such a trick, but I always keep my word. Remember this, if you attempt to enter the tomb or interfere with our work, I will call down the wrath of Sekhmet upon you. Abdullah turned toward me as the Gurney man left.
I go to talk to my men, Sid. The robber is right. It will be hard to make them return to the tomb once this news gets out.
A moment, Abdullah. I understand your reasoning and agree with it, but I need you. I am going to the valley. Emerson must know of this at once. It may be that Ali Hassan was delaying us in order to give his friends a chance to attack the tomb.
I'll go with you.
Is it the journalist speaking, or the gentleman? A flush spread over the young man's face.
I deserve that. And I confess that my reporter's instincts yearn to observe the professor's reaction when you tell him the latest news, but that is not my reason for wishing to be of service to you. Abdullah is needed here.
Under the cold moonlight, the rocky cliffs might have been part of a lunar landscape, desolate of life for millions of years. We spoke little at first. Is your hand paining you? I apologize for not tending to your wound. Concern for my husband must be my excuse.
No, the wound, as you call it, is a mere scratch and does not trouble me. I'm concerned about other things. Mrs. Emerson, the situation was only a journalistic sensation to me before. The greatest story of my life, perhaps. Now that I find myself acquainted with all of you, and increasingly attached to some of you, the viewpoint has changed.
May I assume, then, that we have your wholehearted cooperation?
You may indeed. I only wish I could do more to relieve you. How did that poor chap meet his end? So far as I could tell, there was not a mark on him, just like Lord Baskerville.
He may have died a natural death from hunger and thirst. I was inclined to believe O'Connell's protestations, but he had tricked me too often to deserve my full confidence. Remember, you have promised to show me your stories. No more speculations about curses, if you please.
I feel like Dr. Frankenstein. I have created a monster which has come to life. The curse was my own invention, and a wholly cynical one. I've never believed in such things. But how are we to explain?
The sharp crack of a gunshot carried and echoed, but I knew whence it had come. Logic would have told me as much, even if domestic affection had not sharpened my senses. I broke into a run. Another round of firing followed. Loosening my revolver from its holster and removing my parasol from its hook in order to prevent it from tripping me, I plunged down the slope into the valley at a speed that would have been unsafe even in daylight. Perhaps it was my very velocity that prevented me from falling. My parasol in my left hand, my revolver in my right, I rushed on, firing the latter as I went. I shot most often into the air, I believe, though I would not care to take my oath on it. My aim was to assure the attackers that assistance was rapidly approaching. I heard no more shots. What did the deadly silence presage? Victory for us? The robbers wounded in flight? But I refused to consider an alternative theory. Running even faster, I saw before me, pallid in the moonlight, the pile of limestone chips we had removed from the tomb. The opening itself was just ahead. There was no sign of life. Then a dark form loomed up before me. Leveling my revolver, I pulled the trigger.
You had better reload, Peabody. You fired the last bullet some time ago.
All the same, it was very foolhardy of you to step out in front of me.
I assure you, I would not have done so had I not counted the shots. I know your reckless temperament too well.
I was unable to reply. Oh. A belated realization of what I had done robbed me of my remaining breath. Although I knew Emerson had spoken the truth when he said he would not have faced me without the knowledge that my revolver was empty, I was sick with remorse and distress. Sensing my emotion, Emerson put his arm around me.
Are you all right, Peabody?
I am sick with remorse and distress. Indeed, in the future, I must endeavor to act more calmly. I believe the situation is affecting my nerves. Ordinarily, I would never behave so foolishly. Truly, my dear Emerson.
Oh, never mind, my dear Peabody. The panache with which you plunge headlong into danger is what first drew me to you. But devil take it, you didn't come alone, did you?
No, Mr. O'Connell is with me. Or he was. Mr. O'Connell?
Is it safe to come out now?
You heard me say her revolver is empty.
Hers, yes. But what about yours, Professor?
Oh, don't be a coward, man. The danger is over. I fired a few warning shots to keep the rascals off. Though I might not have gotten off so easily had not Mrs. Emerson arrived, masquerading as an entire squad of policemen. She made enough noise for a dozen men.
That was what I planned.
Ha! Well. Sit down, both of you, and tell me what you found.
So, we took seats on the blanket he had spread out before the entrance to the tomb, and I narrated the events of the evening. A lesser man than Emerson might have exclaimed in horror at the dreadful experiences I had undergone, but then a lesser man would never have allowed me to face them. When I had finished my story, he simply nodded.
Well done, Peabody. I have no doubt that it was Ollie Harson's band of burglars who attacked just now. If you had not caught on to his trick and forced him to move more quickly, you might not have arrived here in time to rescue me.
I thought I detected a trace of amusement in the last words and looked at him suspiciously, but his face was quite serious, and so was his voice when he continued.
Never mind that. We have scared them off for this evening at least. What interests me more is the news about Armadale. There was no indication of how he died.
None.
But there was the scarlet coater on his brow.
I gave the young man a hard stare. I had been careful to brush Armadale's hair back over his forehead before I allowed the others to enter the cave, and I had hoped this omen had escaped the reporter.
Then we must face the probability that he was murdered, even though no signs of violence were visible. Furthermore, I cannot believe that the body would have reached the state you describe in less than 3 or 4 days. Who, then, was responsible for the attack on young Arthur?
Madame Berengaria.
What?
It was Emerson's turn to give me a hard stare.
Amelia, the question was rhetorical. You cannot possibly...
I assure you, I have been thinking of nothing else since I found Armadale. Who had an interest in his death? Who but the madwoman who clings like a leech to her daughter's youthful strength, and who would be loath to relinquish her to a husband? Mr. Armadale had proposed marriage to Mary.
The small pea! Did he have the infernal gall to do that?
He was not the only one to find Miss Mary an object worthy of devotion. Is not jealousy one motive for murder, Mr. O'Connell? Would you commit the sin of Cain to win the woman you love? Mr. O'Connell's eyes popped. The moonlight drained all color from the scene. His face had the pallor of death, or guilt.
Amelia, I beg you to control yourself.
I have barely begun. Karl von Bork is also a suspect. He also loves Mary. Don't forget that the other person who was murderously attacked is also an admirer of the young lady. But I consider Madame Berengaria the most likely person. She is mentally deranged, and only a mad person would commit murder for such a trivial reason. Emerson clutched his hair with both hands and appeared to be trying to pull it out by the roots.
Amelia, you are arguing in circles.
Wait now, Professor. I think Mrs. E may be onto something. The only reason I've been allowed to be friends with Mary was because I pretended to admire her mother. The old witch has fought enough a good many men, I can tell you.
But murder? Curse it, Amelia, there are too many holes in your theory. The old witch hasn't the figure or the stamina to go running around the Theban hills striking down strong young men.
She may have hired assassins. I admit I have not worked out the idea in detail, but I hope to do so soon. There is no sense in discussing it further tonight. We all need rest.
You always say that when I'm winning an argument.
I saw no reason to dignify this childish comment with a reply. As soon as the first streaks of light blossomed in the eastern sky, we were up and stirring. I had slept well, though of course I insisted on taking my turn to stand watch. Emerson was fairly twitching. He was so anxious to attack the tomb. But the presence of the journalist restrained him, and he reluctantly agreed that we had better return to the house and deal with the latest crisis before starting work. We left O'Connell on guard, promising to send a relief, and the last thing I saw as we climbed the path was his red head glowing with the rays of the rising sun. Emerson had locked the iron grill so that he would not be tempted to sneak into the tomb while we were gone. Despite the grim tasks that awaited us, I felt an upsurge of pleasure as we strode along hand in hand through the crisp morning air and watched the sky brighten to greet the rising majesty of the sun. The great god Amun-Ra had survived another nightly journey through the perils of darkness, as he had done millions of times before, and would continue to do long after we, who watched this day's sunrise, were dust and ashes. A humbling thought. Such were my poetic and philosophical musings when Emerson, as is his habit, spoiled my mood with a rude remark.
You know, Amelia, what you were saying last night was bloody nonsense.
Don't swear.
You drive me to it. Furthermore, it was irresponsible of you to discuss your suspicions in front of one of the major suspects.
I only said that to shake him up a bit. I don't suspect Mr. O'Connell.
Oh, well, who is it this morning? Lady Baskerville?
I cannot eliminate her from suspicion, Emerson. You seem to have forgotten that Lord Baskerville was the first to die.
I seem to have forgotten. I? You were the one who insisted last night that jealousy on Miss Mary's account was the motive.
I presented it as one possibility. What we have here, Emerson, is a series of murders designed to cover up the real motive. We must first determine the principal murderee, if you will permit me to use that expression.
I do not see how I can prevent you from doing so. Offensive as the expression is, it offends me less than the theory you propose. Are you seriously suggesting that two of the murderous attacks, 3 if you include Harson, were no more than camouflage? And that a killer is slaughtering people at random in order to cover his tracks?
What is so ridiculous about that? Murders are solved by determining the motive. The principal suspects are those who have the most to gain by the victim's death. Here we have 4 victims, for I certainly do include Hassan, and consequently a confusing plethora of motives.
Huh.
He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
But Lord Baskerville was the first.
And if he had died under ordinary circumstances, without all this nonsense about a curse, who would have been the major suspects? His heirs, of course, young Arthur, when he arrived to claim his inheritance, and Lady Baskerville. However, if my ideas are right, Lord Baskerville's was not the primary murder. That would be too obvious. It is more likely that the killer committed the first murder to confuse us, and that the principal murderee was Armadale or Arthur.
Heaven help the world if you ever take to crime. Amelia, the idea is so mad that it has a sort of insane seductiveness. It charms me, but it fails to convince me. While I agree that in most cases motive is of great importance in solving a crime, I do not believe it will help us here. There are too many motives. The ones you have suggested pertaining to Lord Baskerville are only 2 of many possibilities. The fact that these events began after the discovery of a new royal tomb is surely significant. The local thieves, led by Ali Hassan, may have hoped Baskerville's death would halt work long enough to allow them to rob the tomb. The Imam may have been moved by religious fervor to destroy the desecrator of the tomb. Vandergelt seems to have designs on Lord Baskerville's wife, as well as his excavation firm. An examination of the personal life of his lordship might turn up half a dozen other motives.
True enough. But how do you explain Armadale's death and the attack on Arthur?
Armadale may have witnessed the murder and attempted to blackmail the killer.
Weak. Very weak, Emerson. Why would Armadale run away and remain in hiding so long?
Well, perhaps he has not been in hiding. Perhaps he has been dead all this time.
I don't think he has been dead for over a month.
Well, we won't know until the doctor has examined him. Let us abjure speculation until we have more facts.
Once we have the facts, we will not need to speculate. We will know the truth.
I wonder.
I had hoped to have time to bathe and change before facing the uproar that would result when Armadale's death became known to the others. Though I am accustomed to roughing it, I had not changed my attire for almost 24 hours, and it showed the effects of the strenuous activities I had engaged in since. However, as soon as we entered the courtyard, I knew that indulgence must be postponed again. The first thing to strike me was the unnatural silence. The servants ought to have been up and about their labors long since. Then I saw Mary running toward us. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes stained with tears.
Thank God you are here.
Steady, my dear. Is it Arthur? Has he?
No. I thank heaven. If anything, he seems a little better. But, oh, Amelia, everything else is so terrible.
She seemed on the verge of breaking down. Well, my dear, we are here and you have nothing more to worry about. Come into the drawing room and have a cup of tea while you tell us what has happened. Mary's quivering lips shaped themselves into a valiant attempt at a smile.
That is part of the trouble. There is no tea and no breakfast. The servants have gone on strike. One of them discovered poor Alan's body a few hours ago. The news spread rapidly, and when I went to the kitchen to order breakfast for the sister, I found Ahmed packing his belongings. I felt I had to arouse Lady Baskerville since she is his employer,
And Lady Baskerville promptly went into hysterics.
She was not herself. Mr. Vandergelt is talking with Ahmed, trying to persuade him to stay on. Carl has gone to the village to ascertain whether he can hire replacements.
Idiotic! He has no business going off like that without consulting me. Besides, it will prove a futile errand. Amelia, do you go and persuade Ahmed to unpack. His decision will be an example to the others. I had planned to send Carl to relieve O'Connell. Now I must send Faisal or Daoud. I will see them directly. First things first.
He started to stride away. Mary put out a timid hand.
Professor?
Don't delay me, child. I have much to do.
But, sir, your men are also on strike.
The words caught Emerson in mid-stride. His boot remained poised 6 inches off the ground. Then he lowered it, very slowly, as if he were treading on glass. His big hands clenched into fists, and his teeth were bared. Mary shrank closer to me. Now calm yourself, Emerson, or one of these days you will have a stroke. We might have anticipated this. It would have happened days ago if your charismatic personality had not influenced the men. Emerson's mouth snapped shut.
Calm myself? Calm myself? I cannot imagine what leads you to suppose I am not calm. I hope you ladies will excuse me for a moment. I am going to speak calmly to my men, and calmly point out to them that if they do not immediately turn around and prepare to go to work, I will calmly knock them unconscious, one by one.
Whereupon he departed, walking with slow, stately strides. When I saw him open the door of our room, I realized he was taking the most direct route through our room and out the window. I only hoped he would not step on the cat or smash my toilette articles as he proceeded on his single-minded path. It really astonishes me that the male sex is so completely devoid of a sense of logic. There is little danger of an attack on the tomb by daylight. Emerson might have waited until we had settled other, more pressing matters. But as usual, everything is left to me. Go back to Arthur's room, my dear. I will send someone to you with breakfast shortly.
But how?
Leave that to me. I found Mr. Vandergeld with Ahmed. The cook was squatting on the floor, completely surrounded by the bundles that held his worldly possessions, including his prized cooking pots. His wrinkled face serene, he was staring pensively at the ceiling, while Vandergeld waved fistfuls of American greenbacks at him. When I left the kitchen, Ahmed was at work. I cannot claim all the credit. Ahmed's exaggerated disinterest had betrayed the fact that the sight of the money was beginning to affect him, and the salary he eventually agreed to accept was truly princely. But I flatter myself that my passionate appeals to honor, loyalty, and friendship had their effect. Gracefully, I disclaimed the compliments Mr. Vandergeld lavished on me and asked him to carry the good news to Lady Baskerville. Then at last, I was free to strip off my work-stained garments. I was relieved to find that the water jars in the bathroom were full. Much as I would have liked to prolong my immersion in the cool water, I made as much haste as I could, for although the immediate crisis had been resolved, I felt sure other problems awaited me. I was half-dressed when Emerson climbed in through the window and, without so much as a glance in my direction, walked into the bathroom and slammed the door. I knew from his face that his mission had been unsuccessful. Though I yearned to comfort him, I could not linger, nor indeed was he in any mood to accept condolences just then. I went first to the dining room, where a waiter was arranging a tray of steaming dishes on the sideboard, and ordered him to prepare a tray and follow me to Arthur's room. When I entered, Mary rose from her chair.
Have you convinced the servants to remain, then?
The strike is settled. Good morning, sister. The nun nodded benignly at me. Her round, rosy face was as fresh as if she had had 8 hours' sleep, and I observed that there was not a drop of perspiration on her brow, despite her muffling garments. While she applied herself to her well-deserved breakfast, I examined my patient. I saw at once that Mary's optimism was justified. The young man's face was still sunken, his eyes tightly closed, but his pulse was distinctly stronger. He cannot continue without nourishment, however. Perhaps some broth. I will have Ahmed boil a chicken. There is nothing as strengthening as chicken broth.
The doctor suggested brandy.
The worst possible thing. Mary, go to your room and rest. If you go on this way, you will fall ill yourself. And then what will I do? This argument halted the girl's objections. When she had gone, with a last, lingering look at the still face of her lover, I sat down beside the bed. Sister, I must speak frankly. Again, the nun nodded and beamed at me, but did not speak. Are you dumb? Answer, if you please. The good woman's placid brow grew troubled. Quoi? Oh, dear. I suppose you speak only French. A fine help you will be if Arthur awakens and tries to tell us what happened. Ah, well, we must do the best we can. So, in the plainest possible terms, I explained the situation. From the startled look on the nun's face, I saw that she had believed her patient to be the victim of an accident. No one had mentioned attempted murder, and alarm replaced her surprise as I pointed out that the murderer might return to try again. Alors, vous comprenez bien, ma sœur, that the young man must not be left alone for a single instant. Guard yourself as well. I do not think you are in danger, but it is possible that the villain may try to drug you so he can reach his victim. Touch no food that I have not brought you with my own hands.
Ah, mon Dieu!
The sister reached for her rosary.
Mais quel contretemps!
I could not have put it better myself. But you will not abandon us in our need? After a moment of struggle, the nun bowed her head.
We are all in the hands of God. I will pray.
An excellent idea, so far as it goes, but I suggest you also keep your eyes open. Do not be alarmed, sister. I am about to arrange for a guard. You can trust him completely. On this errand, I went, via my window, to the building where our men were housed. Several of them were lounging on the grass in carefree attitudes. At the sight of me, they precipitately vanished inside the house. Abdullah alone remained, his back against a palm tree, a cigarette between his fingers. I sat down beside him.
I am unworthy of your confidence, Sid. I have failed you.
It is not your fault, Abdullah. The circumstances are extraordinary. I promise you, before many hours have passed, Emerson and I will settle this case, as we settled the other you know of, and will convince the men that these tragedies were also caused by human evil. I come now to ask a favor. Will the men help with the work at the house? I want someone to watch under the window of the sick man and protect him and the holy woman in black.
Most certainly. The men would be glad to relieve their guilty consciences by assisting me in any way that does not directly involve the accursed tomb.
I found myself able to choose between a dozen volunteers. I selected Daoud, one of Abdullah's many nephews, and introduced him to the sister. With my mind at ease on that point, I could at last go to my breakfast. Emerson was already at the table, attacking his bacon and eggs furiously. Carl had returned. Sitting as far as possible from Emerson, he ate in timid little bites, his moustache drooping. I deduced that he had felt the sharp edge of Emerson's tongue and felt sorry for him. Vandergelt, always the gentleman, rose to hold a chair for me.
Things are sure in a mess. I don't know how much longer we can go on this way. How is the patient today, Mrs. Amelia?
I helped myself to tea and toast. No change. I doubt that he will ever speak again, poor fellow. Where is Lady Baskerville? Scarcely had I spoken when the lady swept into the room. She was in dishabille, grey chiffon ruffles, sweeping flounces, her hair flowing around her shoulders. Seeing my astonished gaze, she had the grace to blush.
Forgive my attire. My stupid maid has run away and I am too nervous to be alone. What are we to do? The situation is dreadful.
Not at all.
Sit down, Lady Baskerville, and have some breakfast. You will feel better when you have eaten.
Impossible!
Lady Baskerville paced up and down, wringing her hands. She required only an armful of weedy flowers to make a somewhat mature Ophelia. Carl and Vandergelt followed her, trying to calm her. Finally, she allowed herself to be helped to a chair.
I cannot eat a mouthful. How is poor Mr. Milverton? Lord Baskerville, I suppose I should say. I cannot take it all in. I tried to see him earlier, but was denied most officiously. Mary had the effrontery to tell me, Ratcliffe, that it was by your orders.
I feared it would distress you. Rest assured that everything possible is being done. It is little enough, I am sorry to say. Don't you agree, Amelia?
He is dying. I doubt that he will ever regain consciousness.
Another tragedy.
Lady Baskerville wrung her long white hands, a gesture that displayed their slender beauty.
I can endure no more. Radcliffe, much as I regret the decision, I must bow to fate. The expedition is cancelled. I want the tomb closed today.
I dropped my spoon. You can't do that. Within a week it will be stripped by robbers.
What do I care for robbers or tombs? What are ancient relics compared with human life? 2 men have died. 1 lies near death.
3 men? Or do you not consider Hassan the Watchman a human being? He was not much of a man, to be sure. But if he were the only victim, I would still feel obliged to bring his murderer to justice. I intend to do that, Lady Baskerville, and I also intend to finish excavating the tomb.
Lady Baskerville's jaw dropped.
You can't do that, Radcliffe. I hired you and I can...
I think not. You begged me to take on the job and told me, if I recall correctly, that his lordship left funds with which to carry on the work. Furthermore, I have Grabeau's order appointing me archaeologist in charge. Oh, it may involve a long, complex legal battle when all is said and done, but I do enjoy battles, legal or otherwise.
Vandergelt leaped to his feet.
God darn you, Emerson. Don't you talk to the lady like that.
Keep out of this, Vandergelt. It is none of your affair.
You just bet it is.
Vandergelt moved to Lady Baskerville's side.
I have asked the lady to be my wife, and she has done me the honor to accept.
A bit sudden, is it not? I spread marmalade on another piece of toast. My busy day and night had given me quite an appetite. With your husband dead less than a month?
Naturally, we will not announce our engagement until the proper time. I wouldn't have told you folks if this situation had not been so perilous. This poor lady needs a protector, and Cyrus Vandergelt, USA, is privileged to take that part. My dear, I think you ought to leave this cursed place and move to the hotel.
I will obey your slightest wish, Cyrus. But you must come with me. I cannot flee, leaving you in danger.
That's right, Vandergelt. Desert the sinking ship.
A look of embarrassment spread over the American's rugged features.
Now, you know I am not about to do that. No, sir. Cyrus Vandergelt is no four-flusher.
But Cyrus Vandergelt is a dedicated archaeology buff. Admit it, Vandergelt. You cannot tear yourself away until you know what lies beyond that wall at the end of the passageway. What is it to be? Wedded bliss or Egyptology?
I smiled quietly to myself, seeing the agonized indecision that twisted the American's features. The hesitation did not flatter his promised bride, though I confess that, faced with a similar dilemma, Emerson might have hesitated too. Lady Baskerville saw the signs of struggle on her fiancé's face, and was too wise in the ways of the male sex to force him into a reluctant sacrifice.
If that is how you feel, Cyrus, of course you must stay on. Forgive me, I was distraught. I am better now.
She applied a dainty kerchief to her eyes. Vandergelt patted her shoulder distractedly. Then his face brightened.
I have it. There is no need to make such a choice. At a time like this, convention must yield to necessity. What do you say, my dear girl? Will you defy the world and be mine at once? We can be married in Luxor, and I will then have the right to be at your side day and, that is, at all times and in all places.
Oh, Cyrus, this is so sudden. I should not... And yet...
Congratulations! I trust you will excuse us if we do not attend the ceremony. I expect to be occupied with a mummy at about that time. With a sudden rush, Lady Baskerville left her chair and flung herself at my feet.
Do not be harsh with me, Mrs. Emerson. Conventional minds may condemn me, but I had hoped that you would be the first to understand. I am so alone. Will you, a sister woman, abandon me because of an old-fashioned, senseless rule?
Snatching my hands, toast and all, in hers, she bowed her head. Either the woman was a consummate actress or she was genuinely distressed. Only a heart as hard as granite could be unmoved. Now, Lady Baskerville, you must not act this way. You are getting marmalade all over your sleeve.
I will not rise until you say you understand and condone my decision.
The lady's head had sunk to my lap. I do. Please rise. I will be your matron of honor or your flower girl, or I will give you away. Whatever you wish, only stand up. Vandergelt added his appeals, and Lady Baskerville consented to restore my hands and my crumbling toast. As she rose, I caught the eye of Karl von Bork, who was watching in open-mouthed astonishment. He shook his head.
Die Engländer. Niemals werde ich sie verstechen.
Thank you. You are a true woman, Mrs. Emerson.
That's right. You're a brick, Mrs. Amelia. I'd never have proposed this if matters weren't so doggone desperate.
The door burst open, and Madame Berengaria billowed in. Today she was enveloped in a tattered cotton wrapper, and her wig was not in evidence. Her wispy hair, which I saw for the first time, was almost pure white. Swaying, she scanned the room with bloodshot eyes.
A person could starve to death. Insolent servant, wretched household. Where is the food? I require... there you are.
Her eyes focused on my husband, who pushed his chair back from the table and sat poised, ready for retreat.
There you are, Tut. Tutmosis, my lover.
She rushed at him. Emerson slid neatly out of his chair. Berengaria tripped and fell face, or rather stomach, down across the seat. Even I, hardened as I am, felt constrained to avert my eyes from the appalling spectacle thus presented.
Good gad.
Berengaria slid to the floor, rolled over, and sat up. She squinted at the table leg.
Where is he? Where has he gone? Tutmosis, my lover and my husband.
I suppose her attendant has run away with the other servants. We had better get her back to her room. Where on earth did she get brandy at this hour of the morning? It was a rhetorical question, and no one tried to answer it. With some difficulty, Carl and Vandergelt, assisted by me, lifted the lady to an upright position and steered her out of the room. After sending Carl to seek out Madame's missing attendant, or any reasonable facsimile thereof, I returned to the dining room. Lady Baskerville had left, and Emerson was coolly drinking tea and making notes on a pad of paper.
Sit down, Peabody. It is time we had a council of war.
Did you then succeed in convincing the men to return to work? You seem much more cheerful than you were earlier, and I am sure the admiration of Madame Berengaria is not the cause of your good humor. Emerson ignored this quip.
I did not succeed, but I have worked out a plan that may have the desired effect. I'm going across to Luxor. I wish I could ask you to go with me, but I dare not leave the house unguarded by at least one of us. I can trust no one else. Too many matters hang on a sword's edge. Amelia, you must not leave young Baskerville unattended.
I told him what I had done, and he looked pleased.
Excellent. Dode is dependable, but I hope you will keep a watchful eye out as well. Your description of the young man's worsening condition was designed to mislead, I hope.
Precisely. In actual fact, he seemed stronger.
Excellent. You must be on the qui-vive, Peabody. Trust no one. I think I know the identity of the murderer, but...
What? You know... Emerson clapped a large hand over my mouth.
I will make the announcement myself at the proper time.
I peeled his fingers from my lips. Ugh, that was unnecessary. I was only surprised at your statement after you have consistently disclaimed any interest in the matter. In fact, I too have discovered the identity of the person in question.
Oh, you have you?
Yes, I have. We studied one another warily.
Would you care to enlighten me?
No, I think I know. But if I am wrong, you will never let me hear the end of it. Perhaps you will enlighten me.
No.
Ha! You are not sure either.
I said as much.
Again, we exchanged measuring glances. You have no proof.
That is the difficulty. And you?
Not yet. I hope to obtain it.
Peabody, please refrain from any reckless actions while I am away. I wish you could bring yourself to confide in me.
Truly, Emerson, I would if I had anything useful to suggest. At the present time, my suspicions are based on intuition, and I know how scornful you are of that. You have mocked me often enough. I promise that the moment I obtain concrete evidence, I will tell you.
Very well.
You might return the compliment.
I will tell you what I will do. Let us both write down the name of the person we suspect and put it in a sealed envelope. When this is over, the survivor, if there is one, can see who was right.
I found this attempt at humor not at all amusing and said so. We proceeded to do as Emerson had suggested, placing the sealed envelopes in a table drawer in our room. Emerson then departed. I had hoped to have a few moments to myself in order to jot down a few notes about the case and consider methods of obtaining the evidence I had spoken of. I was not given time for reflection, for one duty succeeded the next. After sending Carl to the valley to relieve Mr. O'Connell, I interviewed Dr. Dubois, who had come to visit Arthur. When I suggested broth to strengthen the patient, his response was positively rude. I then led the medical man to the building where Armadale's body had been placed. I was pleased to see that an attempt had been made to lend some dignity to the poor fellow's resting place. The body had been decently swathed in a clean white sheet, and upon the breast of the still form lay a bouquet of flowers. I fancied that Mary must have supplied these, and regretted I had not been there to support the girl as she carried out this sad task. Dubois was of no help whatever. His examination was cursory in the extreme. His conclusion was that Armadale had died of exposure, a perfectly ridiculous idea, as I pointed out. He was even more vague about the time of death. The atmospheric conditions that produced so many excellent mummies prevailed in the cave where Armadale had been found, so that desiccation rather than decay had affected the body. Dubois declared he had been dead no less than 2 days and no more than 2 weeks. I then turned to the needs of the living, first ordering the chicken broth from Ahmed, and then hastening to my room to carry out a task which had been too long delayed. Only the succession of unnerving incidents that had required all my attention had made me neglect this pressing duty. At least by waiting, I had more hopeful news to send Arthur Baskerville's long-suffering mother. As I sat trying to compose a message that would be both peremptory and soothing, it occurred to me that I did not know Mrs. Baskerville's full name or address. After some thought, I decided to send the message to the authorities in Nairobi. Surely, with all the publicity attendant on Lord Baskerville's death, they would be able to locate his brother's widow. Scarcely had I finished this task when I was summoned to the drawing room to assist Lady Baskerville in explaining to the police how Armadale's body had been discovered. After much fuss and bureaucratic delay, the requisite documents were completed. Armadale had no living relatives, except for distant cousins in Australia. It was decided that he should be buried in the small European cemetery in Luxor, delay in this matter being both insanitary and unnecessary. And when Lady Baskerville showed signs of relapsing into sobs and sighs, I assured her that I would make the necessary arrangements. It was mid-afternoon before Emerson returned, and by then even my iron constitution was beginning to feel some strain. For in the meantime, in addition to the tasks I have described, I had visited the sick man and forced some broth down his throat, had interviewed Mr. O'Connell on his return from the valley, dressed his injured hand and put him to bed, and had enjoyed an acrimonious argument with Madame Berengaria over the luncheon table. Like many drunkards, she had astonishing powers of recuperation. A few hours' rest completely restored her, and when she forced her way into the dining room, she was again dressed in her appalling costume. The strong perfume she had poured over her frame did not entirely cover the unmistakable olfactory evidences of her lack of interest in the most rudimentary personal cleanliness. She had learned of Armadale's death and her dire predictions of further disasters to come, were interrupted only by intervals of munching and mumbling as she crammed food into her mouth. I did not blame Lady Baskerville for her precipitate departure from the table. Vandergelt followed, but I felt obliged to remain until Madame had eaten herself into a semi-stupor. My request that she return to her room revived her and was the cause of the argument, during the course of which she made a number of unwarranted personal remarks and asserted her intention of reclaiming her reincarnated lover, Tutmosis Ramses Amenhotep the Magnificent Setnacht. When Emerson entered our room by way of the window, he found me recumbent on the bed with the cat at my feet. He hastened to my side, dropping the armful of papers he was carrying.
Peabody, my dear girl.
Everything is under control. I am a little tired, that is all. Emerson sat down beside me and wiped the perspiration from his brow.
You cannot blame me for being alarmed, my love. I don't recall ever seeing you in bed during the daytime. To rest, that is.
He glanced with amusement at the sleeping cat.
And you looked for all the world like a small crusader on a tombstone with your faithful hound at your feet. What is the cause of this unusual weariness? Have the police been here?
I gave him a succinct, well-organized summary of the events of the day.
Oh, what a frightful time you have had. My poor girl. I only wish I could have been with you.
Bah, you don't wish that at all. You are relieved to have missed all the fuss, particularly Madame.
I confess that the lady comes as close to throwing me off balance as any living creature. With the exception of yourself, my love.
She is more appalling every day, Emerson. The ways of Providence are inscrutable, to be sure, and I would never dream of questioning its decree. But I cannot help but wonder why Madame Berengaria is allowed to flourish when good young men like Alan Armadale are cruelly cut off. It would be an act of positive benevolence to remove her from this world.
Now, Amelia, be calm. I have something for you that will restore your equanimity. The first mail from home.
Shuffling through the envelopes, I came upon a familiar hand, and a sentiment long repressed, through stern necessity, would not be denied. A letter from Ramses! Why did you not open it? It is addressed to both of us.
I thought we could read it together.
He stretched out across the bed, his hands supporting his head, and I opened the envelope. Ramses had learned to write at the age of 3, disdaining the clumsy art of printing. His hand, though unformed, proclaimed the essentials of his character, being large and sprawling, with emphatic punctuation marks. He favored very black ink and broad-nibbed pens.
Dearest Mama and Papa, I miss you very much.
Oh.
Emerson turned his head away. I scanned the next lines. Do not yield to emotion yet. Wait till you hear his reasons for missing us. Nurse is very cruel and will not give me any sweets. Aunt Evelyn would, but she is afraid of Nurse. So I have not been to a sweet shop since you left, and I think you were cruel and vicious to leave me. Uncle Walter spanked me yesterday.
What?
Emerson sat up. His violent movement disturbed the cat.
That wretch! How dare he lay hands on Ramses? I never thought he had it in him.
Neither did I. Pray let me continue, Emerson. Uncle Walter spanked me yesterday only because I tore some pages out of his dictionary. I needed to use them. He spanks very hard. I will not tear any more pages out of his dictionary. Afterwards, he taught me how to write I love you, Mama and Papa in hieroglyphs. Here it is. Your son Ramses. Together, Emerson and I contemplated the untidy little row of picture signs. The signs blurred a trifle as I looked at them, but, as always when Ramses was concerned, amusement and irritation tempered sentimentality. How typical of Ramses. He misspells dictionary and vicious, but misses not a letter of hieroglyphs.
I fear we have bred a monster.
He began to tickle the cat under the chin. The animal, annoyed at being awakened, promptly seized his hand and began to bite it. What Ramses needs is discipline.
Or an adversary worthy of his steel.
He pried the cat's teeth and claws from his hand and studied the animal thoughtfully.
I have just had an inspiration, Amelia.
I did not ask what it was. I preferred not to know. Instead, I turned to the rest of the mail, which included a long, loving letter from Evelyn, reassuring me as to Ramsay's health and happiness. Like the good aunt she was, she did not even mention the dictionary incident. Emerson opened his own mail. After a while, he handed 2 items to me for perusal. One was a telegram from Grey Bow, cancelling Emerson's permission to excavate and demanding that he rehire the guards he had dismissed. After I had read it, Emerson crumpled it up and tossed it out the window. The second item was a clipping from a newspaper, sent us by Mr. Wilbur. The story, under the byline of Kevin O'Connell, described in vivid detail not only the kicking of the reporter down the stairs of Shepherd's Hotel, but also the knife in the wardrobe. Mr. O'Connell's informant had played him false with the latter incident, however. The knife, a bejeweled weapon worthy of being worn by a pharaoh, was found driven into the center of the bedside table. Wait till I get my hands on that young man.
At least he did not break his word. This story was written some days ago before we made our arrangement. Do you want to change the name in that envelope, Amelia?
It took me a moment to understand what he meant. Certainly not. Though this does raise a point I cannot yet explain. What about you?
My opinion is unchanged.
The cat warned us that someone was approaching. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. I opened it and admitted Daoud.
The holy woman calls you to come. The sick man is awake and speaking.
Curse it!
Emerson shook his fist in the astonished man's face.
Keep your voice down, Daoud. No one must know of this. Now get back to your post and hold your tongue.
Daoud obeyed. We proceeded post-haste to Arthur's room. The sister was bending over the sick man, as was Mary. Worn by illness as he was, it required both women's strength to keep him from sitting up. He must not move his head. Emerson went to the bed. His big brown hands, so strong and yet so gentle, took hold of the injured member, immobilizing it. Arthur immediately left off struggling. So intense is the degree of animal magnetism Emerson projects that it seemed to flow through his fingers into the injured brain. Arthur opened his eyes.
He is awake. Do you know me, Lord Baskerville?
But there was no awareness in the dazed blue orbs. If they focused at all, it was on some object high in midair, invisible to the rest of us. I have always held that the various states of semi-consciousness, even deep coma, do not necessarily involve the complete cessation of sensation. The means of communication may be interrupted, but who is to say that the brain does not function or the ears do not hear? I therefore seated myself by the bed and approached my mouth close to the ear of the injured man. Arthur, it is Amelia Emerson who speaks to you. You have been struck down by an assailant as yet unknown. Have no fear, I am watching over you. But if you could possibly answer a question or two...
How the devil do you expect him to do that? The poor chap has all he can do to continue breathing. Ignore her, Milverton. Baskerville.
Arthur paid no attention to either speech. He continued to stare raptly into space. Il semble plus calme maintenant, but I fear a repetition of this. Should we tie him to the bed, do you think? The sister replied that Dr. Dubois had predicted the possibility of such a violent awakening and had given her medicine to administer should it occur.
I was taken by surprise. It happened so suddenly. But do not fear, madame. I can deal with him.
Mary had collapsed into a chair, pale as... I was about to say snow. However, in strict accuracy, her pallor was a delicate shade of coffee, well laced with milk. 3/4 milk to 1/4 coffee, let us say. Suddenly, we were all electrified at hearing a strange voice.
The beautiful one has come, sweet of hands, beautiful of face. At hearing her voice, one rejoices.
It was young Arthur's.
Good God! Shh!
Lady of Joy, his beloved, bearing the two sistrums in her two beautiful hands.
We waited after that until my chest ached with holding my breath, but Arthur Baskerville spoke no more that day. His darkly stained lids closed over his staring eyes.
Il va dormir. Je vous félicite, madame. The young man will live, I believe.
Her calm struck me as inhuman until I realized that she was the only one who had not understood a word. To her, the patient had simply been babbling nonsense syllables in his delirium. Mary's reaction was inclined more toward confusion than the awestruck disbelief that had affected Emerson and me.
What was he talking about?
Don't ask.
He was delirious. Mary, once again, I'm going to ask that you go to your room. It is ridiculous for you to sit here hour after hour. Touching, but ridiculous. Go and take a nap, or a walk, or talk to the cat.
Yeah, I second the motion. Get some rest, Miss Mary. I may want you later this evening.
We escorted the girl to her room, and then confronted one another with identical expressions of disbelief.
You heard, Peabody. At least I hope you did. If not, I was experiencing auditory hallucinations.
I heard. They were the titles of Queen Nefertiti, were they not?
They were.
Such tender phrases. I am convinced, Emerson, that they were the compliments of Akhenaten, to his adored wife.
Amelia, you have an absolutely unparalleled talent for straying from the point. How the devil did that ignorant young man know those words? He told us himself that he was untrained in Egyptology.
There must be a logical explanation.
Of course there must. All the same, he sounded rather like Madame Berengaria in one of her fits, didn't he? Though his ravings were a great deal more accurate than hers.
Curse it, he must have heard the titles from Lord Baskerville or Armadale at some time. They say the sleeping brain retains everything, though the waking mind cannot recall it.
Who says?
I forget. I read it somewhere, one of those newfangled medical theories. However far-fetched it may be, it makes more sense than...
Precisely. All that aside, Peabody, has it struck you that the young man's ravings may have a bearing on who murdered Lord Baskerville?
Naturally, that aspect of the matter had not escaped me. Emerson flung his arms around me.
You are indestructible, Peabody. Thank God for your strength. I don't know what I would do without it, for I feel like an antique chariot driver trying to control half a dozen spirited steeds at once. Now, I must be off again.
Where?
Oh, here and there. I am arranging a little theatrical performance, my dear. A regular Egyptian fantasia. It will take place this evening.
Indeed. And where is the performance to take place?
At the tomb.
What do you want me to do? I don't promise that I will do it. I simply ask. Emerson rubbed his hands together.
I rely on you, Peabody. Announce my intentions to Lady Baskerville and Vandergelt. If they wish to spend the night at the hotel, they may do so, but not until my performance is ended. I want everyone there.
Including Madame Berengaria?
As a matter of fact, yes. She might add a certain je ne sais quoi.
Alarm seized me. Emerson never speaks French unless he is up to something. You are up to something.
Certainly.
And you expect me to submit tamely?
You have never submitted to anything tamely in your life. You will work with me, as I would with you, because we are as one. We know one another's minds. You suspect, I am sure, what I intend.
I do.
And you will assist me?
I will.
I need not tell you what to do.
No.
Then a bientôt, my darling Peabody.
He embraced me so fervently that I had to sit down on a bench for a few moments to catch my breath. In fact, I had not the slightest idea what he meant to do. When he rises to heights of emotional intensity, Emerson can carry all before him. Mesmerized by his burning eyes and fervent voice, I would have agreed to anything he proposed, up to and including self-immolation. Naturally, I never let him know he has this effect on me. It would be bad for his character. Once he had departed, I was able to think more calmly, and then indeed a glimmer of an idea occurred to me. Most men are reasonably useful in a crisis. The difficulty lies in convincing them that the situation has reached a critical point. Being superior to others of his sex, Emerson was more efficient than most, and harder to convince. He had finally admitted that there was a murderer at large. He had agreed that the responsibility of identifying the miscreant was ours. But what, in fact, was Emerson's chief concern? Why, the tomb, of course. Emerson would cheerfully consign the entire globe and its inhabitants, with a few exceptions, to the nethermost pits to save one dingy fragment of history from extinction. Therefore, his activities of this evening must be designed to attain his dearest wish, the resumption of work on the tomb. I am sure, dear listener, that you can follow my reasoning to its logical conclusion. Remember Emerson's fondness for play acting. Bear in mind the regrettable susceptibility of all segments of the human race to crass superstition. Stretch your imagination, and I have no doubts you will forward as eagerly as I did to Emerson's Fantasia. The moon was up when we set out on our journey to the valley. It was on the wane, no longer a perfect silver globe, but it emitted enough light to flood the plain with silver and cast deep shadows across the road. I would have preferred to lead our caravan over the lofty path behind Deir el-Bahri, but such a walk would have been beyond Lady Baskerville's powers, and Madame Berengaria was also incapable of self-locomotion. Therefore, I resigned myself to a prolonged and bumpy ride. I was the only one of the ladies who was sensibly dressed. Being unable to anticipate what might eventuate from Emerson's performance, I thought it best to be prepared for anything, so my working costume was complete down to the knife, the revolver, and the parasol. Madame Berengaria was decked out in her decaying Egyptian costume, Lady Baskerville was a vision in black lace and jetty jewels, and Mary wore one of her shabby evening frocks. The poor child did not own a gown that was less than 2 years old. I wondered if she would be offended if I made her a present of the best Luxor had to offer. It would have to be done tactfully, of course. Though I did not really believe Arthur was in any danger that evening, since all the suspects would be under my watchful eyes, I had taken the precaution of requesting Daoud to remain on guard at the window, with his cousin Mohammed at the door. They were not pleased at missing the Fantasia, but I promised to make it up to them. I also told them the truth about Arthur's identity. I felt sure they already knew, since such news has a way of spreading, but they appreciated being taken into my confidence.
Yes, if he is rich, it is not surprising that someone should wish to kill him.
It was easier to arrange matters with my loyal men than to persuade the others to agree with my plans. Lady Baskerville at first refused to join the party. It had required all my persuasion and that of Mr. Vandergelt to convince her. The American was mightily intrigued and kept pestering me, as he put it, to give him a hint of what was going to transpire. I did not yield to his importunities in order to maintain an air of mystery and suspense, and also because I was not sure myself. Knowing that Emerson would appreciate any little dramatic touches I could add, I had mounted several of our men on donkeys and set them at the head of the procession with lighted torches in their hands. Any superstitious fears they may have had were overcome by anticipation, for Emerson had already spoken to them, promising them wonders and revelations. I suspected that Abdullah had some idea of what my husband meant to do, but when I asked him, he only grinned and refused to answer. As the carriages proceeded along the deserted road, the scene cast its spell on all our hearts, and when we turned into the narrow cleft in the cliffs, I felt myself an intruder, pushing rudely into byways that rightfully belonged to the thronging ghosts of the past. A great fire blazed before the entrance to the tomb. Emerson was there, and when he advanced to meet us, I did not know whether to laugh or exclaim in astonishment. He wore a long, flowing crimson gown and a most peculiar cap with a tassel on top. The cap and the shoulders of the robe were trimmed with fur, and although I had never seen this particular dress before, my familiarity with the academic world enabled me to deduce that it was the robe of a doctor of philosophy, probably from some obscure European university. It had obviously been designed for a much taller person, for as Emerson reached out to help me from the carriage, the full sleeves fell down and enveloped his hand. I assumed he had bought this amazing creation in one of the antiquities shops of Luxor, where a remarkable variety of objects is to be found, and although its effect on me, at least, was rather more productive of hilarity than awe, Emerson's complacent expression indicated that he was enormously pleased with the ensemble. Shaking back his sleeve, he took my hand and led me to one of the chairs that had been arranged in a semicircle facing the fire. Surrounding us on all sides was a sea of brown faces and turbans. Among the Gurnawis, I saw two faces I recognized. One was that of the Imam, the other was Ali Hassan, who had had the audacity to take up a position in the front row of the spectators. The others took their chairs. No one spoke, though Vandergelt's lips were twitching suspiciously as he watched Emerson bustling about in his trailing finery. I had feared Madame Berengaria would be unable to resist the opportunity to make a spectacle of herself, but she sat down in silence and folded her arms across her breast, like a pharaoh holding the twin scepters. The flames were beginning to die down, and in the growing gloom, her bizarre costume was much more effective than it had been in the brightly lighted hotel. As I studied her somber and unattractive countenance, I found a new source of uneasiness. Had I, after all, underestimated this woman? Emerson called us to attention. My heart swelled with affectionate pride as I looked on him, his hands tucked in his flowing sleeves like a Chinese mandarin, the silly cap perched on top of his thick black hair. Emerson's impressive presence invested even that absurd garb with dignity, and when he began to speak, no one had the slightest inclination to laugh. He spoke in English and in Arabic, translating phrase by phrase. Instead of making the audience impatient, this deliberate pace was all the more effective theatrically. He mocked the cowardice of the men of Gurney and praised the courage and intelligence of his own men, tactfully omitting their recent lapse. Then his voice rose to a shout that made his audience jump.
I will tolerate this no longer. I am the father of curses, the man who goes where others fear to tread, the fighter of demons. You know me. You know my name. Do I speak the truth? I know your hearts. I know the evildoers among you. Did you think you could escape the vengeance of the father of curses? No! My eye can see in the blackness of night. My ear can hear the words you think but do not utter.
He strode quickly back and forth, moving his arms in mystic gestures. Whenever his steps took him toward the staring crowd, those in the front ranks drew back. Suddenly, he came to a complete standstill, one arm lifted, the forefinger rigid and quivering. An almost visible current of force emanated from this extended digit. The awestruck watchers fell back before it. Emerson bounded forward and plunged into the crowd. The blue and white robes undulated like waves. When Emerson emerged from the human sea, he was dragging a man with him, a man whose single eye glared wildly in the firelight.
Here he is! My all-seeing eye has found him where he cowered among his betters.
Emerson turned the man he held by the throat.
Habib ibn Muhammad, 3 times you have tried to kill me. Jackal, murderer of children, eater of dead man's bones. What madness seized you that you dared to threaten me?
I doubt that Habib could have produced a reply worthy of that eloquent demand, even if he had been capable of speaking. Emerson turned again to the circle of rapt faces.
Brothers! What punishment does the Quran, the word of the Prophet, decree for a murderer? Death! Death! Take him away.
Mercy! Rahma!
Emerson flung Habib into the waiting arms of Faisal. No one appreciates a good theatrical performance more than an Arab. An audience of Luxor men had sat enthralled through Romeo and Juliet in English a few years earlier. This was much more entertaining. Before they could turn to their friends and begin an animated critique of the show, Emerson spoke again.
Habib was not the only evildoer among us.
Agitated eddies appeared here and there as certain members of the audience hastily headed for the obscurity of darkness. Emerson made a contemptuous gesture.
They are even smaller jackals than Habib. Let them go. They did not cause the deaths of the English lord and his friend. They did not kill the watchman Hassan.
Vandergelt stirred uneasily.
What is he up to now? That was a first-rate performance. He ought to let the curtain down.
I was myself a trifle apprehensive. Emerson has a tendency to overdo things. I hoped he knew what he was doing. His next sentence made me doubt that he did.
Were they slain by the curse of the Pharaoh? If so...
Emerson paused, and not one pair of eyes in that assemblage blinked or moved from his face.
If so, I take that curse on myself. Here and now, I challenge the gods to strike me down, or give me their blessing. Oh, Anubis, the high, the mighty, the chief over the mysteries of those in the underworld. Oh, Horus, son of Osiris, born of Isis. Oh, Apet, mother of fire.
He turned to face the fire, which had died to a bed of red coals, against which his form was darkly silhouetted. Arms raised, he invoked the gods of Egypt in a sonorous but rather oddly pronounced form of their own language. All at once the dying fire soared heavenward in a rainbow flame, blue and sea green and ghastly lavender. In the uncanny light, they saw on the topmost step of the tomb entrance an object that had certainly not been there before. It had the form of a giant black cat with glowing yellow eyes. The play of firelight along the lean flanks gave the illusion of tensed muscles, as if the weird beast were preparing to spring on its prey. The cat shape was a hollow shell, covered with bituminous pitch, and had once contained, if it did not still, the mummified figure of a real cat. Emerson had presumably acquired the object in Luxor from one of the dealers, and had undoubtedly paid a pretty penny for it. No doubt many of the watchers were as cognizant as I of the true nature of the feline mummy case, but its seemingly miraculous appearance had as dramatic an effect as any showman could wish. Emerson broke into a weird, stiff-kneed dance, waving his arms.
Reminds me of an old Apache chief I used to know. Suffered terribly from rheumatism, but wouldn't give up the rain dance.
Fortunately, the rest of the audience was less critical. Watching Emerson's hand, I saw the same movement that had preceded the burst of multicolored flame. This time, the substance he tossed onto the fire produced a huge puff of lemon-colored smoke. It must have contained sulfur or some similar chemical, for it was singularly odorous. The spectators, who were on its fringes, began to flap their hands. For a few seconds, the tomb entrance was completely veiled in coiling smoke. As it began to disperse, we saw that the cat coffin had split down the middle. The two sections had fallen, one to each side, and between them, in the exact pose of the coffin, sat a living cat. It wore a jeweled collar. The gleaming stones winked emerald and ruby red in the firelight. The cat Bastet was extremely annoyed. I sympathized with her feelings. Caged, boxed, or bagged, as the case might be, she had been kidnapped and then thrust into a cloud of evil-smelling smoke. She rubbed her nose with a forepaw. Then her glowing golden eyes lit on Emerson. I feared the worst. But then came the crowning wonder of that night of wonders, which would be the subject of folk tales in the nearby villages for years to come. The cat walked slowly toward Emerson, who was invoking it as Sekhmet, goddess of war, death, and destruction. Rising on its hind feet, it clung to his trouser leg with its claws and rubbed its head against his hand. Emerson flung his arms high.
Allah is merciful! Allah is great!
Another mighty puff of smoke burst from the fire. The performance was ended. The audience drifted away. Emerson emerged from the fog and walked toward me.
Not bad, eh?
Let me shake your hand, Professor. You are as smooth a crook as I ever met, and that's saying something.
Thank you. Lady Baskerville, I took the liberty of ordering a feast for our men once they get back to the house. Abdullah and Faisal particularly deserve an entire sheep apiece.
Certainly. Really, though, Radcliffe, I hardly know what to say about this peculiar business. Was it by chance my emerald and ruby bracelet around that beast's neck?
He fingered the dent in his chin.
I must apologize for the liberty. Never fear, I will restore it.
How? The cat has run away.
Emerson was still trying to think of what to say when Carl joined us.
Herr Professor, you were splendid. One little point, if you permit. The imperative form of the verb eri is not eru, as you said, but...
Never mind. Emerson directed an outraged scowl at the earnest young German, rather like Amun-Ra glowering at a priest who ventured to criticize his pronunciation. Had we not better return to the house? I am sure everyone is tired out.
There will be no sleep for the guilty tonight.
Madame Berengaria had risen from her chair. Her daughter and Mr. O'Connell, who flanked her on either side, made ineffectual attempts to keep her quiet and move her on. She waved them away.
A fine show, Professor. You remember more of your past lives than you admit. But not enough, you fool. You have mocked the gods, and now you must suffer. I would have saved you if you had let me.
Oh, the devil. Really, I cannot tolerate much more of this. Amelia, do something.
The woman's bloodshot eyes moved to me.
You share his guilt and will share his fate. Remember the words of the sage. Be not proud and arrogant of speech, for the gods love those who are silent.
Mother, please.
Mary took her mother by the arm.
Ungrateful girl!
With a twist of her shoulder, Madame sent Mary staggering back.
You and your lovers. You think I don't see, but I know. Filth, uncleanliness, fornication is a sin, and so is failure to revere your mother. It is an abomination to the gods, going into a strange woman to know her.
The last comment was apparently aimed at Carl and O'Connell, whom she indicated by a wild gesture. The journalist was ashen with rage. Carl's reaction seemed to be chiefly one of surprise. I half expected to hear him repeat, "The English, never will I understand them." Yet neither spoke to deny the vile allegations. Even I was momentarily nonplussed. I realized that Berengaria's earlier exhibitions had contained a certain element of deliberate calculation. She was not acting now. Beads of froth oozed from the corners of her mouth. She turned her burning gaze on Vandergelt, who had thrown a protective arm around his bride-to-be.
Adultery and fornication! Remember the two brothers, my fine American gentlemen. By the wiles of a woman, Anubis was driven to murder his younger brother. He put his heart in the cedar tree, and the king's men chopped it down. The lock of hair perfumed the garments of Pharaoh. The talking beasts warned him to beware.
The narrow cord of sanity had finally snapped. This was madness and delirium. I suspected that not even a brisk slap, my usual remedy for hysteria, would avail in this case. Before I could decide what to do, Berengaria pressed her hand to her heart and slowly subsided onto the ground.
Oh, my heart! I must have a stimulant. I have overtaxed my strength.
Mr. Vandergelt produced an elegant silver flask of brandy, which I administered to the fallen woman. She lapped it greedily, and by holding it in front of her like a carrot in front of a balky mule, I was able to get her into the carriage. Mary was weeping with embarrassment, but when I suggested she ride with us, she shook her head.
She is my mother. I cannot abandon her.
O'Connell and Carl offered to go with her, and so it was arranged. The first carriage set out on the return journey, and the rest of us were about to follow when I remembered that Lady Baskerville had planned to spend the night at the hotel. I assured her that if she wanted to carry out her plan, Emerson and I could walk back.
How can you suppose me capable of abandoning you? If that wretched woman has suffered a heart attack, you will have 2 sick persons on your hands, in addition to all your other responsibilities.
That's my noble girl.
Thank you. When we reached the house, I rolled up my sleeves and went first to Arthur's room. He was deep in slumber, so I proceeded to see how Madame was getting on. The Egyptian woman who had been assigned to attend the lady was leaving her room as I approached. She informed me that Sit Baskerville had sent her for fresh water. Lady Baskerville was bending over the gross shape that sprawled across the bed. In her elegant gown and delicate lace shawl, she was an incongruous figure to be found in a sick room, but her movements were quick and efficient as she straightened the sheets.
Will you have a look at her, Mrs. Emerson? I don't believe her condition is serious, but if you feel we ought to call Dr. Dubois, I will send someone at once.
After taking Berengaria's pulse and heartbeat, I nodded agreement. It can wait till morning, I think. There is nothing wrong with her now, except that she is dead drunk.
Blame me if you wish, Mrs. Emerson. As soon as she had been placed on the bed, she reached under the mattress and brought out a bottle. She did not even open her eyes. At first, I was too surprised to interfere. Then, well, I told myself that to attempt to wrest the bottle from her would only lead to a struggle which I must lose. But to be honest, I wanted to see her insensible. I am sure you must despise me.
In fact, I rather admired her. For once, she was being honest with me, and I could not blame her for carrying out a scheme which I had myself once contemplated. After directing the servant, who had returned with the water, to keep a close watch and wake me if there was any change in Madame's condition, I went with Lady Baskerville to the drawing room, where the others were assembled. Emerson had commanded their presence, and as we entered, we heard Kevin O'Connell berating my husband for his lack of consideration.
Miss Mary is on the verge of collapse. She ought to be in bed. Just look at her.
The young lady's appearance did not support this diagnosis. Her cheeks were tear-stained, and her costume somewhat the worse for wear, but she sat upright in her chair.
No, my friend. I do not require pity. I need to be reminded of my duty. My mother is a tormented, unhappy person. Whether she is ill, or mad, or simply evil-minded, I do not know, but it does not matter. She is my cross, and I will bear it. Lady Baskerville, we will leave you tomorrow. I am ashamed that I have allowed this to go on as long as it has.
Very well, very well. I am sure we all sympathize with you, Miss Mary, but at the moment I have more pressing matters to discuss. I must have a copy of the painting of Anubis before I demolish the wall. You had better be at work early before—
What the—
O'Connell sprang to his feet, red as a turkey cock.
You cannot be serious, Professor.
Be still, Kevin. I made a promise, and I will keep it. Work is the best medicine for a wounded heart.
I agree with the sentiment, at least. You might think about it too, Mr. O'Connell. How long has it been since you sent off a story to your newspaper?
O'Connell sank limply into a chair and shook his disheveled red head.
I'll probably lose my position. When one is living news, it's hard to find time to write about it.
Oh, cheer up. In 48 hours, perhaps less, you will be able to steal a march on your colleagues with a story that will restore you to the good graces of your editor. You may even be able to demand a rise in pay.
What do you mean?
Fatigue forgotten, O'Connell sat up alertly and reached for his notebook and pencil.
You hope to enter the tomb by then?
Well, of course, but that is not what I meant. You will be the one to announce to the world the identity of the murderer of Lord Baskerville.
The listeners were galvanized by this announcement.
By Jiminy!
Mary's eyes opened wide. Even the phlegmatic young German stared at Emerson in surprise.
Murder?
He was murdered, of course. Come now, Mr. O'Connell, you have always suspected as much, though you did not have the effrontery to suggest it in your newspaper stories. The succession of violent tragedies that has occurred here makes it impossible that Lord Baskerville could have died a natural death. I have been working on the case, and I will soon be in a position to announce results. I await one last piece of evidence. It will be here by late tomorrow or the following morning. By the way, Amelia, don't try to intercept my messenger. The news he carries has meaning only to me. You won't understand it.
Indeed?
Well.
O'Connell crossed his legs, put his notebook on his knees, and gazed at Emerson with the impish grin that betokened his professional mood.
You wouldn't care to drop a hint, would you, Professor?
Certainly not.
There's nothing to prevent me from speculating a bit, is there?
Ooh, at your own risk.
Never fear. I'm no more anxious to commit myself prematurely than you are. Yes, this will require some rather delicate phrasing. Excuse me, please. I had better get to work.
Don't forget your promise.
You may see the story before I send it off.
He departed with a springy step.
The rest of us had better retire too. Vandergelt, can I count on your assistance tomorrow morning when I reopen the tomb?
I wouldn't miss it for... That is, if you don't mind, my dear.
No. Do as you like, Cyrus. This latest news has quite overwhelmed me.
When she had taken her departure, leaning on Vandergelt's arm, Emerson turned to me. Before he could speak, I made a warning gesture. I believe Carl wishes to ask you something, Emerson. Either that, or he has fallen asleep there in the shadows. Emerson looked startled. Carl had been so still, and the corner where he sat was so far distant from the nearest lamp, that he might have fallen into a doze. But I suspected another, more sinister explanation. Now he roused himself and came forward.
Not to ask do I wish, Herr Professor, but to warn. An act very foolish it was to say what you said. A gauntlet of defiance you have thrown down to a killer.
Dear me. That was careless of me.
Von Bork shook his head. He had lost considerable weight during the past week, and the lamplight emphasized the new hollows under his cheekbones and in his eye sockets.
A stupid man you are not, Professor. I myself ask why you have so acted, but I do not an answer expect. Gute Nacht, Herr Professor. Frau Professor, schlafen Sie wohl.
Frowning, Emerson watched the young man go.
He is the most intelligent of the lot. I may have made a mistake there, Peabody. I ought to have handled him differently.
You are tired. No wonder, after all that shouting and jumping around. Come to bed. Arm in arm, we sauntered across the courtyard.
I believe I detected a slight note of criticism in your comment, Amelia. To describe my masterful performance as shouting and jumping around is hardly...
The dancing was an error.
I was not dancing. I was performing a grave ritual march. The fact that the space was limited...
I understand. It was the only flaw in an otherwise superb performance. The men have agreed to return to work, I take it?
Yes. Abdullah will be on guard tonight, though I don't expect any trouble.
I opened our door. Emerson struck a match and lighted the lamp. The wick flared up, and 100 fiery sparks reflected the light from the neck of the cat Bastet, who sat on the table by the window. As soon as she caught sight of Emerson, she trotted toward him. What did you use to attract the animal? I watched Bastet claw at Emerson's coattails.
Chicken.
He withdrew a greasy packet from his trouser pocket. I was pained to observe that it had left a nasty spot. Grease is so difficult to get out.
I spent an hour training her earlier this afternoon.
Emerson fed the remainder of the chicken to the cat. You had better get Lady Baskerville's bracelet off her neck. She has probably knocked half the stones out already. And indeed, it proved that she had. Seeing Emerson's face fall, as he tried to calculate the weight and value of the rubies and emeralds he would be obliged to replace, I quite forgave him for being so puffed up about his performance. When I went to see Arthur next morning, the sister gave me a smiling bonjour and informed me that the patient had spent a quiet night. His color was much better, which I attributed to the strengthening effect of the chicken broth, and when I placed my hand on his brow, he smiled in his sleep and murmured something. Oh, he is calling for his mother. I brushed a tear from my eye with my sleeve.
Vraiment? He has spoken once or twice before, but so softly I could not make out the word.
I am sure he said mother. And perhaps by the time he wakes, he will see that good lady's face bending over him. I allowed myself the pleasure of picturing that exquisite scene. Mary would be there, of course. I really must do something about the child's clothes. A pretty white gown would be just the thing. And Arthur would hold her hand in his thin-waisted fingers as he told his mother to greet her new daughter. To be sure, Mary had announced her intention of devoting the rest of her life to her mother, but that was just a young girl's romantic fancy. A fondness for martyrdom, especially of the verbal variety, is common to the young. I had dealt with this phenomenon before, and did not doubt my ability to bring this love affair also to a happy conclusion. However, time was passing, and if I expected to see Mary become the new Lady Baskerville, it was up to me to make sure her bridegroom survived to take that step. I repeated my caution to the nun to give the sick man nothing except what was brought to her by myself or Daoud. I then went to my next patient. A peep into the room assured me that Madame was in no need of my attention. She slept the calm, deep-breathing sleep of the wicked. It is a misconception that the innocent sleep well. The worse a man is, the more profound his slumber, for if he had a conscience, he would not be a villain. When I reached the dining room, Emerson growled at me for being late. He and Mary had already finished breakfast. I buttered a piece of toast and ignored Emerson's demands that I bring it with me and eat as we walked. Where are the others?
Carl has gone ahead. Kevin has crossed to Luxor, to the telegraph office.
Emerson!
It is all right. He showed the story to me. You will enjoy reading it, Amelia. The young man has an imagination almost as uncontrolled as yours.
Thank you. Mary, your mother seems better this morning.
Yes, she has had these attacks before and made a remarkable recovery. As soon as I have finished the copy of the painting, I will make arrangements to move her back to Luxor.
There is no hurry. Tomorrow morning will be soon enough. You will be worn out this evening after working in the heat.
Well, if you really think so.
Her morose expression lightened a little. One may be determined to embrace martyrdom gracefully, but a day of reprieve is not to be sneezed at. I am sure even the early Christian saints raised no objection if Caesar postponed feeding them to the lions until the next circus. Tiring of Emerson's nagging, I finished my breakfast, and we prepared to leave. Where is Mr. Vandergelt? He wanted to be with us, I thought.
He has taken Lady Baskerville over to Luxor. There were matters to arrange for their approaching nuptials, and I persuaded the lady to stay there and do a little shopping. That always cheers ladies, does it not?
Why, Professor, I had no idea you were so well acquainted with the weaknesses of our sex.
I looked suspiciously at Emerson. He had turned his back and was attempting to whistle.
Well, let us be off, shall we? Vandergelt will join us later. It will be some time before we can actually breach the wall.
It was, in fact, mid-morning before our preparations were complete. The air in the depths of the tomb was still bad, and the heat was so unbelievable that I refused to let Mary work for more than 10 minutes at a time. Impatient as Emerson was, he had to agree that this was reasonable. In the meantime, he occupied himself with supervising the construction of a stout wooden cover for the well. Carl had taken over the operation of the camera, and you know little of my character, dear listener, if you are unable to imagine the nature of the thoughts that occupied my mind. I sat under the shade of my awning, supposedly making scale drawings of pottery fragments, but the sound of Emerson's cheerful shouts and curses as he supervised the carpenter work roused the gravest suspicions. He seemed very sure of himself. Was it possible, after all, that he was right in his identification of Lord Baskerville's murderer, and that I was wrong? I could not believe it. However, I decided it might be advisable to go over my reasoning once more in the light of the most recent developments. I could always think of a way of changing the name in my envelope if I had to. Turning over a page of my sketching pad, I abandoned pots for plans. I would make a neat little chart, setting forth the various motives and means, and so on. So, I began. The death of Lord Baskerville. Suspect, Lady Baskerville. Motive in the murder of Lord Baskerville. Inheritance. How much Lady Baskerville would inherit, I, of course, did not know yet, but I felt sure it was enough to account for her willingness to do away with her husband. By all accounts, he had been a singularly boring man. Armadale. He witnessed the crime. The room he had occupied was next to Lady Baskerville's. To be sure, this did not explain why Armadale had disappeared. Had he lost his mind from horror after seeing Lady B massacre her husband? And how the devil, as Emerson might say, did she massacre him? If some obscure and unidentifiable poison had been used, all Armadale could have seen was Lord Baskerville sipping a cup of tea or a glass of sherry. Hassan had seen Armadale and observed something, perhaps the particular window to which the ghost had gone, that betrayed the identity of the murderer. Attempted blackmail. Destruction of blackmailer. I read over this last paragraph with satisfaction. It made sense. Indeed, the motive for Hassan's murder would apply to all the suspects. The next section of my little chart was not so neat. Lady Baskerville's motives for bashing Arthur on the head were obscure, unless there was some clause in his lordship's will that allowed certain properties to revert to his wife in the event of the death of his heir. That seemed not only unlikely, but positively illegal. I went doggedly on to the question of opportunity. Lord Baskerville. His wife's opportunity of getting at him was excellent. But how the devil had she done it? Armadale. No opportunity. How had Lady Baskerville known the location of the cave? If she had killed Armadale at or near the house, she would have had to transport his body to the cave. Obviously impossible for a woman. Weak, very weak. I could almost hear Emerson's jeer. The truth of the matter was, I wanted Lady Baskerville to be the murderer. I never liked the woman. I gazed disconsolately at my chart, which was not working as I had hoped. I turned to a fresh page and tried another arrangement. The death of Lord Baskerville. Suspect, Arthur Baskerville, alias Charles Milverton. That had a fine professional look to it. Emboldened, I went on. Motive, inheritance and revenge. So far, so good. In fact, Arthur's motive was particularly strong. It accounted for his imbecilic behavior in presenting himself to his uncle incognito. This was the act of a romantic young idiot. Arthur was a romantic young idiot, but if he had planned in advance to kill his uncle, he had a very good reason for taking a false name. Once Baskerville was dead, Arthur could return to Kenya. How? Curse it, how? It was most unlikely that anyone would have connected Arthur, Lord Baskerville, with the former Charles Milverton. He would probably claim the title and estates without ever going to England, and if he did have to go, he could make excuses to avoid Lady Baskerville. Oh! I realized that my chart had taken to wandering all over the page. I took a firm grip on my wits and my pencil and returned to the proper form. The death of Lord Baskerville. Suspect, Cyrus Vandergelt. His motives were only too clear. Contrary to the stern warning of Scripture, he had coveted his neighbor's wife. It was at that point I realized I had not discussed Arthur's means or opportunity, or explained who had struck him down if he was the original killer. Ugh. I turned the page over and tried again. The murder of Alan Armadale. This approach was based on the assumption that Lord Baskerville's death was a red herring, or, to put it more elegantly, that his lordship had died a natural death, that the so-called mark on his brow was a meaningless stain, misinterpreted by sensation seekers, and that the murderer had taken advantage of the furor following his lordship's death to commit a murder whose true motive would be obscured. The obvious suspect here was Mr. O'Connell. He had not only taken advantage of the story of the curse, he had invented it. I did not suppose that he had murdered Armadale in cold blood. No, the killing had obviously resulted from a sudden rush of jealous passion. Once the deed was done, a clever man, which O'Connell undoubtedly was, might have seen how he could avert suspicion by making Armadale's death seem related to that of Lord Baskerville. The same motive, love of Mary, could apply in the case of Karl von Bork. In my opinion, he was not capable of the sort of grand passion that might drive a man to violence. But still waters run deep, and once or twice Karl had displayed hidden depths of feeling and of cunning. By this time my chart had abandoned all pretense of form, and my random jottings, embodying the thoughts I have expressed in more developed form above, was sprawling all over the page. I studied it in some exasperation. My thought processes are always orderly. The case was simply not susceptible to this means of organization. It is all very well for writers of crime fiction. They invent the crime and the solution so they can arrange things the way they like. I decided to abandon the outline and let my thoughts stray where they would. Solely on the basis of opportunity, one would have to eliminate all the women from suspicion. Madame Berengeria's motive was excellent. She might not be mad in the medical sense, but she was mad enough to destroy anyone who might wish to interfere with her selfish hold on her daughter. However, she and Mary resided on the East Bank. The bodies had all been discovered on the West Bank. I could not visualize either Mary or her mother scampering through the dark streets of Luxor, hiring a boat and bribing the boatmen to silence, then running through the fields of the western shore. The idea that Madame could have done this not once but several times was ludicrous. unless she had hired accomplices to do the actual killing. And although Lady Baskerville had been on the scene, such activity on the part of a lady of elegant and languid habits seemed equally unlikely. The murder of Armadale presented particular difficulties, as I had indicated in my initial attempt at a chart. Useless. At this point in my cogitations, Mr. Vandergelt and Mr. O'Connell arrived, having met at the quay. I was glad to abandon my futile outlines, for I had decided I had been right all along.
You haven't broken through the wall yet, have you? I'll never forgive you, Mrs. Amelia, if you didn't wait for me.
I hastily hid my notebook under a pile of chips. I think you are just in time. I was about to go down myself to see how matters are progressing. We met Mary on her way out. She was in an indescribable state of dampness and dirt, but her eyes shone triumphantly as she displayed a splendid drawing, the result of her uncomfortable labors. It was a fine piece of work, and I knew Emerson would be pleased with it. Mr. O'Connell carried Mary off to rest, and Vandergelt and I descended the steps. Already the newly constructed wooden structure was in place over the shaft, and the men were preparing to make a hole in the wall.
Ah, there you are. I was just about to go and fetch you.
Like fun you were. Never mind, Professor. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't want to wait either. What's the plan?
I will spare the reader further technical details. They can be found in Emerson's superb report, which is to appear this fall in the Zeitschrift für ägyptische Sprache. Suffice it to say that the hole was drilled and Emerson looked through it. Vandergelt and I waited with bated breath.
Oh.
What is it? A dead end? An empty sarcophagus? Tell us the worst, Emerson. Silently, Emerson made way for us. Vandergelt and I each put one eye to the opening. Another corridor stretched down into darkness. It was half filled with debris. Not the deliberate limestone fill of the first corridor, but fragments of a collapsed ceiling and wall, mingled with scraps of gilded wood and brown linen, the remains of mummy wrappings. Withdrawing the candle from the hole, I held it up, and in its light we three contemplated one another's disappointed faces.
That is surely not the burial chamber.
Emerson shook his untidy head, now grey with dust.
No. It appears that the tomb was used for later burials and that the ceiling has collapsed. It is going to be a long, tedious job clearing that mess out and sifting the debris.
Well then, let's get to it.
Vandergelt mopped his steaming brow. Emerson's lips curved in a reluctant smile as he studied the American. 15 minutes in the heat of the corridor had changed Vandergelt from a dapper, handsome man of the world to a specimen that would have been denied entrance to the cheapest London hotel. His goatee dripped, his face was white with dust, and his suit sagged. But his face shone with enthusiasm.
Quite right. Let us get at it.
Vandergelt took off his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The sun had passed the zenith and begun its westward journey before Emerson halted the work. I remained up above, having a comfortable woman-to-woman chat with Mary. She proved to be remarkably resistant to my efforts to ascertain which of her suitors she preferred.
Since I do not intend to marry, my preference does not matter.
I think I was on the verge of winning her confidence when we were interrupted by the approach of two dusty, disheveled ragamuffins. Vandergelt collapsed under the awning.
I sure hope you ladies will excuse me. I'm not in a fit state for the company of the gentler sex just now.
You look like an archaeologist. Have a cup of tea and a little rest before we start back. What results, gentlemen? We had an animated and extremely enjoyable discussion on professional matters. Mary seemed to enjoy it too. Her timid questions were very sensible. It was with visible reluctance that she finally rose and declared she must get back.
May I escort Miss Mary? It is not right that she should go alone.
I need you here.
Oh, you'll be escorting the lady. lady. Unless, Professor, that matter of which we spoke last night is imminent.
What on earth is he talking about?
You'll remember the message, the evidence that would,
Message? Oh, yes! Aha, why can't you speak out, young man, instead of being so confoundedly mysterious? It must be the effect of your profession, always sneaking and spying. As I think I told you, the messenger will probably not arrive until tomorrow morning. Run along now.
Emerson then drew me aside.
Amelia, I want you to go back to the house also.
Why?
Matters are rapidly approaching the final crisis. Milverton, curse it! I mean, young Baskerville may not be out of danger. Watch him, and make sure everyone knows that I expect the fatal message tomorrow.
I folded my arms and looked at him steadily. Are you going to confide your plans to me, Emerson?
Why, surely you know them already, Amelia.
It is impossible for any rational mind to follow the peculiar mental convolutions that pass for logic among the male sex. However, the course of action you have suggested happens to suit my own plans. I will therefore do as you ask.
Thank you.
You are quite welcome. Mary and Mr. O'Connell had gone off in Vandergelt's carriage. I took the path over the hills, so was the first to arrive at the house. Though climbing in and out my bedroom window had now become a natural and convenient procedure, I decided on this occasion to make a formal entrance by way of the gate. I wanted my presence to be noted. As I entered the courtyard, Lady Baskerville came out of her room. She greeted me with unusual warmth.
Ah, Mrs. Emerson. Another hard day's work accomplished. Is there any news?
Only of an archaeological variety. That would not interest you, I suppose.
Once it did. My husband's enthusiasms were my own. He spoke of them constantly. But can you blame me for now regarding the entire subject as darkly stained by unfortunate memories?
I suppose not. Let us hope, however, those memories will fade. It is unlikely that Mr. Vandergelt will ever abandon his absorption in Egyptology, and he will want his wife to share it.
Naturally.
Was your trip to Luxor a success?
Yes, the arrangements are being made, and I found a few things that were not too bad considering. Do come to my room and let me show you my purchases. Half the pleasure in new clothes is in showing them to another woman.
I was about to refuse, but Lady Baskerville's sudden fondness for my company struck me as highly suspicious. I decided to go along with her in order to ascertain her true motives. I thought I understood one such motive when I saw the disorder of her room, every surface being strewn with garments that she had taken from their boxes. Automatically, I began to shake them out and fold them neatly away. Where is Atia? She ought to be performing this service for you.
Didn't you know? The wretched woman has run away. What do you think of this shirtwaist? It is not very pretty, but...
The rest of her speech went unheard by me. I was seized by a grim foreboding. Had Atia become another victim? Some effort ought to be made to locate the woman. I interrupted Lady Baskerville's criticism of an embroidered combing mantle. She may be in danger.
What woman? Oh, Atia. Mrs. Emerson, the poor creature was a drug addict. Did you not realize that? She has probably spent her wages on opium and is in a stupor in some den in Luxor. I can manage without a maid for a few more days. Thank heaven I will soon be back in civilization, where decent servants are to be found.
Let us hope you will.
But I count on Radcliffe to free me. Did he not promise all our doubts and questions would be settled today? Cyrus, and I, of course, would be reluctant to leave you all unless we were sure you were no longer in danger.
Apparently, that longed-for moment will not occur until tomorrow. Emerson tells me his messenger has been delayed.
Today, tomorrow, what matter? So long as it is soon.
Lady Baskerville shrugged.
Now this, Mrs. Emerson, is to be my wedding hat. How do you like it?
She placed the hat, a broad-brimmed straw trimmed with lavender ribbons and pink silk flowers, on her head and skewered it in place with a pair of jeweled pins. When I did not reply at once, she flushed, and a spark of anger shone in her black eyes.
You think me wrong to wear something so frivolous when I am supposed to be in mourning? Should I replace the ribbons with black and dye the flowers sable?
I took the question as it was meant, a display of sarcasm rather than a request for information, and did not reply. I had other things on my mind. Lady Baskerville was visibly annoyed at my lack of interest, and when I rose to leave, she did not press me to remain. The carriage was just passing through the gate when I emerged from Lady Baskerville's room. The young people had no reason to hurry. After greeting me, Mary asked if I had seen her mother. No, I have been with Lady Baskerville. If you can wait a few minutes until I have visited Arthur, I will accompany you. Mary was glad to agree to this. The nun greeted us with shining eyes and a look of genuine happiness in the news she had to give.
He has shown signs of regaining consciousness. C'est un miracle, madame. How great is prayer?
How great is chicken soup? But I did not say so. Let the good creature enjoy her delusions. Arthur was painfully thin. There are limits even to the powers of chicken broth. But his improvement in the past 24 hours had indeed been astonishing. As I leaned over the bed, he stirred and murmured. I motioned to Mary. Speak to him, my dear. Let us see if we can rouse him. You may hold his hand if you like. Scarcely had Mary taken the wasted hand in her own and called the young man's name in a voice tremulous with emotion, than his long golden lashes fluttered and his head turned toward her.
Mary? Is it you, or a heavenly spirit?
It is I. How happy I am to see you better.
Tears of joy trickled down the girl's cheeks. I added a few appropriate words. Arthur's eyes moved to me.
Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, now you know you have not died and gone to heaven. I always feel that a little touch of humor relieves situations of this nature. I know you are still weak, Arthur, but for your own safety, I hope you can answer one question. Who struck you?
Struck me?
The sick man's pallid brow wrinkled.
Did someone... I cannot remember.
What is the last thing you remember?
Lady Baskerville.
Mary looked at me. I shook my head. Now, of all times, we could not leap to conclusions on the basis of a wounded man's confused recollections. What about Lady Baskerville?
Told me... rest. Went to my room. Laid down.
You remember nothing more?
Nothing.
Very well, my dear Arthur. Don't tire yourself any further. Rest. There is nothing to worry about. I am on the job. A smile curved the young man's bearded lips. His weary lids drooped shut.
I can leave with a lighter heart. Our fears for his safety are now relieved.
True. If he was struck during his sleep, as seems to be the case, he never saw the villain's face, so there is no reason why he should be attacked again. However, I do not regret the precautions we took. We had to make sure. Mary nodded, though I do not think she really heard what I was saying. The closer we came to that room, which must seem to her like a goblin's foul lair, the more slowly she moved. A shudder passed through her frame as she reached for the knob. The room was in shadow, the shades having been drawn to keep out the afternoon sun. The attendant lay huddled on a pallet at the foot of the bed. She looked like a corpse in her worn brown robes, but she was only asleep. I could hear her breathing. Mary touched her mother gently on the arm.
Mother, wake up. I am back. Mother?
Suddenly she reeled back, her arms clasped on her breast. I leaped to support her. What is it? She only shook her head dumbly. I helped her to a chair. Then I went to the bed. It required no great stretch of the imagination to anticipate what I would find. When we entered, Madame Berengaria had been lying on her side with her back to the door. Mary's touch, gentle as it was, had disturbed the balance of the body and caused it to roll onto its back. One glance at the staring eyes and lax mouth told the story. It was not even necessary for me to seek a non-existent pulse, though I did so as a matter of routine. My dear child, this could have happened at any time. I took Mary by the shoulders and gave her a sympathetic shake. Your mother was a sick woman, and you should regard this as a blessed release.
You mean it was her heart?
Yes, her heart stopped. Now, child, go and lie down. I will do what needs to be done here. Mary was visibly heartened by the false assumption I had allowed her to form. Time enough for her to learn the truth later. The Arab woman had awakened by this time. She cringed when I turned to her, as if expecting a blow. I did not see how she could be blamed, so I spoke gently to her, instructing her to take care of Mary. When they had gone, I went back to the bed. Madame's fixed stare and sagging jowls were not a pleasant sight, but I have seen worse things and done worse. My hands were quite steady as I went about my ghoulish but necessary tasks. The flesh was still warm. That proved little, since the temperature of the room was hot. But the eyes gave away the truth. They were so widely dilated as to appear black. Berengaria's heart had certainly stopped, but it had stopped as the result of a large dose of some narcotic poison. I sent a message at once to Emerson, although I never supposed for a moment that he would allow the small matter of another murder to distract him from his work. In fact, it was not until tea time that he returned. I was waiting for him, and as he stripped off his work-stained garments, I brought him up to date on the events of the day. He seemed more struck by what Arthur had told me.
Very interesting, very interesting. That should relieve us of one concern. If he did not see the killer, we may assume, may we not, that he is not liable to a second attack. I say, Amelia, did you think of summoning Dr. Dubois to look at Madame, or did you do the post-mortem yourself?
I did call him, not because he could add anything to what I already knew, but because he had to sign the death certificate. He agreed with me that death was due to an overdose of laudanum, or some similar poison. Even he could not overlook the signs of that. He claims, however, that the drug was self-administered by accident. Apparently, all Luxor knew Madame's habits.
Very interesting.
Do stop that. You know as well as I do that it was murder.
Are you sure you didn't do it? You said the other day that the world would be a better place if the lady were removed from it.
I am still of that opinion. Apparently, I was not the only one who thought so.
I would say the viewpoint was virtually unanimous. Well, I must change. Do you go to the parlor, Amelia? I will be with you shortly.
Don't you want to discuss the motives for Madame's murder? I have a theory.
Oh, I felt sure you would.
It has to do with her wild ravings last night.
I prefer to defer discussion of that.
You do, eh? We eyed one another suspiciously. Very well, Emerson. You will find me ready for you. I was the first one in the drawing room. By the time Emerson made his appearance, the others had assembled. Mary, in a black dress borrowed from Lady Baskerville, was tenderly supported by Mr. O'Connell.
I persuaded her to come.
Quite right. After all, there is nothing like a nice hot cup of tea to comfort one.
It will take more than a cup of tea to comfort me. Say what you will, Radcliffe, there is a curse on this place. Even though Madame's death was an unfortunate accident.
Ah, but are we sure of that?
Vandergelt, who had taken his agitated fiancée in the shelter of his white linen arm, looked sharply at my husband.
What do you mean, Professor? Why look for trouble? It's no secret that the poor woman was,
He broke off with an apologetic look at Mary. She was staring at Emerson in wide-eyed surprise. I quickly passed her a cup of tea.
We may never know the truth, but it would have been easy to slip a dose of poison into the lady's favorite beverage. As for the motive...
He glanced at me, and I took up the narrative. Last night, Madame made a number of wild accusations. Pure malice and hysteria, most of them. But now I wonder if there might not have been a grain of wheat in all that chaff. Do any of you know the ancient tale to which she referred?
Why, sure. Anyone who knows the least little thing about Egyptology must be familiar with it. The tale of the two brothers, isn't that right?
His reply was prompt. Too prompt, perhaps? A stupid man might have pretended ignorance of that potentially dangerous story. A clever man might know his ignorance would be suspect and admit the truth at once.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. These hints...
Let me explain.
As a student of the language, you probably know the story best. Go on, Carl.
I noted, however, that when he spoke, his verb forms were in perfect English alignment. That meant something.
The tale concerns two brothers, Anubis the elder and Bata the younger. Their parents were dead, and Bata lived with his older brother and his wife. One day, when they were working in the fields, Anubis sent Bata back to the house to fetch some grain. The wife of Anubis saw the young man's strength and desired... that is, she asked him...
She made advances to him.
Yeah, Herr Professor. The young man indignantly refused the woman, but fearing that he would betray her to her husband, she told Anubis Bata had made advances to her. So Anubis hid in the barn, meaning to kill his younger brother when he came in from the field. But the cattle of Bata were enchanted. They could speak. As each entered the barn, it warned Bata that his brother was hiding behind the door, intending to murder him. So Bata ran away, pursued by Anubis. The gods, who knew Bata was innocent, caused a river full of crocodiles to flow between them, and then Bata, across the river, called out to his brother, explaining what had really happened. As a sign of his innocence, he cut off... that is...
Carl turned fiery red and stopped speaking. Vandegeld grinned broadly at the young man's discomfiture.
Well, there really is no acceptable euphemism for that action. Omit it, Carl. In view of what happens later in the story, it does not make much sense anyway.
Yeah, Professor. Bata told his brother he was going away to a place called the Valley of the Cedar, where he would put his heart in the top of a great cedar tree. Anubis would know his brother was in good health so long as his cup of beer was clear. But when the beer turned cloudy, he would know Bata was in danger, and then he must search for Bata's heart and restore it to him.
Lady Baskerville could restrain herself no longer.
What is this nonsense? Of all the stupid stories!
It is a fairy tale. Fairy tales are not sensible, Lady Baskerville. Go on, Carl. Anubis returned to the house and destroyed his faithless wife?
Ja, Frau Professor. Anubis regretted his injustice to his poor younger brother. And the immortal gods, they also felt sorry for Bata. They determined to make a wife for him, the most beautiful woman in the world, to keep him company in his lonely exile. And Bata loved the woman and made her his wife.
Pandora? I've never heard the story, and that's the truth, but it's just like the tale of Pandora that the gods made for, Bagora. But I can never remember the fella's name.
No one enlightened him. I would never have taken the young man for a student of comparative literature. It seemed much more likely that he was trying to emphasize his ignorance of the story.
The woman was like Pandora. She was a bringer of evil. One day, when she was bathing, the river stole a lock of her hair and carried it to the court of Pharaoh. The scent of the hair was so wonderfully sweet that Pharaoh sent soldiers to find the woman from whose head it had come. With the soldiers went women who carried jewels and beautiful garments and all the things women love. And when the woman saw the fine things, she betrayed her husband. She told the soldiers about the heart in the cedar tree, and the soldiers cut down the tree. Butter fell dead, and the faithless woman went to the court of Pharaoh.
But Dad, it's the Cinderella story. The lock of hair, the glass slipper.
You have made your point, Mr. O'Connell.
It never hurts to make sure.
Go on, Carl.
One day, the older brother Anubis saw that his cup of beer was clouded, and he knew what it meant. He searched, and he found his brother, and he found the heart of his brother in the fallen tree. He put the heart in a cup of beer, and Barter drank it, and came back to life. But the woman...
Well, that was splendidly told, Carl. Let me synopsize the rest. It is just as long and even more illogical than the first part. Barter eventually avenged himself on his treacherous wife and became Pharaoh.
I have never heard anything so nonsensical in my life.
Fairy tales are meant to be nonsensical. That is part of their charm. The general reaction to the tale of the two brothers was approximately the same as Lady Baskerville's. All agreed that Madame's references to it had been meaningless, the product of a deranged mind. Emerson seemed content to let the subject drop, and it was not until we were almost finished with dinner that he again electrified the company by introducing a controversial topic.
I intend to spend the night at the tomb. After tomorrow's revelations, I will be able to procure all the workmen and guards I need. Until then, there is still some slight risk of robbery.
Vandergelt dropped his fork.
What the devil do you mean?
Language. There are ladies present. Why, you have not forgotten my messenger, have you? He will be here tomorrow. Then I will know the truth. A simple yes or no. The message will be no more than that. And if it is yes... who would suppose that one person's fate could hang on such a little word?
You are overdoing it. Emerson scowled at me, but took the hint.
Are we all finished? Good. Let us retire. I'm sorry to rush you, but I want to get back to the valley.
Then perhaps you wish to be excused now.
Lady Baskerville's raised eyebrows showed what she thought of this piece of rudeness.
No. I want my coffee. It will help keep me awake.
As we left the room, Mary came up to me.
I don't understand, Mrs. Emerson. The story Carl told was so strange. How can it have any bearing on my mother's death?
It may have no bearing at all. We are still walking in a thick fog, Mary. We cannot even see what objects are hidden by the mist, much less know if they are landmarks to guide us on our quest.
How literary we are tonight.
Mr. O'Connell wore his professional leprechaun's smile, but it seemed to me his eyes held a glint of something more serious and more sinister. With a defiant glance at me, Lady Baskerville took her place behind the coffee tray. I smiled tolerantly. If the lady chose to make this trivial activity a show of strength between us, let her. In a few more days, I would be in charge officially, as I already was in actuality. We were all extremely polite that evening. As I listened to the genteel murmurs of black or white and 2 lumps, if you please, I felt as if I were watching the commonplace civilized scene through distorting glasses, like those in a fairy tale I had once read. Everyone in the room was acting a part. Everyone had something to conceal. Emotions, actions, thoughts. Lady Baskerville would have done better to let me serve the coffee. She was unusually clumsy. She managed to spill half a cup onto the tray. She clapped her hands to her head.
I am so nervous tonight, I don't know what I am doing. Radcliffe, I wish you would reconsider. Stay here tonight. Don't risk yourself. I could not stand another...
Smiling, Emerson shook his head, and Lady Baskerville summoned up a faint, answering smile.
I ought to know better. At least you will take someone with you. You will not go alone.
Stubborn creature that he is, Emerson was about to deny this reasonable request, but the others all joined in urging him to accept a companion. Vandergelt was the first to offer his services.
No, you must stay and guard the ladies.
As ever, Herr Professor, I would be honored to be of service to the most distinguished.
Thank you. No.
I said nothing. There was no need for me to speak. Emerson and I habitually communicate without words. It is a form of electrical vibration, I believe. He felt my unspoken message, for he avoided looking at me as he scanned the room in a maddeningly deliberate fashion.
The chosen victim must be Mr. O'Connell, I believe. I hope we will have a restful night. He can work on his next dispatch.
That suits me, Professor.
The young Irishman took his cup from Lady Baskerville. Suddenly, Emerson rose to his feet.
Look there!
Every eye went to the window where he was pointing. O'Connell rushed across the room and pulled back the curtains.
What did you see, Professor?
A flutter of white. I thought someone passed rapidly by the window.
There's nothing there now.
He went back to his chair. No one spoke for a time. I sat gripping the arms of my chair, trying to think, for a new and terrible idea had suddenly occurred to me. I had no idea what Emerson was up to, with his ridiculous suggestions of flutters of white and his dramatic cries. The matter that concerned me was of quite another nature. I might be wrong, but if I was not wrong, something had to be done, and without delay. I rose abruptly. Wait!
What is it?
Mary. Quickly, she is about to swoon. The gentlemen all converged on the astonished girl. I had hoped, but had not really expected, that she would have the wits to follow my lead. Evelyn would have done it instantly, but Evelyn is used to my methods. It did not matter. The distraction gave me the opportunity I needed. Emerson's coffee cup and mine were on a low table next to my chair. Quickly, I exchanged them.
Honestly, there is nothing wrong with me. I'm a little tired, but I don't feel at all faint.
You are very pale, and you have had such a dreadful day, Mary. I think you ought to retire. Emerson looked at me suspiciously.
So should you. Drink your coffee, Amelia, and excuse yourself.
Certainly. I did so without hesitation. The group dispersed soon thereafter. Emerson offered to escort me to our room, but I informed him I had other matters to take care of before I retired. The first and most imperative I will not describe in detail. It had to be done, and I did it. But the process was unpleasant to experience and distasteful to recount. If I had been able to anticipate Emerson's plans, I would not have eaten quite so much at dinner. I then felt obliged to look in on Mary. She was still in the state of false composure that often follows a shock, whether the shock be one of joy or sorrow. But sooner or later she must give way to the bewildering mixture of emotions that filled her heart. I treated her as I would a hurt or frightened child, tucking her into bed and leaving a candle burning for comfort, and she seemed pathetically grateful for the attentions, which, I have no doubt, were new to her. I took the opportunity of speaking to her about Christian fortitude and British spunk in the face of adversity, adding that, with all due respect to her mother, the future could only appear bright. I might have said more, but at this point in the conversation, she fell asleep. So I tucked the netting around her and tiptoed out. Emerson was waiting outside the door. He was leaning against the wall with his arms folded and his look of, "I would stamp and shout if I were not such an unusually patient man," on his face.
What took you so cursed long? I am in a hurry.
I did not ask you to wait for me.
I want to talk to you.
We have nothing to talk about.
You are angry because I didn't ask you to share the watch with me tonight.
Ridiculous. If you wish to sit there like patients on a monument waiting for a murderer to attack you, I will not interfere.
Is that what you were thinking? Oh, no, my dear Peabody. I was bluffing about the message, of course.
I know.
Do you suppose the others know?
Probably.
Well, then what are you worried about?
He had me there. The message was such a transparent subterfuge that only a fool would fail to see it for the trick it was.
I had hoped that the device would stimulate our suspect, not to murder me. I am no hero, my dear, as you may have observed, but to flee. Like you, I believe now that the trick has failed. However, just in case the killer is more nervous or more stupid than we believe, I want you here to observe whether anyone leaves the house.
We had been pacing slowly around the courtyard as we spoke. Now we reached the door of our room. Emerson opened it and shoved me in. He enveloped me in a bruising embrace.
Sleep well, my darling Peabody. Dream of me.
I flung my arms around his neck. My dearest husband, guard your precious life. I would not attempt to keep you from your duty, but remember that if you fall... Emerson pushed me away.
Curse it, Peabody. How dare you make fun of me? I hope you fall over a chair and sprain your ankle.
And with this tender farewell, he left me, cursing under his breath. I addressed the cat, Bastet, whose sleek form was outlined against the open window. He deserved that. I am inclined to agree with you, Bastet. Cats are much more sensible than people. Bastet and I kept watch together, while the hands of my little pocket watch crept on toward midnight. I was flattered that the cat stayed with me. Always before, she had seemed to prefer Emerson. No doubt her keen intelligence told her that the truest friend is not always the one who offers chicken. I had not been deceived for a moment by Emerson's glib excuses. He did hope the murderer would believe his lies about messages and decisive clues. He expected to be attacked that very night. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. A sensible murderer, if there is such a thing, would not have been fooled for a moment by Emerson's play-acting. But if my theory was correct, the murderer was stupid enough and desperate enough to react as Emerson had planned. After I put on my working costume, I blackened my face and hands with soot from the lamp and removed every touch of white from my attire. Opening my door a crack, I ascertained that the watchman was on duty in the courtyard. I could not see anyone outside the window. When midnight finally came, I left the cat sleeping quietly on my bed and slipped out the window. The moon was gibbous, but it still gave too strong a light for my purposes. I would rather have walked unseen under heavy clouds. Despite the cool of the night air, I was perspiring by the time I reached the cliff that overlooked the valley. Below me, the abode of the dead lay at peace under the light of Egypt's eternal moon. The fence around the tomb obstructed my view until I was quite near. I had not expected to hear sounds of revelry, so the dead silence that enveloped the place was not in itself alarming, nor was the fact that I saw no glow from the lantern Emerson usually kept burning. He might have left it unlit in the hope of luring the killer close. Yet the now only too familiar grue of apprehension chilled my limbs as I glided on. I approached the barrier cautiously. I did not want to be mistaken for the criminal and knocked down by my own husband. My approach was certainly not noiseless, for the stony ground was littered with pebbles and gravel that crunched underfoot. Reaching the fence, I peered through the gap between two stakes. "Emerson, don't shoot, it is I." No voice replied. Not the slightest sound broke the uncanny stillness. The enclosed space was like a badly focused photograph, crisscrossed by the shadows of the fence stakes and blurred by the shapes of boulders and miscellaneous objects. Instinct told me the truth even before my straining eyes made out a huddled, darker shape beside the stairwell. Abandoning caution, I ran forward and flung myself down beside it. My groping hands found creased fabric, thick tumbled hair, and features whose shape would have been familiar to me in the darkest night. "Emerson, speak to me! Oh heavens, I am too late! Why did I wait so long? Why did..." The motionless body was suddenly galvanized into life. I was seized, throttled, muffled, pulled down to the ground with a force that left me breathless, enclosed in an embrace that held the ferocity of a deadly enemy instead of the affection of a spouse.
Curse you, Amelia! If you have frightened my quarry away, I will never speak to you again. What the devil are you doing here?
Emerson freed my mouth.
Softly.
How dare you frighten me so?
How did you dare? Never mind. Get back out of sight with O'Connell while I resume my position. I was pretending to be asleep.
You were asleep.
I may have dozed off for a moment. No more talk. Retire to the hut where O'Connell...
Emerson, where is Mr. O'Connell? This encounter has not been exactly silent. Should he not have rushed to your assistance by this time? We found the journalist behind a boulder on the hillside. He did not stir even when Emerson shook him. Drugged. This is a most alarming development, Emerson.
Alarming, but hopeful. It confirms my theory. Stay here out of sight, Peabody, and for heaven's sake, don't give the alarm too soon. Wait till I actually have my hands on the wretch.
But Emerson...
No more. I only hope our animated discussion has gone unheard.
Wait, Emerson! He was gone. I sat down beside the boulder. To pursue him and insist on being heard was to risk the failure of our scheme. And besides, the information I had meant to give him was no longer pertinent. Or was it? Chewing on my lip, I tried to sort out my thoughts. O'Connell had been drugged. No doubt Emerson's coffee, which I had drunk, had also been doctored. Fearing such an eventuality, I had drunk Emerson's coffee and rid myself of it. Yet when I came upon him just now, he had been sound asleep. I could not have mistaken pretense for reality. I had felt the limpness of his body, and if he had only been feigning sleep, he would have heard my whispers. He had drunk my coffee. Or had someone else exchanged cups with him? I felt as if my head was spinning like a top. A soft glow of artificial light roused me from my disquieting thoughts. Emerson had lit the lantern. I approved this decision. If my reasoning was correct, the murderer would expect to find him drugged and helpless, and the lamplight would enable this prostrate condition to be observed more readily. I only wished I could be certain he was free of the influence of some drug. I clenched my hands. It did not matter. I was on the job. I had my knife, my gun, my parasol. I had the resolve of duty and affection to strengthen every sinew. Emerson could not be in better hands than mine. I told myself that, but as time wore on, I began to doubt my own assurances. Not because I had lost faith in my abilities, but because I stood to lose so much if, by some unexpected mischance, I should fail to act in time. Emerson had seated himself on the ground by the stairs, his back against a rock, his pipe in his mouth. After smoking for a while, he knocked out the pipe and sat motionless. Gradually, his head drooped forward. The pipe fell from his lax hand. Shoulders bowed, chin on his breast, he slept. Or was he pretending to sleep? A breeze ruffled his dark hair. I beheld his unmoving form with mounting apprehension. I was at least 10 yards away. Could I reach him in time if action proved necessary? Beside me, Mr. O'Connell rolled over. I was tempted to kick him, even though I knew his comatose condition was not his fault. The night was far advanced before the first betraying sound reached my ears. It was only the soft click of a pebble striking stone, and it might have been made by a wandering animal, but it brought me upright, with every sense alert. Yet I almost missed the first sign of movement. It came from behind the fence, outside the circle of light. I had known what to expect, but as the shadowy shape emerged cautiously into view, I caught my breath. Muffled from head to foot in clinging muslin that covered even its face, it reminded me of the first appearance of Aisha, the immortal woman or goddess, in Mr. Haggett's thrilling romance, She. Aisha veiled her face and form because her dazzling beauty drove men mad. This apparition's disguise had a darker purpose, but it conveyed the same sense of awe and terror. No wonder the persons who had seen it had taken it for a demon of the night or the spirit of an ancient queen. It stood poised, as if prepared for instant flight. The night wind lifted its draperies like the wings of a great white moth. So strong was my desire to rush at it that I sank my teeth in my lower lip and tasted the saltiness of blood. I had to wait. There were too many hiding places in the nearby cliffs. If it escaped us now, we might never bring it to justice. Almost I waited too long, for when the figure finally moved, it did so with such speed that I was caught unawares. Rushing forward, it bent over Emerson, one hand raised. It was apparent by this time that Emerson really had dozed off and was not mimicking sleep. Naturally, I would have cried out if the danger had been imminent, but seeing the ghostly figure, I knew all. My theories had been right from start to finish. Knowing the method of attack, I knew it required a certain delicacy and deliberation of execution. I had plenty of time. Triumph soared within me as I rose slowly to my feet. As soon as I put my weight on it, my left ankle gave way, tingling with the pain of returning circulation. By the time I had recovered myself, the white form was in rapid retreat. Emerson had tumbled over onto his side and was stirring feebly, like an overturned beetle.
What the devil? Amelia?
I staggered past him, leaning on my parasol for support. A woman in less excellent physical condition might have continued to stagger till all was lost, but my blood vessels and muscles are as well trained as the rest of me. Strength returned to my limbs as I progressed. The white apparition was still visible some distance ahead when I broke into my famous racing form, arms swinging, head high. Help! Oh, succor! Zu Hilfe! Stop thief! I dare say these cries had an effect on the person I pursued. There was no escape for it, but it continued to run. I brought my parasol down on its head with all the strength I could muster. Even then, as it lay supine, it reached out with clawed hands for the object it had dropped in its fall. I put my foot firmly on the weapon, a long, sharp hat pin. With my parasol at the ready, I looked down on the haggard, no longer beautiful face that glared up at me with Gorgon-like ferocity. It is no use, Lady Baskerville. You are fairly caught. You should have known when we first met that you were no match for me. Emerson was unreasonably annoyed at me for what he called my unwarranted interference. I pointed out to him that if I had not interfered, he would have moved on to a better, but probably less interesting world. Unable to deny this, but reluctant to admit it, he changed the subject. We made a little ceremony of opening the envelopes to which we had earlier committed our deductions as to the identity of the murderer. I suggested we do this publicly. Emerson agreed so readily that I knew he had either guessed correctly or been able to substitute a new envelope for the original. We held our conference in Arthur's room. Though still very weak, he was out of danger, and I felt his recovery would be hastened if he knew he was no longer under suspicion of murder. Everyone was there except Mr. Vandergelt, who had felt duty-bound to accompany Lady Baskerville to Luxor, where, I had no doubt, she was proving a considerable embarrassment to the authorities. They seldom had a criminal of such exalted social status, and a woman to boot. I only hoped they would not let her escape out of sheer embarrassment. Emerson and I opened our envelopes and displayed the 2 slips of paper, each bearing the name of Lady Baskerville.
You amaze me, Amelia. And you too, of course, Professor. Though I cannot say I admired her ladyship, it would never have occurred to me that she could be guilty.
It was obvious to an analytical mind. Lady Baskerville was shrewd and vicious, but not really intelligent. She committed one error after another.
Such as asking the professor to take command of the expedition. She ought to have known. A man so brilliant, so distinguished.
No, that was one of her more intelligent actions. The work would have been carried on with or without her approval. His late lordship's will specifically directed that it be done. She had a role as a devoted widow to play, and at the time she approached us, she took it for granted that the matter was ended. Armadale, she hoped, would either die in the desert or flee the country. She underestimated his stamina and the depth of his passion. But though she was not very intelligent, she knew how to act promptly and decisively when action was necessary.
And the idea of disguising herself as a lady in white was one of her brighter notions. The veils were so voluminous that there was no way of identifying the figure. It might even have been that of a man. Also, its ghostly appearance made some of those who saw it reluctant to approach it. Lady Baskerville made good use of the White Lady by pretending to see it herself the night Emerson was so nearly hit by the stone head. It was, of course, Habib who threw the stone. Other indications, such as Lady Baskerville's preference for an inefficient and timid Egyptian servant, were highly suspicious. I have no doubt that Atia observed a number of things that a sharper attendant would have understood and perhaps reported to me.
Just a minute, ma'am. All this is very interesting, but if you would pardon me, it is the sort of thing anyone might see after the fact. I need more details, not only for my editor, but to satisfy my own curiosity.
You already know the details of one incident in the case, though you may not care to describe them to your readers. Mr. O'Connell blushed fiery red, so that his face almost matched his hair. He had confessed to me in private that he had been responsible for the knife in the wardrobe. He had bribed a hotel servant to place an elaborate ornamented knife, of the sort that is made for the tourist trade, in a prominent place in our room. His inefficient and underpaid ally had replaced the expensive trinket with a cheaper weapon and put it in the wrong place. Seeing the journalist's blushes, I said no more. In the last few days, he had earned my goodwill, and besides, he was due for a comeuppance if my suspicions about Mary and Arthur were correct. Yes, well, let us proceed. O'Connell gazed intently at his notebook.
How did you, and Professor Emerson, of course, arrive at the truth?
I had decided I had better hear what Emerson had to say before I committed myself. I therefore remained silent and allowed him to begin.
It was evident from the first that Lady Baskerville had the best opportunity to dispose of her husband. It is a truism in police science.
I can only allow you 10 minutes, Emerson. We must not tire Arthur.
You tell it then, since you consider my narrative style too verbose.
I'll just ask questions, if you permit. That'll save time. I am trained, you know, to a terse journalistic style.
Terse was not the word I would have used, but I saw no reason to interfere with the procedure he suggested.
You have mentioned opportunity. What about motive, Professor?
It is a truism in police science that a victim's heirs are the primary suspects. Though I was unaware of the stipulations of the late Lord Baskerville's will, I assumed his wife stood to inherit something. But I suspected an even stronger motive. The archaeological world is small. Like all small communities, it is prone to gossip. Lady Baskerville's reputation for, let me think how to put it.
Extramarital carrying on. I could have told you that.
How?
I knew it the moment I set eyes on her. She was that sort of woman. Emerson's face reddened.
So you inquired about the lady's reputation, Professor?
Precisely. I had been out of touch for several years. I spoke with acquaintances in Luxor and sent off a few telegrams to Cairo to ascertain whether she had continued her old habits. The replies confirmed my suspicions. I concluded that Lord Baskerville had learned of her affairs, husband is always the last to know, and had threatened her with divorce, disgrace, and destitution.
In reality, he discovered those facts only this morning when Lady Baskerville broke down and confessed all. I wondered how many other facets of that most interesting confession would turn up in the form of deductions as he went along.
So she killed her husband in order to preserve her good name?
To preserve her luxurious style of living. She had designs on Mr. Vandergelt. He would never have married a divorced woman, you know how puritanical these Americans are, but as an unhappy widow, she did not doubt she could capture him.
Good.
Mr. O'Connell scribbled rapidly.
Now, Mrs. E, it is your turn. What clue gave away the murderer's identity to you?
Arthur's bed.
Wonderful. Oh, it's almost as deliciously enigmatic as one of Mr. Sherlock Holmes's clues. Elucidate, please, ma'am.
I gave a nod toward Arthur. The evening we found our friend here so near his end, his room was in disorder. Lady Baskerville had tossed his belongings around in order to suggest a hasty flight. She had, however,
forgotten to take his shaving tackle. I knew then that the murderer must be a woman. No man would overlook such an obvious.
And no man could have made Arthur's bed so neatly. Remember, he was resting on it when he was attacked. The killer had to remake the bed so that the counterpane hung all the way down to the floor and concealed his unconscious form. The longer the delay, the more difficult it would have been for innocent persons to establish an alibi. Those neat hospital corners were a dead giveaway.
Good. But how did she commit the crime, Mrs. E? That is the most baffling thing of all.
With a hat pin.
Mercies.
Yes, I confess that I puzzled over that for a long time. Not until yesterday afternoon, when Lady Baskerville was trying on her trousseau, did I realize how deadly a hatpin can be. Lady Baskerville had been a nurse, and she had been acquainted with medical students and doctors. A sharpened steel needle inserted into the base of the brain will penetrate the spinal column and kill the victim instantly. A small puncture hidden by the victim's hair would not be observed, or if it was, it would be taken for an insect bite. She killed Mr. Armadale the same way.
But why Armadale? Did he suspect her?
Quite the contrary. My breath control is much better than Emerson's. I could start speaking while he was still inhaling. Mr. Armadale thought he had killed Lord Baskerville.
What in the world?
It is only conjecture, of course, but it is the only explanation that fits all the facts. Lady Baskerville had cold-bloodedly seduced Mr. Armadale. Mary noticed that he was distracted and depressed for several weeks preceding Lord Baskerville's death. More significantly, he did not renew his offer of marriage. He had found another love, and the torment of knowing he had betrayed his patron was tearing him apart. Lady Baskerville pretended to feel the same. She informed Armadale that she intended to tell her husband the truth, and, professing fear of his reaction, asked the young man to wait in her room while the confrontation took place. Not unnaturally, her husband began to shout at her. She screamed. Armadale rushed in and struck the enraged husband, thinking he was protecting his mistress. As soon as Lord Baskerville fell, his wife bent over him and cried, "You have killed him."
And Armadale believed her. My readers are going to love this, Mrs. E, but it's a little hard to swallow.
He loved her. You don't understand true love, Mr. O'Connell.
I reached for Arthur's wrist. You are flushed. You are becoming overexcited. We had better adjourn.
No.
The sick man took hold of my hand. His golden beard had been neatly trimmed and his hair arranged. His pallor and emaciation made him handsomer than ever, like a young Keats, except of course that the poet was dark.
You can't leave the story unfinished. Why did she attack me?
Yes, why? I'll warrant even my omniscient wife does not know that.
Emerson caught me off guard this time. Do you?
No, it makes no sense. Arthur never saw her. She entered his room while he was asleep, and why she did not use the handy hat pin on him?
She had to render him unconscious first. The insertion of the needle into the pertinent spot requires some dexterity. It cannot be done while the victim is awake and capable of resistance. Once she had struck him, she believed him to be dead. Perhaps also she was afraid of being interrupted. In Arthur's case, she had to act during the daylight hours. Something may have startled her, and she had only time to hide him under the bed. The question is, why did she feel it necessary to silence you, Arthur? If someone had become suspicious of how Lord Baskerville died, you were the obvious suspect. Your naive folly in telling no one of your identity...
But I did tell someone. I told Lady Baskerville barely a week after I came here.
I exchanged glances with Emerson. He nodded.
So that was it. You did not mention that to my wife when you bared your soul to her.
It hardly seemed cricket. Mrs. Emerson had told me in no uncertain terms what she thought of my stupidity. To admit that Lady Baskerville had encouraged me to retain my anonymity would be to accuse her...
Handsome Arthur Baskerville might be, wealthy and endowed with all the good things of this world. Outstandingly intelligent he was not.
Hold on!
O'Connell's pencil had been racing across the page. He now looked up.
This is all good stuff, but you're not following the right order. Let's go back to the murder of Armadale. I presume that she persuaded the poor Bobby to flee after Baskerville collapsed and then did his lordship in with her hat pin. Hey, wait a minute. No one mentioned a bruise on Baskerville's face.
Dr. Dubois would not notice if the man's throat had been cut. But to do him justice, he was looking for the cause of death, not a slight swelling on the jaw or chin. Lord Baskerville seems to have been astonishingly prone to self-mutilation. He probably had many bruises, cuts, and scrapes.
Good!
O'Connell wrote this down.
So Armadale ran away, disguised himself as a native, I suppose, and hid in the hills. I'm surprised he didn't flee the country.
And leave his mistress behind? I doubt that the young man's mental state was quite normal. The horror of what he thought he had done was enough to turn his brain and render him incapable of decisive action of any kind. If he had wanted to confess, he would have been deterred by the knowledge that by doing so, he must incriminate the woman he loved as an accessory after the fact. But when Lady Baskerville returned, he could bear it no longer. He came to her window at night and was seen by Hassan. That foolish man tried to blackmail Lady Baskerville, for of course he had seen which window Armadale approached. She disposed of both of them the next night, Armadale at the cave, where he had told her to meet him, and Hassan on the way back, when he intercepted her. I am not surprised that she appeared so exhausted next day.
But what about...
No more at the present time. Arthur has had all the excitement he ought to have. Mary, will you stay with him and make sure he rests? As soon as the good sister finishes her well-deserved nap, I will send her to relieve you. As we left the room, I saw Arthur reach for Mary's hand. Mary blushed and lowered her lashes. I had arranged that matter as well as I could. They must do the rest. Avoiding Mr. O'Connell's reproachful glance, I led the way to the sitting room. I took a chair. There are a few more loose ends to tie up. I did not want Mary to hear us discuss her mother's death.
Quite correct. I thank you, Frau Professor, for...
That is all right, Carl. I wondered why he was thanking me, but without really caring very much. Before I could continue, the door opened to admit Mr. Vandergelt. He gave the impression of having shrunk several inches since the day before. No one knew what to say, until Emerson, rising to the sublime heights of which he is sometimes capable, uttered the mot juste.
Vandergelt, have a drink.
You're a real pal, Professor. I think maybe I will.
Did she send you away, Mr. Vandergelt?
With language that would make a mule skinner blush. She sure enough took me in. I guess you think I'm a blamed silly old fool.
You are not the only one to be deceived.
Aber nein. I had for always the most respect for most...
That is why I refused your offer to stand guard with me last night.
Emerson was at the table where he was pouring whiskey for the afflicted Vandergelt.
Your respect for the lady might have prevented you from acting, if only for a split second. And even that brief time could have meant the difference between life and death.
And naturally you turned me down. I tell you, Professor, I'd have been too flabbergasted to move if I had seen her.
Emerson handed him the glass, and he nodded his thanks before continuing.
You know that confounded woman expected me to marry her after all? She started cursing at me when I said I had to respectfully decline. I felt like a rat, but gee whiz, folks. Marrying a woman who has already murdered one husband just isn't sensible. A fellow would always be wondering if his morning coffee tasted peculiar.
It would also be impractical to wait 20 or 30 years before enjoying the pleasures of connubial bliss. Cheer up, Mr. Vandergelt. Time will heal your wound, and I know happiness awaits you in the future. My words lifted a little of the gloom from the American's countenance. He raised his glass in a graceful salute to me. I was just about to discuss the death of Madame Berengaria. Will it pain you too much to hear?
One more whiskey, and it wouldn't pain me to hear that Amalgamated Railroads had fallen 20 points.
Vandergelt handed his empty glass to Emerson.
Join me in the next round, won't you, Professor?
I believe I will.
Emerson cast an evil look at me.
We will drink, Vandergelt, to the perfidy of the female sex.
I will join you both. Emerson, your jests are sometimes a bit ill-timed. Mr. O'Connell is sitting on the edge of his chair, his pencil poised. Explain in your own inimitable fashion the meaning of the little fairy tale we discussed last evening, and why that seemingly harmless story caused a murder.
Well, if you insist, Peabody.
I do. In fact, I will be barmaid and wait on you both. I took Vandergelt's empty glass from his hand. Emerson gave me a sheepish smile. He is pathetically easy to manage, poor man. The slightest kind gesture quite softens him.
May I impose on your good nature too, ma'am?
Certainly, but none of your brash Irish gestures at the barmaid, Mr. O'Connell. This little sally completed the atmosphere of good humor I was endeavoring to create. As I served the gentlemen, including Carl, who thanked me with a smile, Emerson took the floor.
Lady Berengaria's death was, in its way, a masterpiece of tragic irony. For the poor, stupid woman did not have the slightest intention of accusing Lady Baskerville of murder. Like all the good ladies of Luxor, who, in their infinite Christian charity, spend most of their time dissecting their fellow women, she knew Lady Baskerville's reputation. The tale of two brothers was a slam at an adulteress, not a murderess, and it could not have been more apt. The heart in the cedar tree is the heart of a lover, vulnerable, exposed, trusting in the love of the beloved. If the object of adoration proves false, the lover has no defense. Lord Baskerville trusted his wife. Even when he had ceased to love her, he did not think of defending himself against her. It is a tribute to some long-buried streak of intelligence and sensitivity in Madame Berengaria that she sensed the meaning of the metaphor. Who knows what she might have been if the vicissitudes of life had not proved too great for her will.
I gazed at my husband with tears of affection dimming my sight. How often is Emerson misjudged by those who do not know him? How tender, how delicate are the feelings he conceals beneath a mask of ferocity. Unaware of my sentiments, Emerson took a stiff drink of whiskey and resumed, in a more practical vein.
The first part of the story of the two brothers concerns a faithless wife who turns one man against the other by her lies. Think of that story, gentlemen in Peabody, in terms of our tragic triangle. Again, the metaphor was apt, and Lady Baskerville's guilty conscience led her to choose the wrong reference. She thought herself in danger of exposure, and it was so easy to slip a fatal dose of opium into Madame Berengaria's bottle of brandy. What was one more murder? She had already committed 3. And what was the death of one dreadful old woman? A blessing in disguise, really.
Silence followed the conclusion of his remarks. Then he addressed Mr. O'Connell, whose pencil had been racing across the page.
Any questions?
Wait, just let me get the last part. What was the death of one dreadful...
Old woman?
Silly old fool.
Mr. Vandergeld stared into his empty glass.
He is asleep. I am so happy for him. He will so enjoy being Lord Baskerville.
And I am happy for you. Mary blushed prettily.
But how did you know? We have not told anyone yet.
I always know these things. Fortunately, I said no more, for even as I spoke, Carl von Bork crossed to Mary's side. He put his arm around her and she leaned against him, her flush deepening into a rosy glow.
We have you to thank, Frau Professor.
His moustaches were positively curling in the ardor of his happiness.
It is not proper to speak of this so soon after the unfortunate occurrence we have been discussing. But my dear Mary is quite alone in the world now, and she needs me. I have confidence that you will be to her a true friend until comes the blissful time when I can take her to the place which is...
What?
Mr. O'Connell flung his pencil across the room. Again, Mr. Vandergeld addressed his empty glass.
Silly old fool.
My very best wishes to both of you. Of course, I knew it all along. Emerson and I stood on the deck of the steamer Rembrandt.
Has it occurred to you that you have quite a number of acquaintances in prisons around the world?
I considered the question. Why, really, I can only think of 2. No, 3, since Evelyn's cousin was apprehended last year in Budapest. That is not a great number. He was in an excellent mood, and with good reason. The surroundings, the state of his career, the prospects before us, all were conducive to the most unexampled good spirits. 2.5 months had passed since the events I have narrated, and we were on our way home. We were sitting on the deck of the steamer Rembrandt, the sun shone down, and the white-capped waves curled away from the prow as the boat plunged rapidly toward Marseille. The rest of the passengers were huddled at the farthest end of the boat. I can never remember whether it is the poop or the stern. Whatever it was, they were there, leaving us strictly alone. I had no objection to the privacy thus obtained, though I failed to understand their objections to our mummies. The poor things were dead, after all. They were also very damp. That is why Emerson carried them out on deck every day to let them dry out. They lay in their brightly painted coffins, staring serenely up at the sun, and I have no doubt they felt quite comfortable, for was not the sun god the supreme deity they once worshipped? Ra-Ha-Ra was performing his last service for his devotees, enabling them to survive for a few more centuries in the solemn halls of a modern temple of learning, a museum. Our tomb had proved a disappointment after all. It had once been a royal sepulchre, there was no doubt of that. The design and the decorations were too grand for a commoner. But the original inhabitant had been anathema to someone. His name and portrait had been viciously hacked to bits wherever they appeared, and his mummy and funerary equipment had long since vanished. Some enterprising priest of a later dynasty had used the tomb for his own familial burial ground. Still later, the ceiling had collapsed and water had gotten into the burial chamber. We had found the remains of no less than 10 mummies, all more or less battered, all more or less equipped with jewels and amulets. Monsieur Grébeau had been generous in his division of the spoils, giving Emerson the nastiest and most waterlogged of the mummies. So the Chantress of Ammon, Set Hathor, and the first prophet of Min, Ahmose, enjoyed a few last days in the sun. Carl and Mary had spoken their vows the day before we left Luxor. I had been matron of honor, and Emerson had given the bride away, with Mr. Vandergeld acting as best man. Mr. O'Connell had not been present. I had no fear for his broken heart, however. He was too dedicated a newsman to make a good husband. His account of the wedding had appeared in the Cairo newspaper and had been more notable for sensationalism, the last chapter of the Curse of the Pharaoh, than for spite. As I remarked to Emerson at the time, there is nothing like a hobby to take a person's mind off personal troubles. Mr. Vandergelt was a good example of this, although I did not think his attraction to Lady Baskerville had ever been more than superficial. He had applied to the Department of Antiquities for Lord Baskerville's concession and was eagerly planning a new season of digging. Are you going to accept Mr. Vandergelt's offer of a position as chief archaeologist next season? Emerson lay back in his chair with his hat over his eyes. I tried a new approach. Arthur, Lord Baskerville, has invited us to stay with him this summer. He will soon find a substitute for his lost love. A young man with his personal and financial attractions can take his pick of young ladies. But Mary was quite right not to accept him. Luxor is home to her, and she is deeply interested in Egyptology. She is far more intelligent than Arthur. Such a match would never work out. I liked Arthur's mother, though. I was quite moved when she kissed my hand and wept and thanked me for saving her boy.
Shows what a fool the woman is.
Emerson spoke from under his hat.
Your carelessness almost killed the young man. If you'd only thought to ask him.
What about you? I never asked you this before, Emerson, but confess, now that we are alone, you did not know the guilty party was Lady Baskerville until the last night. All that nonsense about clues and deductions was drawn from her confession. If you had known, you would not have been so careless as to allow her to drop laudanum into your cup of coffee. Emerson sat up and pushed his hat back.
I admit that was an error in judgment. But how the devil was I to know that her maidservant was an opium addict, and that her ladyship had obtained supplies of the drug from Artia? You say you knew. You might have warned me, you know.
No one could possibly have anticipated that. I backtracked with my usual skill. It is ironic, is it not? If Artia had not been an addict, she would probably have made an addition to the long list of Lady Baskerville's victims. Though she saw the lady several times on her nocturnal journeys, she was too befuddled by the drug to realize what she was seeing. Nor would she have been a convincing witness.
When it comes to that, how did you come to suspect Lady Baskerville? And don't tell me it was intuition.
I told you before, it was Arthur's bed. Besides, it was not difficult for me to understand why a woman might be driven to murder her husband.
Vice versa, Peabody. Vice versa.
Emerson slid down into a semi-recumbent position and pushed his hat over his eyes. There is one other point I never raised with you.
And what is that?
You were overcome with sleepiness that last night. Don't deny it. You were stumbling and muttering for hours afterward. If I had not tied Lady Baskerville up with her own veils, she would have escaped. What did you put in my coffee, Emerson?
I've never heard such nonsense.
You drank my coffee. Unlike you, I suspected Lady Baskerville might take steps to ensure that you would be asleep and helpless that night. I therefore drank the poison myself, like a number of heroines I have read about. So, my dear Emerson, what was in my coffee and who put it there? Emerson was silent. I waited, having discovered that cold forbearance is more effective than accusations in loosening a witness's tongue.
It was your own fault.
Oh?
If you would stay peacefully at home like a sensible woman when you are told to...
So you put opium in my coffee. Lady Baskerville put it in yours and in Mr. O'Connell's after you had chosen him to accompany you. Really, the affair is positively farcical. Emerson, your carelessness astonishes me. What if Lady Baskerville had wished to render me hors de combat too? Your little contribution, which I presume you obtained from my medical chest, added to hers, would have put an end to my nocturnal activities permanently. Emerson leaped to his feet. His hat, lifted from his head by the vigor of his movement, floated around for a few seconds and then dropped onto the head of Set Hathor, the Chantress of Amun. It was a rather amusing sight, but I had no impulse to laugh. Poor Emerson's face had gone white under his deep tan. Careless of the watchers on the lower deck, He lifted me up out of my chair and crushed me to him.
Peabody, I am the stupidest idiot in creation. My blood runs cold when I think... Can you forgive me?
I forgave him, with gestures instead of words. After a long embrace, he released me.
In fact, we should call it a draw. You tried to shoot me, I tried to poison you. As I said before, Peabody, we are well matched.
It was impossible to resist him.
What do you say we go down to the cabin? The mummies will do very well alone for a while.
Not just yet. Bastet was just waking when we came up. You know she will prowl and howl for some time before she resigns herself.
I should never have brought that cat.
Then he brightened up.
Oh, but just think, Peabody. What a pair she and Ramses will make. Never a dull moment, eh?
It will toughen him up for next season.
Do you really think?
I really do. Good heavens, Emerson. Luxor is becoming known as a health resort. The boy will be better off there than in that nasty, damp winter climate of England.
No doubt you are right, Peabody.
I always am. Where do you think we should excavate next winter? Emerson retrieved his hat from the Chantress of Ammon and clapped it onto the back of his head. His face had the look I loved to see, baked as brown as a Nubian's by the Egyptian sun, his eyes narrowed speculatively, a half smile on his lips. He began stroking his chin.
I fear the valley is exhausted. There will be no more royal tombs found. But the Western Valley has possibilities. I will tell Vandergelt we ought to work there next season. And yet, Peabody...
Yes, my dear Emerson. Emerson took a turn around the deck, his hands clasped behind his back.
Do you remember the pectoral we found on the crushed body of the thief?
How could I forget it?
We read the cartouche as that of Tutankhamun.
And decided that our tomb must have belonged to him. It is the only possible conclusion, Emerson.
No doubt, no doubt. But, Peabody, consider the dimensions of the tomb. Would such a short-lived and ephemeral king have time enough and wealth enough to construct such a sepulchre?
You discussed that in your Zeitschrift article.
I know, but I cannot help wondering. You don't suppose a gang of thieves would rob 2 tombs in the same night?
Not unless the said tombs were practically side by side.
Oh, impossible, of course. Oh, that part of the valley cannot contain any other tombs. Oh, all the same, Peabody, I have a strange feeling that I have missed something.
Impossible, my dear Emerson.
Quite, my dear Peabody.
Amelia Peabody 2, The Curse of the Pharaohs, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 1981, Elizabeth Peters, all rights reserved. Recorded by arrangement with Barbara G. Mertz Revocable Trust. Production copyright 2025, Graphic Audio LLC, all rights reserved. Featuring Nanette Savard as Amelia Peabody, Michael Glenn as Radcliffe Emerson, Charlie Albers as Lady Baskerville, Dylan Lynch as Cyrus Vandergelt, and Troy Allen as Kevin O'Connell. With additional performances by Henry W. Kramer, Ella Lynch, Steve Winall, Barbara Pinolini, Ken Jackson, Elias Khalil, Kay Alluvian, Bradley Foster Smith, Danielle Cohen, Jenna Sharp, Niyusha Naval, Christopher Williams, Drew Kopus, Karen Novak, Wynn Delano, and Nora Ashrahi. Narrated by Nanette Savard. Directed and adapted for graphic audio by Ken Jackson. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Kobe Jameson. Produced by Colleen Delaney, Scott McCormick, David Zitney, Casey Green, and Aaron Coe. Executive producers Angie Cornett, Dwayne Beeman, and Matt Webb. Keep listening to hear a sample from The Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. Fried green tomatoes and steel magnolias meet Dracula in this New York Times best-selling horror novel about a women's book club that must do battle with a mysterious newcomer to their small southern town. Available now in graphic audio.
Patricia scanned the damage with her flashlight. Napkins, coffee filters, apple cores, toaster strudel boxes, wadded Kleenex, folded blue incontinence pads. Either raccoons or really big marsh rats had gotten into the trash and torn everything to shreds. The biggest white bag had been dragged into the narrow alley between the blank brick wall of their house and the stand of bamboo marking the boundary of the Clark's house behind them. She heard the slurping sound of someone eating jelly as she flicked her flashlight up to the bag. It was cloth, actually, and not white, but pale pink, and covered in rosebuds. It had dirty bare feet, and when the flashlight beam struck it, it turned its face into the light. The harsh white beam picked out every detail with unforgiving clarity. The old woman squatted in a pink nightgown, cheeks smeared with red jam, lips bristling with stiff black hairs, chin quivering with clear slime. She crouched over something dark in her lap. Patricia saw a raccoon's nearly severed head hanging upside down over the old woman's knees, tongue sticking out between its bared fangs. The old woman reached one gory hand into its open belly and scooped up a fistful of translucent guts. She raised that hand, shiny with animal grease, to her mouth and gnawed on the pale lavender tube of intestines while squinting into the flashlight beam.
May I help you?
Patricia didn't know what else to say. The old woman slowed her gnawing and sniffed the air like an animal. The heavy smell of fresh feces, the suffocating stench of spilled garbage, the iron reek of the raccoon's blood forced their way up Patricia's nose. She gagged, stepping backward, and her heel hit something soft. She sat down suddenly in the pile of greasy white bags, struggling to get up, trying to keep the flashlight beam centered on the old woman, because she was safe as long as she could see the old woman. But the old woman was halfway to her already, crawling on her hands and knees, coming too fast, plowing through the spilled garbage, dragging the raccoon's forgotten corpse along by its head.
Oh, no, 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 no!
Thanks for listening to this graphic audio production. Graphic Audio has over 1,700 titles to choose from. Listen to over 225 binge-worthy series. We feature titles in genres like science fiction, fantasy, romantasy, westerns, mystery thrillers, comics, and more. Check out our exclusive series such as Deathlands, Rogue Angel, Outlanders, Tangent Knights, and Agent of Exiles, which are only available in our dramatized adaptation format. Experience a radically different type of audiobook produced with a full cast, sound effects, and cinematic music. Listen to a movie in your mind, on the go, anytime, anywhere. Our dramatized adaptation titles are available at all major audiobook retailers and platforms. Sign up for our email newsletter for the latest updates and new releases. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and other social media platforms. For more information and samples of all our titles, visit our website at graphicaudio.net.